sheetrock, all these little pinholes all over the place, so you got to be prepared to build back. But, you have a favorite either way, pinned or pinless?
Well, my particular answer to that is always I have both. And because it also depends on application, right? You do a lot of assessments. You've done a lot of assessments in your time, and during an assessment, in an assessment, a lot of the times you're not really looking to poke holes into a drywall, because, like you're saying, you're creating damage to the drywall. On another type of project, for example, a drying project, that becomes a little bit less important. You're in an emergency situation, and you need documentation that's going to be easy to explain down the road, either to maybe it's an insurance claim to an adjuster, or maybe you go to court, something like that. And in that case, a pin moisture meter is definitely going to be a lot easier to explain, because it's showing you some moisture content versus a relative reading. And relative readings can be one of those things that's difficult to explain or people to grasp in a short amount of time. On the other hand, both are great. So one of the things that I tend to do is I start with non-penetrating, and then I'll document the edges, the far corners. So once I get to the far corners, I'll document them with a pin moisture meter. I've gotten really good at taking those pin moisture meters in areas where you're not going to be able to see those little holes. There's ways to do that. And then I'll take one in the center, so I have some serious documentation with my pin moisture meter, and then I have a little bit more documentation with my non-penetrating. But both are incredibly important. Some of the stuff that you are going to be measuring, you're not going to be able to poke holes in either. Stuff like tile, really nice wood. You're not going to start poking holes all over the place. Really nice wood. So they both have a place in it, and sometimes I use them both because, as I mentioned in class, I never trust any piece of equipment or any measurement by itself. I want to be able to compare it to other things and be able to say that makes sense. What I'm seeing makes sense, because, like I said, they both have limitations. And one of the limitations of the non-penetrating meter is that it's not really measuring moisture. It's using RF signals. Most of these are using RF signals, and depending on what's behind that drywall, or in front of the drywall, you can have readings that are incorrect. For example, if you have a pipe, if you have wood, if you have actually some wallpapers actually have metal in them, and you'll detect it higher. Pin moisture meters give you a little bit more of an accurate reading in those type of situations, but they can also have issues where they don't go as deep, because the pins on those moisture meters tend to be really, really short. As a matter of fact, one of the tips that we talk about in class is if you have like a thick piece of wood, like a 4x4, the proper way to measure that is to drill 2 stainless steel screws right into the middle of the wood, 2 inches, and then you measure with your moisture meter to those screws. So now you have an accurate measurement into that wood, because the pins are too small. So like I said, all this equipment has limitations and it has capabilities, and we just need to understand each one in each application that we use.
It's funny, one of the classes I was watching as we were doing in our water class, they talked about drilling screws into a wood floor from underneath and taking samples like that, with the big caution, don't drill through the floor.
Yes.
Come up on the other side.
Absolutely.
We're a little too far there.
Yeah, and by the way, we've all done that where we got a little too far. So it's just be very, very careful.
So I would say, from what you've described here and the types of technology that's used, I guess the next level to go to would be moisture mapping, and how that's done, and how this equipment plays into moisture mapping an area, and different ways of doing it.
Right, and there are different ways of doing it, and that's where, once again, selection of equipment depends on what you're doing. Depends on the level of equipment that you need. One of the meters that we see here is a very economical meter. This is one of the things that we'll find at Home Depot for $30, $40, $60. And we're putting it next to another meter that's $500, $600. For certain things like moisture mapping, they could be excellent tools. That your meter does not have to cost $1,200 for it to be functional for your operation. One thing is very different when you're doing an assessment than when you're actually doing a drying job. They both require a moisture map, but the level of accuracy in that reading is not the same for each project. It's not the same. During an assessment, we're really looking that it's hitting that threshold, that it is wet. In drawing, we're going to want to measure every day the actual progress, and we want to be very exact with those numbers. And we want to have equipment that can read really fast readings in between each reading, so it can adjust quickly to its environment. So that's one of the things that is probably different from economic meters to others. Expensive meters tend to have electronics in there that react a lot quicker. So in moisture mapping, let me I guess I could use the same page here to talk a little bit about moisture map. I'll scroll down to the bottom, and then I'll get back to some of these little other tools if we get a chance to, that we use in moisture mapping. So I'm going to explain the way that I like to do moisture mapping. This is the most common way that I'll do moisture mapping. And what I'll do is I'll use a little bit of drawing. So forgive me, I'm not an artist, and I'll just try to explain to you graphically exactly the way that I would do it. So if I had, for example, this. So if I had a wall that kind of looked like this, and we'll call this wall right here wall A, wall B, and wall C, and I would actually label them. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll do this really quick so it won't take too much time. I'll do a top bottom view, so you can actually see it from the top, and you can see the three walls. And then for each one of these walls, what I'll end up doing is I'll draw a separate wall. So this would be wall A, wall B, move the filter base. Okay. Let's make it look like this.
For those of you watching, I think he is having fun doing this.
I am having fun doing this. I love doing this kind of stuff. So this would be the areas that, for example, we would, in wall A, I'm a wall B, and if this continued all the way to wall C, I would do it, but I'm just doing it so we don't spend too much time drawing here. And the other thing that I would do to make it a little bit easier for everybody that comes down the road is I would do something like this. I would actually have a piece of blue tape across that wall. And about every 16 inches, I would put a vertical line. And so that would be, the first section would be A1, A2, A3 across that blue tape on that wall. So, and I hope I'm explaining myself correctly. If for some reason I lose you, please let me know. And below each one of those sections, every 16 to 20 inches, I would take a moisture measurement as to exactly moisture content on that wall, or the reading, depending what type of meter I'm using, and the height that it went to, and I would document it around that blue tape. So on A1, I would put day 1. It would be the moisture content and the actual reading, and I would do the same thing on day 2. And what this does, it actually shows the sketch of the property. So if I had a whole property that was wet, I would probably, it wouldn't be these 3 lines, it would be the actual sketch of the whole property. And for each wall would have a front facing picture, which shows me exactly how it was wet as I found it and as I measured it. And you could write right here and take pictures as well. And on my sketchbook, I would actually write on the picture what the moisture content was at that time. So that's one of the ways that I would do a moisture mapping. You can simplify this. You don't have to go as in depth as I go sometimes. And sometimes I keep it very simple. One of the things that you can do is, depending on your application, as an assessor, you can actually use the blue tape to go ahead and outline your moisture map area. And I do this quite a bit, for example, on ceilings. When I have a patch of a ceiling that is wet, I will go ahead and outline it, and I will lay and sometimes I'll mark it right on the blue tape exactly what what I saw. And what that does is, for anybody that comes after me, whether it's a mediator, it's an adjuster, it's anybody, they can really quickly see the areas that I found to be wet. So I'll actually moisture map it with my tape, document it with pictures. If I'm able to, I'll do what you see here, which is a graph or a sketch of exactly the area from 2 different angles. And the whole concept, everything that I do regarding this, and the reason I take a little bit extra time is, I always ask myself is, if I was in court in front of a judge and the judge had nothing to do with the restoration industry, how can I easily explain to him or show him exactly what was going on here? And that's always the basis that I take on my approach of either writing a report or doing a sketch or trying to explain something, because the reality is that we're not always going to be talking to people who completely understand restoration, who completely understand mold assessment, indoor air quality, any of these issues. And so it all ties together, from understanding how your equipment works, selecting that equipment, using it properly, being able to explain it, and then documenting the results into something like a moisture map. It all comes from basic thing is, we need to understand why we do the things that we do and how our equipment works. Very simple things.
Looking at what you're doing here, I mean, to me, it makes a lot of sense, and hopefully everybody that's watching understands this too, but it also looks like a very labor-intensive process. I know there's other devices out there. I mean, I've used thermal imaging and stuff like that work hand in hand with moisture meters. So how would you draw the differences or comparisons to using that additional device in conjunction to a moisture meter?
Okay, that's a great question. Well, one of those devices, I actually have a picture of it right here, which is this hydro sensor. Then this is what this is. It's not a moisture meter, it's a moisture sensor. So right over here in the tip, you'll actually get two little spikes, and once you put it into a something that is wet, it's going to beep. So it's going to let you know, hey, this is wet. Obviously, once I find something wet, I'm going to confirm it with a moisture meter. But this is a really easy way to be able to do a moisture map, for example, on a large area that has carpet and all the carpet is wet. So you don't have to bend over. This is the original intention of this product, was to be able to do that, to be able to walk around and be able to then do your moisture map on carpet. But it has great other options. For example, when we find cabinets, and the toe kick is removed on that cabinet, how do we reach all the way in the back behind that cabinet to see if that drywall or whatever material is back there is dry? And my hand, I can tell you right now, my hand won't fit. So this tool allows me to just go right under there, reach all the way to the back, and do moisture testing across the back wall and see if any of those areas appear to be wet. Also, they're great for HVAC closets and little spaces in between the air handler and the drywall. Normally, you have 3 to 4 inches, and once again, I can't reach, but many times I find the moisture with this tool allows me to reach high places as well, ceilings and anything like that, without really having to get up on a ladder. Or if it's a high ceiling, I don't have to get up on a really high ladder, because I have a little bit of more reach due to this tool. So it's a wonderful tool that I think everybody should use. Saves my back, and it saves me a lot of time. I use it quite often. The other one that you mentioned is thermal imaging. So thermal imaging is a wonderful tool, probably one of the best tools that we have for efficiency in our industry and for breaking the ice with the customer. But once again, for you to be able to use it properly, you need to really understand how it works. So one of the first things I always say is get certified, understand what it does and what it doesn't do, and always question what it's showing you. So a thermal imaging camera, we all know, can give us false positives, and any dark area is going to be dark because it's cold, not necessarily because it's wet. It's definitely going to be colder than its surrounding areas, okay, but it does not mean that it's wet. But you can also get false negatives, and that's one of my biggest concerns all the time with infrared imaging, you can get false negatives because for you to be able to see anything on that camera, there needs to be temperature differentials within the material that you're observing through the lens, and that's not always the case. For that material to be able to show a differential, wherever it's wet, that liquid needs to be evaporating. That's actually how thermal cameras capture that something is colder because it's wet, is because when you have a surface and that surface is wet, I'm going to pretend I have a wall here. As those water molecules evaporate, they're taking energy with them into the air. That means they're leaving the surface of the material cooler because energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transferred. And that water molecule, as it leaves the surface and it goes floating into the air, means that all that energy is up here. You have less energy here. And less energy means less heat, less temperature. So that's what the infrared camera is capturing. But if that's not happening because environmental conditions, because you have some sort of material or paint that does not allow that wall to evaporate, it's not going to show you anything. And that whole entire wall might be soaked. It's happened to everybody. It's happened to me, where I've said, well, this is dry. And I said, well, let me go check, with my other meters anyway. And sure enough, and then you learn, I always have to check with moisture meters. I cannot trust the infrared camera by itself. I rarely trust any single piece of equipment by itself. I always want it back up to give me confirmation and saying, hey, yeah, what you're seeing is truly what you think it is.
Well, part of every certification course I've ever taken or seen for thermal imaging always goes back to document it with another device, usually a moisture meter. And that's your confirmation. You're not seeing moisture, you're seeing an anomaly or an exception to what's normal. And the other electronic device is what confirms what you're seeing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, having said that, if the area that you're scanning with your thermal imaging camera does show up on your thermal imaging camera, it is a great way to moisture map, right? Because now you can see the entire wall. You can document it with pictures. It's showing you the area that's wet. You can do you can do follow-up moisture meter readings that you can document, which I also, by the way, not only do I document it with my regular camera, I document it with my infrared camera, because I like to show that meter was exactly where the dark area was. So there's no question or doubt as to exactly where we took that measurement. And so it is a wonderful, wonderful tool. I don't leave home without it. Absolutely.
Some of the newer equipment now, thermal imaging, even the lesser expensive ones, do image over image photography, which is they're showing you an infrared image with the regular digital image over on top of it. So you get to see the outline or the structure of what you're looking at, plus the thermal patterns on the wall. So it really creates a very good description for anybody looking at as to what's going on in that environment, after you've obviously also documented it with moisture meter.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, nowadays, to me, it's the only way to go. Dual camera, so you're taking a regular picture and an infrared picture right next to it. So when your report comes out, that's exactly what you see. You see the regular picture, and right next to you see the infrared. It makes it a lot easier, once again, to explain to somebody that doesn't know anything about infrared cameras. So I'd rather spend a little bit extra on better resolution and be able to have that dual camera. And nowadays, like I said, even some of the economic cameras are coming up with or do have that function, and it's a function that to me it's absolute must.
So we've gone from the basic moisture meter to the advanced moisture meter to the hydro sensor to the thermal imaging cameras. For somebody new starting out in the business, a piece of equipment to start with. You don't go out and spend $50,000 on a thermal imaging camera. Right. Where do you start? Especially when you want to start dealing with moisture in your assessment or your remediation projects.
That's a wonderful question. On an assessment project, you have so much more flexibility per se on equipment. Because you're looking for different things that necessarily you would be on a drying project. You're still looking and want to make sure that stuff is wet or dry. You want to do a comparison. So you do have a wide range when it comes to non-penetrating and penetrating. So you can start with a less economical meter. The key, once again, is find out how it functions and read the reviews and watch the videos online for that manufacturer. And you should do that for a number of meters within your price range to find the one that is highly recommended and that actually does the job that you're looking to do. Some other ones it's a different story. For example, if you see on your screen right now, this is a hygrometer. So you have non-penetrating meters, you have penetrating meters, you have moisture sensors. Now another way to measure moisture is moisture in the air, which is where we'd use a hygrometer. And on hygrometers, once again, an assessment, it could be, a little bit more flexible, because what you're looking for is a couple of readings during your assessment project, and a lot of hygrometers out there will do that. If you're in a drying project, for example, there's very few hygrometers that can stack up to the requirements of a drying project. This is, for example, one that would. This is a one that I like quite a bit. It says Phoenix, but I believe now the manufacturer is Vaisala. And what the differences are, for example, this hygrometer I can put in front of a dehumidifier, which has extreme temperature and moisture readings and low moisture readings, and pull it away and get very accurate readings right away in another location. Other hygrometers, less expensive hygrometers, you're going to have to wait a number of minutes to be able to get an accurate reading per location. So the hygrometers tend to be one of those things that the better you get, the better it's going to be for you for efficiency, because you don't have to wait all that time for the sensor to be able to adjust. Better sensors also tend to last longer before they become calibrated. So those are things. The newer hygrometers that are high end, you can also change the sensors. You can buy just a new sensor and put it in. So depending on the piece of equipment that we're talking about is dependent more on my guidance. So as to penetrating and non-penetrating meters for assessment and an infrared camera, I might say, listen, here's some baseline products that I think were great. I highly recommend. For example, FLIR makes I think it's the MR40, which is a penetrating moisture meter. It's a pen. It looks like a pen. It has a little flashlight on the other side. And I think it's $60, $70, $80. It's really inexpensive. And I think it's a wonderful moisture meter for assessments. Wonderful moisture meter, especially because it is so light that I can stick it pretty much anywhere, on a wall, on a ceiling, and it will stick and keep my reading, which means that I can document the picture with pictures a lot easier. I don't have to have my hand up, especially if I'm on a ladder or anything like that. It becomes dangerous. I don't have to hold it sticking to the wall and taking the picture. I can just stick it to the ceiling or to the wall, take a step back, take a picture up close, take a picture from far away, and it does a wonderful job. With a hygrometer, I would say definitely do your homework, get a little higher end, make your life a lot easier. And on a thermal imaging camera, one of the economic ones now is the C4 or C5 from FLIR. Those do a wonderful job. They do have their limitations. One of the things that I don't like about it is that the battery is not external; it's an internal battery. So once that battery starts degrading, basically your infrared camera starts degrading, because keeping it charged does become a headache. You have to have it connected all the time, but that happens over time. That doesn't happen immediately. The higher end cameras, like for example the E series, the E6, E8, I really like those cameras. They have batteries you can swap in and out, so it's a lot easier to always have a piece of equipment that's functioning. You can have multiple batteries. They do have the drawback of a higher cost. You're probably looking $2,000-$3,000 for those cameras versus $500-$600 for a C5 at this time.
Very cool. Well, we have a few minutes left. I don't even know where to start to say. Would you want to sum up what we've talked about, other than come take the CMA CMR class, or one of the advanced classes? But how would you sum up tonight, at least for the folks watching?
Actually, I have a pretty easy way to sum this up. Okay, which is what we talk exactly in our classes. Is when you make a decision to move forward into an application, to say assessment or drying, if that's what you do, know what your application is, know what you need, and then go study the equipment that's out there and choose your equipment based on that need, not on pricing. Okay, not on Bobby told me this is a really good piece of equipment. They have it on sale at John Don or Answer or wherever it is. Just do your homework. Read the manuals, understand what it is that you're doing, understand how your equipment works, and most importantly, understand why you're doing it. What's the purpose of you using each piece of equipment? So then you can properly document that purpose and properly express that purpose through your documentation to somebody that has absolutely no clue what it is that our industry is about. That is if you take the whole entire idea, that is the basic idea of what we do. Take really complicated things and make it less complicated, make them simple, so somebody that doesn't know what we're talking about can learn it in a quick and efficient manner. And the way to do that is you need to understand every step of the way, and most importantly, understand how to properly use your equipment.
Well, thank you, Mo. Actually, I'll ask you to stop sharing your screen for a moment so people can see who you really are.
Absolutely. Go ahead and do that.
All right, there he is. Well, I want to thank you for your time. I think we're going to have to do this again and maybe pick another type of equipment, maybe air pumps or Matterport or some other equipment that I know that you use and you're familiar with, and do some more segments on this.
Absolutely. Sounds good.
So thank you for your time, and we look forward to possibly another segment in the near future.
Hey, thank you for having me. Have a wonderful night.
You too. So let's get right into it. I know when we spoke earlier that we talked about the health departments, but it all follows wet buildings. And I know that's something that you're very familiar with. So why don't we start there about the wet building situation and why these health departments are finally taking notice?
Yeah, thanks for having me. Well, for those that have been certified by NORMI, one of the things that's fundamental to mold growth and amplification and all others within the microbial realm and interactivity, it all starts with damp to wet buildings. We know by now, or we should know by now, that there are thousands of global academia peer-reviewed published studies that show what happens in an indoor environment that has become damp or wet due to some unplanned water intrusion. Those global academic studies are numerous and abundant on mold spores, mycotoxins, beta-glucans, gram-positive and gram-negative bacteria, right? It hasn't necessarily disseminated down across the large canvas of those of us in this industry, but because it is a health issue, and it's known to be a health issue, so you have global academic science that says this is what grows in a building, and you have all these MDs and homeopathic medical experts that say these are the conditions of the people that are coming in because they were exposed in a damp to wet building. Now, if we look at the data, and I want to preempt this a little bit, we by now know that globally, 25% of the population of planet Earth, 25% of us human beings have a genetic predisposition. We have an HLA-DR-DQ gene that doesn't function properly, therefore it does not produce the antigens to fight off these things that we breathe. Then you've got another 15% of the population who has an immunological sensitivity. So if you put the two together, that's 40% of the population. That's 4 out of 10 people. And here's the challenge that we have. And I'm getting to why some of these state departments of health are acting as they have begun to act. Well, 4 out of 10 people are at risk. 4 out of 10 people, and we can drill into some of this data, right? To these experts like Dr. Neil Nathan, Dr. Shoemaker. These are people that are living with symptoms and they don't know the cause of it. And it's damp to wet buildings and mold exposure and the subsequent allergens and toxic aspects of the fungal and bacterial amplification. 4 to 10, and they don't know it. Think about that. They don't know it. On a recent podcast, Dr. Jordan Peterson was actually interviewing Dr. Shoemaker. And he said, you know what, is this bigger than asbestos in and of its own right? Is this an epidemic of pandemic proportions in its own right? And the conclusion of the panelists, Dr. Shoemaker, and there was one other doctor whose name escapes me. Yeah. And here's the challenge. We go in as remediators in this profession. We're dealing with clientele who don't know why they don't feel well, right? We know that 4 out of 10, and simply we should start making a deduction that that's somebody who's sensitized or has a genetic predisposition and doesn't know it on every job, because we don't know. So what happens then is you're starting to get this trickle effect where there's enough information out there. It would be a billboard type of explosion of information if the data produced in articles such as Industrial Health or Industrial Microbiology or Toxins, these are various publications. If that data was put in Better Homes and Garden, Time Magazine, Sports Illustrated, the general public would all of a sudden, maybe millions of people would have aha moments. So what I'm talking about right now, just the data of that 4 and 10, that's about $125 million, 125 million people in the United States alone. That's a third of the population of our country who is walking around not feeling well, in some cases severe illness, and it's because they were exposed to these microbial amplifications due to damp and wet conditions in a building. Yeah.
Excuse me one second. I mean, just to be fair to the industry, just up until recently, and it's still very common with a lot of the medical professionals, they will treat their patients with medications and other types of treatments and remedial changes to their life, and then send them back to the environment that's causing their problems.
Yeah.
I've talked with a lot of environmental doctors and a lot of doctors that don't deal with environmental medicine. And there is such a wide gap in the thinking process. I recently talked to an orthopedic surgeon about environmental medicine. He says that really has nothing to do with our practice. I said, are you sure? He goes, oh, absolutely. We don't deal with, their allergies and their sensitivities. I said, no, but in your situation, when you put somebody in a cast and give them crutches and send them back to the home environment and they're a hoarder and you don't know, they can't maneuver. Yeah. Their environment is creating a health issue for them. And he goes, never looked at it that way. So there is an awareness that's slowly starting to creep in, but there's a big gap.
Yeah, the gap, Normie has an opportunity to build a bridge that goes across the Grand Canyon through awareness and through our knowledge and through our subject matter expert positioning. And that's what we need to do. This is a big deal. We've got, like I said, a third of the population of the United States. And when you start drilling into these studies, and that's part of my background. I used to look at a bunch of research to be able to talk to a cardiothoracic surgeon or talk to a rheumatologist or talk to XYZ pulmonologist about, whoever I was working for at the time in the industry. And so it's not there yet, but we do have, and this brings me back to the topic at hand, certain states are starting to take position statements, albeit as rudimentary as humanly possible. And in the state of California, this is 20 years now in the making. And finally, they've been talking about damp to wet buildings are unhealthy. So as of January 1, 2022, it became law in the state of California that any property manager that was going to lease an apartment or a home to a prospective tenant, they had to provide them with the California Department of Health mold booklet in advance of consummating that contract. And that mold health booklet talks about damp to wet buildings and that they are unhealthy. And then there's other areas in there that if you do encounter wet conditions, you start to see mold, what do? It's kind of here's a recipe. If you fall into a situation, you contact your landlord, they've got to fix it. But a damp or wet building, in this mold booklet, they state it is a unsuitable living dwelling, right? So something has to be done about it. So generally speaking, global academia says it's a health problem. This is what happens. Thousands of published studies now. This is associated with. This is what people are presenting. This is what we're diagnosing them as. The general public, we got 125 million people that don't know this stuff. How do we solve that problem, right? And so the other thing is, and I used to be somewhat reserved about it. I'm not reserved about it anymore. Here's the fact. How many of these papers do you want to see? How many of these studies by doctors do you want to see that say, this is the health issue caused by the things growing in a damp to wet building? This is why you're sick. I take arrows for it, that they're just trying to do that. That's not true. That's not true. So, to the credit of those in the health industry, yesterday, I went to a treatment facility that had some water damage, and I started talking about these things. And one of the doctors said, "This is fascinating to me. I've never heard this before. Where can you send me some of these studies? I want to become knowledgeable on this." And I said, "Sure. How many would you like to see?" He said, "Well, pick the 3 or 4 that you like to cite the most." I said, "Done, will do." Sent them, and I'll be looking forward to a follow-up conversation. So not only do we have the opportunity to heal an environment, we can also be disciples, so to speak, in sharing knowledge and providing information for people who can help make a difference. And so it's critically important. But I think, in fairness to the industry, by and large, we do a pretty good job of drying out buildings, but we're not dealing with comprehensively the subsequent microbial contamination in the entire environment, right? And we have a third of the population who don't know it. And if we assumed that they are sick and don't even know it, we can do a better job of reversing microbial contamination in the whole environment. But we are starting to get like in California, it's kind of funny, right? I can't go buy after January of this year. I can't buy a gas-powered leaf blower anymore because it's going to adversely affect the air quality. But we're not making there just isn't this more a definitive stance on this is a health issue, period. And then therefore, how do we go about solving these issues?
Hey, Skip, I think the expression is sometimes we get in our own way, with some of these issues. And it's not us, but the example I want to give here is when we teach classes in different states, we will often invite some government officials and the health departments to attend our class. We just want them to sit in, information only, come join us, meet the people that are doing the work, especially in the licensed states.
Yep.
Now, we are approved to teach for the licensing law in numerous states around the country.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I numerous times have made contact to different county health departments and agencies in this state that we are approved to teach for people to get licensed to do this work. And I invited them, and their answer was, we can't go to any training unless the state health agency approves it. And they're not aware of it. They're not the ones on the ground doing the work, dealing with the people and the contractors, yet they can't come to our training or get information until the state level says, yes, you can do that. Even though the state level says we can teach contractors to do the work. So that's why I asked at the start of this about if you know somebody at the state level, a health agency or a contact information for it, send it to us. We really need to reach out and try to help this industry.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things that, for those of us that are in this industry, we care. It's a business. It's how we make our living. But in making our living, and generating our revenue is directly proportional to the amount of people that we help, right? And a lot of the folks that have contacted us, they are sensitized and or they know this, they have a sensitization. I'm working on two residences in Los Angeles, both confirmed Sears patients. And the nice thing about it is the doctors are advising these folks that this is environmental, and you can't clean stuff on your own. You have to have the highest level of expertise dealing with this, because it is an environmentally sourced contamination that has affected your health. You drew the short straw. You've got a gene or your immune system, right? And you're not going to get better unless the environment can support wellness and your pathway, right, to detoxification. Otherwise, you are constantly exposed to the source contaminants and you're not going to get better. To me, it's what an opportunity we at Normie have across this large canvas, across the country and globally, to have the type of expertise that nobody else has. That's our sequence. That's the Normie sanitization protocol. That's the looking at the building holistically, identifying the building science and then building performance enhancements that we bring to the table. I've not seen, I've seen bits and pieces of it in other certification entities, but not the total indoor environment, because this is an indoor air quality problem. And the reason why it's an indoor air quality problem, we can't just be looking at what the containment zone is established. It's the whole environment. I mean, I could talk about days about the migration of these contaminants throughout the whole environment. I mean, here's one for everybody out here. What do we got? 22 people out there? And to the group that's in here today, how many times does somebody identify a water leak within 10 to 15 minutes of it first happening in a house? No one. These water leaks occur for days to weeks to months or years. I just did a house, a couple towns over, 2 years. They had a water leak in the inner wall cavity from a total house renovation. They hooked up an ice maker, put it into the main drain, but they didn't put the drain cap on in the plumbing. And for 2 years, every time that ice maker drained water, it leaked water into the inner wall cavity. So, it's frustrating. Nobody likes to deal with the fact that they've got a water damaged building, but it is a health issue. And we got to we should be earnestly assessing, are we looking at this as it's just water damage that we have to dry out? Or are we, to some extent, like a building physician assistant that now has to heal that building and completely reverse the microbial contamination and establish a new baseline? Then it's up to the occupants or the owner of the building to maintain that. And we also have an answer to that challenge at Normie, right? So this is a big deal. I mean, I'm very passionate about this. I'm sure everybody is taking that right now, but we're talking, the numbers don't lie. The data is there. 100+ million people, that's a third of our population in this country, right, are living in buildings. The EPA, 85% of the buildings are contaminated. 50% have existing water damage at the time they assess it. Hello? And if we know water damage is a health issue, and the health researchers, the doctors that are publishing these studies are saying these are the diseases and illnesses associated with people living in a water damage. We know it. It's done. It's no longer water abatement. It's decontamination of microbial. We have to reverse the microbial contamination at that point.
I think part of the problem that you run into is we're dealing with, very often, a mechanical system failure, which then leads to a biological situation or problem. And you're talking two completely different industries that don't normally interact with each other. I install an air conditioning system in a conduit to drain out condensation What's that have to do with somebody's health? Well, nothing until it malfunctions. And again, it takes time, and usually it's not seen because these things are in areas of the buildings that most people don't go to or inspect.
Yeah, right. And let's not overlook relative humidity. My business is in Santa Barbara, California. Our relative humidity year round is perpetually over 70%. But here's the challenge, right? I don't question hearts. I don't question ethics. We did an inspection of a house and said, you got a relative humidity issue here, and improper grading over the last 2 years allowed this building to absorb a tremendous amount of water called the stack effect and rising damp. The building isn't properly graded. And then they call in somebody else who says, an inspector for a second opinion. That person has zero mold assessing or mold certification. None. Building inspector. Nope, nothing, right? Okay. They say, well, the relative humidity inside, 80%, you're not opening up your windows. Okay. I'm Polish, but even I can figure this one out. If the relative humidity outside is 72% and the relative humidity inside is 81%, when you open up the windows, you're going to end up with 72%. You still have a relative humidity issue. The building doesn't have an HVAC system. It doesn't have a mini split. It doesn't have any means of reducing or controlling the relative humidity inside. And the data suggests, all the studies that I have read, that if you have high relative humidity over a long period of time, when you do swabbing of the surfaces, right, you've got mold growth on that simply due to the moisture content in the air that is now being absorbed by the drywall or the wood, the casing around the doors and the windows and all that stuff. Well, to whatever percent you have in mold contamination on that wall that's growing, it's also in the air. Just relative humidity. So what an opportunity there is for people to just spend a little bit of time going to Normie, getting certified so that they know this stuff, and now you can do a much better job healing environments. And if we got 125 million people that need this help. This is a big campaign, the mold awareness, whatever it takes. And if we can go to the health departments of the various states that are already taking the lead going, yeah, we know that this is a health issue. Now we can show them that here's how we can better educate the public. Here's how we can better educate professionals, etc. The other thing that California did is in their question and answer page for tenants that are having issues, I've got a mold issue. My landlord isn't doing this. What do I do? First thing that one of the points that the California Department of Health makes is, well, there are no laws in the state of California for mold assessing or mold remediation. However, there are national entities, training entities, certification bodies who might be able to help. And the first one they list is Normie. Now, I assume Normie never had contact with the state, so the state is finding the fact that Normie is a very reputable entity, and they're placing it on their website. Might they want to collaborate and learn, a little bit more about who Normie is and what they do? And that would be a very, very good thing. It's phenomenal. Again, I lead with in my life that people want to do the right thing. And if they know Normie has this very elevated position in their certification, they're going to be better equipped to deal with these various scenarios of buildings and be a conduit of knowledge, right? Conduit of knowledge. That's what I am. I pass on what somebody does with it. Okay, I can't control that. But I'm telling them the truth, and I've got proof sources that I provide routinely. This isn't Skip saying this. I'm not making this stuff up. Here you go. I've got it on my website in part of our library. Take a look, take a gander. Tell me where I'm wrong on this stuff. But here's a study from, all over the world. Here's another one here in this country. Here's another one here. Here's another one there. There's thousands of them. We got to start using this stuff.
Skip, there's different parts of the country have unique issues. Down south, there's a lot of buildings that don't have basements or crawl spaces. the ground's too soft, it's too wet, it's too close to the coastline. And I get that. So you're building different there than you are building in the northern part of the country that's rockier, and basements and crawl spaces are very common. But they have different issues up north than they do down south. An example that I came across, and I talk about it in a lot of the classes, we have subgrade rooms and access to buildings.
Yeah.
Up in the north, in the northeast where I'm from. And sometimes you have to go down a flight of stairs outside the building to get to a landing to then go into the building, and that's all subgrade. Well, I ask, what happens when it rains hard? Oh, we're okay. We have a drain down there. Well, that drain has to go someplace and it has to be maintained. But let's go beyond the maintaining. Up here in the Northeast, we have a thing called the fall. And there are so many leaves that come down in a short period of time that lay over these drains. They actually clog the street drains. That's how bad it gets. The townships have to go out and clear the drainage in the roadways. So these stairwells get clogged over, they get a heavy rain, and they have water literally pouring into their building. Maybe in an area that's not usually used, so it's not seen for a week or two or so. And again, that just perpetuates the problem of a mechanical system causing health issues as it fails.
Yeah, I grew up in New Hampshire. This is familiar, very familiar to me, right? Everybody has basements back there,
Yeah.
right? And so out here, different scenario. There's a common denominator there. Out here in California, nobody, it's not uncommon to find houses that don't have air conditioning and don't have an HVAC system because annual temperatures out here, especially along the coast, is a very Mediterranean climate, right? So year-round temperatures, 65, 68, 70 degrees. Life is great. I've got doors and windows open all the time. They never put French drains in out here. They build crawl spaces. And then 2 years ago, we had, 30, 40 inches of rain per year over 2 years. That's 60 to 80 inches of rain. Every crawl space got flooded. Every foundation got saturated. Landscapers putting, all their plantings right up against the building, letting vines grow on the building. Your final soil levels, whether it be mulch or plant soil, goes above the slab level, covers the stucco. What do you get? Rising damp. What do you have? Subterranean water. What do you have? Inner wall cavity saturation. I mean,
Hey, don't forget insects.
yeah, and
Giving them a
insects.
pathway.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's building engineering. Nobody wanted to do it intentionally. These are oversights, but things have to be corrected or else you don't solve the problem. And all the while, the more water intrusion, the longer things stay damp or wet, the sicker people get. And when you talk to somebody who has one of these mold-related illnesses, it's tragic. It's tragic. They are so wiped out. It's tragic. It is a major, major, major deal. It's a very, very real scenario. They're on a path. We tell them, look, we're going to walk alongside you. We're going to solve this problem. It's terrible.
That's one of the things we talk about during our advanced assessment classes, CAIA, and also our basic CMA, CMR classes, where we talk about the assessment process deals with a survey around the outside of the property. That will then give you an idea of where to look inside to see if there's a problem. If you have ground level above the foundation, where it's actually touching the stucco or the siding, you have a very high potential for moisture intrusion and other problems too. But it gives you an idea to look on the inside of the building to check for that. And that's all part of learning how to do this inspection process and assessment with a new set of eyes.
Yeah. Yeah, look, we have a huge opportunity. I would like to see us begin to take a position that it is absolutely a health issue. It's not a water damage building component issue. This is a health issue. If the California Department of Health says damp to water damage buildings are unhealthy, I'm saying damp to water buildings are unhealthy, and I can prove it, right? So, and that's what it is. It's a major health issue.
Well, with that being said, again, we're going to take this and play this across our TV and radio platforms. So hopefully we will get some feedback from people out there. We have a lot of people that are watching and listening to these shows. For the Normie members here in the room, again, any help you can give us, getting us in contact with the people that could possibly help make a difference. That's what we want to know. You're familiar with your areas. Let us know who we can reach out to. And for anybody from the public side, from public health, health agencies that may see this, please reach out to us. We want to be your resource for you. If there's anything we can do, let us know and we will try to help. We've worked with several of the states as stakeholders during their development of the licensing laws. So we've been involved in doing this for a while and we know what it's like. We work with DC, we work with Florida, New York, and Louisiana, can't forget them. So please feel free to reach out to us.
Yeah, hey Lance, can I make a comment here? I just saw a
Sure.
question pop up. Does the cost of an inspection and this and that and everything else covered by insurance? I just want to say that 99.99999% of the jobs that we do are not insurance jobs. Because out here in California, if it's not a catastrophic pipe burst and or it's gone longer than 7 days, they don't cover it.
Yeah, the rule of thumb is usually water from above is often covered. Anything from below, flood type, usually isn't, or mechanical failure, sump pump failure, broken pipe, things like that. But again, if you're treating it as a mold loss, you're very limited. They cap that at usually $5,000 to $10,000.
Yep.
If it's a water loss, it could be even up to the value of the property, depending on the type of insurance you have. So you have to understand your policies. You have to understand the state that you're in and what they're going to allow. There's also an unfortunate situation that happens with hurricanes and massive flood conditions. A lot of times, and we've seen this with Katrina and a few other storms, that the insurance lobbyists have gone to the government entities and say, we can't pay these claims to the full amounts. We need it capped, and they cap it. And it may not cover even the replacement of the home. So you need to be aware of a lot of these things. And again, it's public education and trying to get the information out to the government entities that need to know this stuff.
Can I ask of you, is it appropriate, Lance, for me to just ask those that are in attendance tonight, kind of like a show of hands type of thing? How many people talk about water damage building, damper water damage building is a health issue?
Sure. If you're listening in the room, if you just hit the hold your hand up and we'll see there how many people do that. Yep, I see quite a bit. Yeah, we're at more than half already.
Let me follow
Yeah,
that
I
up. Let me follow that up with what could Normie do for those who didn't raise their hand or even those who did raise their hand? What could Normie do to better equip you or more comprehensively equip you with information that makes you very, very comfortable and confident to be able to talk about this without hesitation? That damper wet buildings are health issues? Is that studies? Is it what kind of information do you need to be able to present that? I'd be curious to know that.
If you would, just type it into the chat area and we'll see it scrolling through and then we'll read some of it out as they come across.
The reason I do that is I don't think we have to reinvent the wheel here. For example, if the state of California says damp to wet buildings are unhealthy, they just did most of our work for us. Now, what we can do is come in and show them why and how to solve it. So this is a medical issue, right? It is. It's a health issue. It's no different than breathing asbestos. It's no different than a pandemic, breathing in SARS-CoV-2. This is a health issue. It's not a water damage building issue. This is a health issue. The cause is the water damage, but it is a health issue. And so that's my passion. I want to bring that to the forefront and want to help my fellow Normie members out there to be better prepared to confidently discuss, even if it's rudimentary and simple, that here's a proof source, here's another proof source, here's another proof source, here's another proof source. It's conclusive. right? So that not that we want to be alarmists, not that we want to drive up anxiety for any occupant or building owner, but rather let them know that this has to be taken care of quite effectively. And I will also add that we are in the best position to be the source of comprehensive decontamination and solving this problem. Most of the other certifying bodies are not a high-level mold certification. I'll leave it at that.
There's a comment in the room that from one of our members here, states must recognize that indoor air quality is a critical health issue and a major trigger for respiratory conditions and other illnesses. Addressing it is essential to protect the public health, reduce healthcare costs, and improve overall quality of life. Prioritizing this issue is long overdue. I agree completely. We have some other comments in here about things that they were asking for: studies, articles, professional journals. We've started putting articles together and we're putting them out in our blogs. I want to, again, after the first of the year, be hitting the blogs on the normie.org site. I've already started adding some to the normieproacademy.com site, blog articles. So that's there. And this is the type of information and feedback from you, our members in the public, that we're looking for, so we're able to help address your concerns, which hopefully is helping others. Let's see. I think you mentioned the Jordan Peterson interview earlier. Mm-hmm. Is there a link that you have to that interview?
Yep, I can do that. And one of the sidebar conversations that you and I have had, Lance, is one of the things that motivates me to help with everybody else is I have a half a dozen or 10 studies that I constantly refer to. I would love in one of these CE credits, should the powers that be find it to be useful, to go through some of these studies and make them available where you can find these things. I mean, these are public domain articles, right? But if I can go through it and help you make sense of it, and you can use it in your daily activities in helping other people, I would love to be able to do that. But yeah, we can do all of this stuff that you're talking about.
Okay, and I think that's something that we will do. I think there's a definite interest here. We saw people raising their hands. They do talk about this stuff. Brian, you have your hand up. Did you have a question? I'm going to turn your mic on for a moment. Just unmute yourself and you should be live. Give Brian a second. I'm not sure if he hit that by accident or if he actually wanted to speak. I got another one in here. People usually come to me with health issues saying it is mold. I look for water and leaks, mold, and test to be sure it is mold. And Normie has trained well on a house walk around, basement, bathroom, under sinks, etc., being aware of musty odors. Absolutely. And it goes on and on how important clean air is, or cleaner air. So we're all on the same page here, Skip. We really are. Brian, I guess you didn't have a comment there. If you change your mind, let us know. We're getting a bunch of comments in here. Okay, yeah, it was an accident. No problem. Okay, does anybody else have any questions? Well, we can open this up as more of a Q&A right now. We have a little bit of time left. Any questions for Skip or myself? Anything that we could expand on that we've just talked about? And the cost of testing and inspection, purchase equipment, etc., covered by insurance companies because people can't afford to pay these costs. You know, there's an issue with the statement that people can't afford to pay these costs. We're in a position where we have to do what's right. And often for us to help the customer, we should not be the ones deciding what they can afford. We need to tell them what they need to do. It's up to them to decide whether they can afford it or not. You know, and if somebody says, well, I can't afford that, you know, and they have a lot of health issues, their kids are sick, they may decide that, you know what, I don't need that 80-inch TV right now, but we do need to get our indoor air quality or this mold issue corrected. Let's do it. Let's go forward. It's not our decision to decide what they can afford or not. We need to offer them the right way to do it. It's then up to them to decide if that's the path they want to go. And if they decide not to, that's okay too. That's on them. Yes, Dan, go ahead. I see your hand was up. Just unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. I think you touched on this earlier about someone going home from a hospital with a broken leg and in their hoarder situation. But people go home from hospitals all the time, either with a wheelchair or a walker, and they'll send the best people in the industry out there to build a ramp and to widen doorways and to lower cabinets and to do all kinds of other stuff like that, which totally makes sense. Perfect. So why couldn't it be the same in this industry? We're sending you home after, having breathing issues, things like that. We should make sure that we're sending you back into an environment where you can actually live and not be constantly under attack. So that's my 2 or 3 cents on that.
From my background, what I do with the emergency medical services, we see this all the time. People that were in the hospital are treated by doctors for some walking issue, or they're in a sling for their arm, and they do have trouble walking normally. And then you go to their house because they've fallen, and you see the trip hazards all over. And I'm using this because it's something that's very common. You can see it, you can touch it. When you're dealing with indoor air quality and mold problems, a lot of people don't understand it, they can't see it. But the concept is really the same. It's the living condition, it's the lifestyle that needs improvement. You can't just send people back to the place that's causing their problems or making it worse. I agree with you, Dan. Thanks for that.
Yeah, that was a good one, Dan. And here's the other thing. If a senior citizen falls, breaks a hip, yeah, they're going to be on a walker. Somebody needs a knee replacement, that's a problem. The difference is they feel the pain, they know what happened, right? I fell and broke my hip. My knee has worn out, right? The difference with what we're talking about is you can't see the mycotoxin, you can't see the gram-positive or gram-negative bacteria, and people have been living in this state of funk, I'll say it, including, here's a classic example. 20% of all Alzheimer's patients are classified as atypical Alzheimer's, according to Dr. Neil Nathan. And it's 100% attributed to being exposed to mold in damp to water damaged buildings. 20% of Alzheimer's, and it's treatable. They didn't know it, right? So this is where I saw some folks on here say we need a massive campaign, we need an awareness campaign. And it starts with all of us talking about this stuff individually in our own respective marketplaces. There's always been this, mold. 20-something years ago, there's the black mold. It was on every article, every newspaper, every magazine, but it kind of went away. The data now, it's irrefutable evidence of the volumes of people. One of my education lectures I did in the spring out in Ohio, I cited the lab testing data, a 10-year retrospective analysis, and I'm going to use the city of Cincinnati as a reference. 13% of the population of Cincinnati are confirmed mold sensitized people. This was in a study from 2000 to 2010, and the data was a LabCorp. And then or Quest Diagnostics rather, 13% of the population in Cincinnati confirmed mold sensitized. Now, when you do the data, you do the math, 13% worked out to be 48 or 52,000 people who can be helped by us, who don't know that help exists. It's a quandary. It's frustrating to all of us in this room. I know that. It's frustrating to Normie. How do we let people know that we can help them? We got a lot of opportunity to help change the world. But I can't think of it any other way. It sounds corny, but I see it every day out here with other companies that come in and do analysis, and we'll check our work and don't find the stuff that we find, but yet here we have documenting it, and they're not certified, and they're not talking about the same stuff. So, I'm not trying to sound like a Debbie Downer here, but awareness, technology, knowledge, and proof source. Not Skip or Lance or Tim talking about this. Here it is. And it's out there, and it's voluminous, and it's peer reviewed, and it's been reproduced all over the world. And we got to do it. And Normie is doing it. We got to do more of it.
Well, it starts here. It starts, if you want to say now. Everybody in this room is exposed to what we're talking about. Any help that you're able to provide us, information, it's great. We have John in the room here who's heading up our international side of this over in Asia. It's making a big impact over there too. And you're going to see a lot of changes coming in this industry going into next year. But right now, we can make a big difference. And every one of us here in this room or that's watching this broadcast can help. Call us, let us know, give us suggestions. We want to hear from you. And as far as what you had offered up about the trainings and doing some short classes on the stuff that you've gone over, I think you just created some work for yourself.
I'm happy to do it. I'm failure's not an option here, and there's no amount of time, there's no amount of dedication, there's no amount of anything that I know that I found. And I'm not the brightest, bulb in the ceiling, but but I look for, where do I have relevant information that helps me identify these issues? And so put me in, coach. I mean, for those that want to know, what can I refer? What can I reference? What does that mean? Time, date, place. What do you need? It's so important to me because it translates into doing a better job, creating a better outcome. And I use, I'm sure I may not be alone here, but I talk about the objective is to reverse the microbial contamination in the environment. Anywhere in the environment that you could take a breath, we need to reverse that microbial contamination, because something may have happened in the kitchen or in the bathroom, but it's everywhere.
Exactly. All right, Skip. I know you've been working all day and you just continued a longer day. A few of us had a break for an hour or two or three, but we appreciate you spending the time. And I think everybody knows you're going to be with us here for a while, and we're going to be doing a lot more of these type of presentations. So again, thank you for spending your time with us. For everybody else in the room and all your comments and participation, thank you all. We appreciate that. And please send us information at support@normie.org. This goes for anybody else watching this, not in the live session, but if you're watching a recording of this, we really want your assistance. We want to make this impact in this industry. We need to know who to talk to. And if there's something specific that you heard us say tonight, you want more information about, reach out to us. Let us know. All right. I want to remind everybody here in the room to register your CEU for tonight. It should pop up on the screen after you close out the main screen. If not, just go to normie.org and log in. If anybody is interested in watching the Dr. Oz interview, you can go right to normie.org. I believe it's on the front page there. You can get to the actual, not interview, but presentation that was done about the mold scams in New Jersey and how they refer to Normie as the good guys. And thank you all for being here. If we don't see you before the holidays, have a healthy, safe, and happy holiday season coming up. We got a bunch of holidays in there, including New Year's. And Tim, do you have the exact weeks that we will not be doing CE training? I just want to put that out there for tonight.
Yeah, I think it is actually the week of Christmas and New Year's, because it's going to fall on Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. So I don't think we will be doing them those nights. We can verify by next week, but I'm pretty sure that's the way it rolls.
Okay, and yeah, I just don't want people calling me again the day after Christmas. How come we didn't have training last night? It's Christmas.
Well, they'll call you on Christmas Day. So how about that?
Yeah, that's possible. That's possible. All right, everybody. Thank you again. We appreciate you all being here and spending time with us. Give me a moment to shut this down, and we'll be right back if there's any other questions. I want to welcome my guest speaker today, Marvelous Mark. And I'm going to leave it short just like that, because Marvelous Mark is really not just a name, it's a description. And I really think that's the easiest way to describe him. He is a best-selling author. He's a motivational speaker. He's a team builder. He energizes teams. He energizes companies and people. I've seen him at some large trade shows speaking, and it just takes the entire level of activity higher. As you can see, or you won't see until he comes on the screen momentarily, he's just sitting there with drumsticks ready to go. So Mark, come on and say hi.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and in case I don't see you, good night.
Well, thank you. And just a reminder that the way that we do this is when someone is talking, they're the actual entire screen.
Okay.
So just kind of
Yeah, I saw that on the program. So
just jumping back and forth with that. So I kind of gave you the buildup of what you do, but it doesn't really explain what you do. I don't know if you can kind of get into that, and then we'll go from there.
well, that's interesting that you say that, because that's been a challenge most of my career, because I've tried to run my business by one of the groups that I speak about, which of course is KISS. And the KISS question in my presentation is, what are you willing to do that others are not? Well, KISS was willing to put on makeup, spandex, and get a tongue implant. So the rumor has it. And they just wanted to kind of create a disruption and set themselves apart. So what happened was they wound up setting themselves so far apart that you couldn't help but remember them. And they actually were in a league of their own for many, many years before people started seeing that, hey, the clown makeup rock stars really were scaling their business. They weren't just music giants, they were business giants. So that's really, in a nutshell, what I try to teach businesses, whether they're entrepreneurs, small or large, is, what's your disruptor, what's your KISS, how you can set yourself apart. Hence the name Marvel Less, because less can give you more when you start scaling back of all the busyness in your business.
Well, it's interesting that you describe their business model that way, because we've talked in the past about a book that we recommended called Blue Ocean Strategies. And it's a heavy read. There's no question about it. It's very detailed, but it basically teaches companies how to set themselves apart. Don't fight the competition. Don't get caught in that race to zero pricing. Be out there, be the individual like you're talking about.
No, you're right. And I love that book. I've read it a couple times, and it's so true. And you can use that comparison to anything. And I think, a lot of times, when we were talking in business today, how we're sometimes too busy being busy, we don't have time to go for the deep sea fishing. So many businesses chase each other's clients, or we're all going after the same piece of business. We're all bidding and, sending out RFPs a lot of times, unless we have our, loyal client base. But when we're trying to generate new business, what's going to set yourself apart? Are you fishing in the shallow water, or are you going to go for that one big fish, that one big account that will be loyal to for you for the next 5 to 10 years?
Well, we have a very niche market with what we do, and we deal with everything under the umbrella of indoor air quality. And basically, it's all about the market being just people that breathe. So it kind of narrows it down to everybody. And that's kind of what our membership base is, which consists of sole proprietors, mom and pop type operations, up to very large corporations and franchises and licensees, companies, and things like that. So for you to talk to this group, I don't know if you could find a common ground that fits across all of that span, or do you need to address it separately?
No, what I want to talk about today is some heavy duty psychology on using the 80-20 principle, or the 80-20 rule, in your business, because I've found, whether I'm talking to people like myself that's been an entrepreneur since about 1985 and a small business owner, usually anywhere from 2 to 8 employees, to the people that I speak to that are large corporations that have thousands of employees and their sales teams or their business development teams. We really need to spend more time in that blue ocean where the big fish are on that 20%. And we have to strip back that 80% to find that 20%. And that's a couple of things that I want to share with today.
Well, why don't we get started? And I'll turn it over to you. I think you wanted to share your screen there for a moment or two.
Yeah, I will in just a second. The first thing, I just want to make sure that everybody is aware of the basic principle of the 80-20 rule, which is 80% of your results come from 20% of what you do. So many of us are working in that 80% area, which I'll show a little graph a little bit earlier on what that means. But what does it look like, and how do we get to a position where we have that confidence and courage to get to that 20%? Because really getting to that 20% is letting go, or as I call it, since I'm from Las Vegas, how to be a stripper in your business without taking your clothes off. And that's really taking away, stripping away everything that's not, really going to drive what your business is. But the first thing that you want to do in your business for yourself, and this is going to take some time. So it's going to, whenever you have planning time, you're going to have to actually go a little deep with yourself. And that is clarifying what I call your future rock star self is. Who do you want to be in the next 3 to 5 years, or where do you want your business to be in the next 3 to 5 years? Because so many of us have a hard time looking, especially in today's world with the labor shortage and all of those challenges and supply chain shortages. We have a hard time looking 10 days or 10 weeks into the future without, going 10 months or 3 to 5 years into the future. So I call it the stage. The first stage that I challenge your audience to do is to take a few minutes sometime, turn off the phone, turn off your dings, find a private place, and really write out who you are in the future. Who's your future rock star self? Where do you want to be in the next 3 to 5 years? And that's going to take sometimes looking back of where you were and how you reframe your past and defining your future rock star self, if that makes sense.
Oh, it does. And I'm going to ask you as we go through this today to think about how you can help motivate some of our people, because we talk to the people that we train, our students, our members, all the time about planning for the future. And it gets as granular as somebody will have an assessment coming up and they'll order a dozen swabs to then go out and do the assessment. I mean, they cost $1 or $2 a piece. I mean, come on, guys, you're in this business. Have the tools that you need. Think down the road, you're going to get another job. And we have that extreme all the way up to people that just buy in tons of stuff and they're prepared. So it's everything in between that we're dealing with. So we need to motivate those people that don't think ahead like that.
Well, and one of the problems is, and this leads to my next statement, is that a lot of people really don't know how or why they need to look into the future, because we've been taught for years in the industrial age that, you set a goal and then you work towards that goal, or you set a goal that you think you can easily achieve, and then you work towards that goal. And then when you achieve it, you give yourself a pat on the back. But the real question is, if you remember the movie The Jerk and Steve Martin, he talked about his special purpose. My question for your audience is, what is your special purpose? What is the 1 or 2 things that you love to do and that you do best, better than anybody else? And I'll tag on to that by saying, don't confuse purpose with passion, because a lot of us are passionate about certain things. You may be passionate about, getting clean water to everyone in Africa, but is that going to scale your business? Is that going to pay your bills? Is that going to support your family? For me, my purpose is, getting on and rocking as many stages as possible. And that's pretty much what I've done my whole life. That's what I love to do. That's what I'm good at. I'm good at connecting and energizing audiences. And I recently put on my vision board, I will never retire. I will die on stage. Because people ask, all the time, why are the Rolling Stones still touring? They don't need the money. You're right. They don't need the money. But if they stopped they would die. That's all they've ever done. That's what they love to do. They've been on planes, they've been in buses, they go from city to city. That's their special purpose. And the special purpose is that one or two things that you know, as a business owner or as an employee, that you do really, really well. And if you focused on that, if you put like 80 to 100% on that one or two things, how would it take your business or yourself to a volume 11? I call it the V11 mindset. You know, how can you raise the volume on your life?
So that's step one. Where do they go from there?
All right. Step two. Is letting go. All right. And this is the hard part. This is the Disney part. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen because I got a nice visual on this. This is kind of the, there we go. So this is kind of my version or graph of the 80-20 rule, which I was talking about in the beginning. So most of us are in cover band, what I call cover band mindset. We keep doing what we've always done, or we keep 80% of what we've done most of the time. So you see that I've, put some ideas over there. So 80% of what you're doing is your current self or your past self. We're doing the same things. It's linear growth. It's more of what you're doing. When you play in the 80% area, it's non-transformational. It's lesser goals. It's easy to achieve goals. It's spreading yourself thin because 80%, you're busy being busy again. It's your comfort zone. It's where you feel safe and security. And then it's basically the same stage that you had 5 or 6 years ago. You can turn up your volume probably 2 times, and by just keep doing what you're always doing. But the path to your big unreasonable dream or your special purpose, that's going to lie in that 20% area that you see on the screen. And that 80%, that's what you're going to have to learn to let go of, because I say what got you here won't get you there. The same level of action, the same level of knowledge, the same employees, the same skill levels. It's not going to take your business from here to here. Now, if you're happy with what you're doing and the volume and the business and the dollars and your level of service, if you're happy with that, that's great. There's nothing wrong with that. But for those that really want to scale their business because you're tapped out right now, your bandwidth is pretty much at its wit's end. So what are you going to be able to, as I said earlier, strip away of this 80%? What can you strip away and only leave the 20?
It sounds to me very much like what we refer to as growing pains.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And people avoid the growing pains usually.
And the reason they do that is because they want to stay comfortable. One of my favorite quotes, I think it was from Jim Rohn or Jim Collins, you're the average of the 5 people that you hang out with the most, or that's your comfort zone. Well, to go to 20%, to scale your business and go to that 20%, you're probably going to have to find new band members. And what the cool thing is about it, if you're smart, is that you can take that 80% that you may not want to let go of, and you can hire new people to take care of that. A great example was back in the 90s. I was one of the highest paid wedding DJs back in South Florida, and in the mid 90s, I was making more than anybody else. And I got hooked up with an agent. We decided to put together this big international touring show. Well, I was doing like anywhere from 20 to 25 gigs a month. And I loved it, but I was always tired and I was always tapped out. So my philosophy was, I can triple my price, do this national touring show. And if I lose half of my business, even if I lose 2/3 of my business, I'm still going to have the same amount of money coming in. Well, what happened was that when I let go of my old self and went to my new future rock star self, I went to a whole different level of clients and budgets. And I was almost as busy at triple the price as I was at my lower price. But what I did was I hired a local DJ guy and took him in as a partner, and he took care of all my old business and was just paying me 10%. So I was still getting residuals as I was exploding into a new growth, that new 20%. So I hope that makes sense to your audience. You got to strip away, you got to let go of that 80% and figure out where the 20% is. And then eventually, here's the cool part. Eventually, that 20% will become your new 80. You know, a couple of years down the road, you're going to master that 20%, and then you'll have to strip that away. And you can see over the next 3, 5, 10 years, who knows where your business will be.
But you know, we use another term, we call it verge. We're always on the verge of moving into the next level, you know, and you get to where you anticipated being, and now you're pushing beyond that. And you look in the rearview mirror and see the verges behind you, and now you're into all of this new territory again, and you're relearning all this new stuff again, but you're getting bigger.
Right. And I think that's brilliant. I love that term. I'm actually going to research that a little bit and see if I can put a little rock star spin on that. But here's another area where a lot of us as entrepreneurs and business owners fall short. We're not really 100% committed. You know, if you're really going to try to scale your business, you really have to go all in. 98% is not 100%. 100% commitment is actually easier than 98%, because there's a great quote from Robert DeBraw who says, "We are kept from our goals not by obstacles, but a clear path to a lesser goal." So if that makes sense, like when we're 100% committed to, you know, whatever our future rock star self is, or whatever our future rock star business is, then that means that there are less ways to get there. It's called pathways thinking. There are less pathways for you to get there. And it actually becomes easier, and you actually start saving time or gaining at rapid growth, because 80%, doing 80% of what you've already done, you already know how to do that. You're doing maybe 5, 10, 15 different things. But when you commit to that 20% or a high level, that kicks in the pathway thinking, and there's less things that are going to make you scale or make your business scale to that area. And then it actually becomes easier.
Well, I don't want to derail you from what you're talking about now, but just what you're talking about and looking at the 80-20% brings up something that I've experienced from being in the government arena for so many years. And I see a lot of it in private industry, where you're seeing 80% of the work being done by 20% of your workers. How do you change that? How do you motivate that percentage that is not doing the workload like the other top performers?
Well, there's a couple of different ways. And that's funny that you say that, because that's something that comes up a lot. You know, personally, my opinion is you take that 20% and you invest more training and pay them more and give them better benefits than the 80%, because that's going to fuel them and give them more incentive to stick around. It's going to make them think better. It's going to make them scale what they're doing, because that 20% has a way, you know, they have an ethic and they have a vision on how they're doing things. And now they can take that 20%, turn it into the 80%, and then strip that away. And then you would probably promote them. There's a phrase called, are you a manager or a maker? You know, a lot of your 80% people are going to be managers. And as business owners, you know, you don't want to be a manager. Hire someone to be a manager. You want to be the maker. You're the one that has that special purpose. You know the vision. You know the goal. You know, when you're working towards that 20%, the question is, what is the most important thing that you could accomplish right now that would give you a clear path to that goal or to that future self? If you had to take the time to figure out, what is one thing that if I put all of my energy, or if I took the 20% of my rock stars and we all focused on that one thing, how would that explode our business? And what would that one thing be? So I think once the other 80% of the employees see how the rock stars are being treated, some of them are probably going to get disgruntled and quit. Good, bye-bye. You know, we don't want you in our band anyway. And some of them, I think, are going to maybe, how can I get some of that action? How can I get that raise? How can I get in the elite group, or the, you're going from garage band to name act or Lollapalooza band, main stage band. And I think you'll be able to nurture and train some of those lesser gold employees and get them into the 20% with the rock stars. And I would even set up a mentor program, have them take someone that they feel will be, the more 20%ers you have, the faster and exponential growth your business is going to have.
That 20% is really, I would classify as your people. And one of the biggest things I've seen is to motivate them is to take care of your people, exactly what you're saying. And then you'll see the other people come along. I want to be part of that. I want to be on that team. And you do team building. You talk all about that. And that's really, people want to belong. They want to be on the team. They want to be going forward. They want to be involved.
Yeah, and having play at work, I've got a few articles on my blog and on my LinkedIn about how important play is in the workplace, and being transparent with your bud. You don't want to keep your bud, or you don't want to keep your special purpose to yourself. You want to make sure that everybody knows what it is. And hopefully, especially the 20%, they're going to buy into it as much or greater than you. And they feel like they're part of something greater. They begin to feel like it's their company and it's their purpose. And those are the ones that are not going to be able to leave or want to leave. Those are the ones that are going to be loyal to your organization, because now it's like their band. I'm not just a player in the band, it's my band. And I spoke to a company last year in Cleveland. It was a franchisee company called USA Insulation. And their employees are blowing in insulation. They're in 130-degree attics, crawling around in itchy material, the drill. And this one franchisee out of Austin, Texas, told me they had a waiting line of people wanting to come to work for them because of the culture that they created. They treated their people well. They got to know their families. They would have picnics. They would open their vision. They were really flexible on time off if they had kids, doing activities at school. And when I thought about that, I was just blown away. Like everybody else almost in that meeting were suffering from a labor shortage. And here these guys figured it out. Take care of your people and be flexible with their work schedule. And you're going to have people that want to come to work for you. So they're actually waiting to grow their business because they have people that want to work for them so bad.
If you go back and you look at the humanistic studies of how people act, the behaviors of groups of people want to belong. They really do. I mean, even on the negative side of people joining gangs and stuff like that, they don't have family lives or whatever their situation is. They're looking to belong, be accepted, be part of a group. And that's really what this is. You want your employees to feel engaged. At least what you're talking about lines up with the, philosophies that we try to go by. You can't be the only one with the great ideas. There's other people with a lot of talent out there that usually work for you.
Right. And that brings up two points. One is purpose trumps knowledge, every day of the week. I love that you brought that up, because it's so true. You want your people to have the same goal and vision. You want them to see the greater good of what, your business does for the general public and other businesses, because it's amazing work that your viewers do and what their companies do, and keeping them happy and engaged, and doing some sort of teamwork is just one way towards doing that. And actually, this company, this USA Insulation company, also would do one-on-ones with them, like, come to us if you have something going on in your life. Don't hold it in. There's there's the mental health buzz, going on in today's workplace. And we as business owners, we as managers, or we as makers, that's part of our responsibility now. Back in the old school days, when the boomers were running everything, it was just like, show up, do your work, or get out. But now it's not that way. We have to be more compassionate. We have to be more flexible in our management skills and our level of compassion for our people, if you want to keep them.
So what would step 3 be if we've gotten to that point?
Yeah, step 3 is what I call find the bottleneck, or identify and find the bottleneck. There's a thing. That's one thing I didn't figure out. How do I get this to advance?
Just click on the screen.
Man, you are so smart.
Thank you for calling Normie Support.
Yeah. and it's a real person that I'm talking to.
Yeah.
So stage 3, I call, is identify and find the bottleneck. And I say bottleneck is because most rock stars are very familiar with a bottleneck, but it's originally called the theory of constraints. So on one side, that's where most of us play. We're in cover band mode. That's 80% of what we're doing. And we're being busy, our business is doing okay, but man, we're stressed out, we're tired, we got people coming and going all the time. It just seems like we can never get caught up. And on the other side, that's where we want to be. And that's, in name, act mode. That's our future rock star self. That's where I was saying, who do you want to be? What goals do you want to achieve in the next 3 to 5 years? Well, almost every goal, every goal and almost every business has a bottleneck. There's something keeping us going from cover band to name act. It's almost like a kink in a garden hose. You can have a kink in a garden hose and you can keep cranking up the pressure on the one side and it doesn't matter. It's still going to be dripping out on the other side. And that's the same way with finding the bottleneck in your business. How
do you find that?
Well, there's a couple of different ways. First is, like you said, talk to your employees. They're the ones that are out in the field. They're the ones that, are having interactions with the customers. They're seeing what's going on. So, that's the first thing that I would do would be, talk to them. What's keeping us from growing, or what challenges, what can we do as a company? What can I do as your boss, your manager, to make your job easier, or to get the job done faster or better or more efficiently? Could be technology. Maybe we should invest in some new software and new technology, or maybe, you're running with old gear and old equipment or old products, and we need to upgrade and try some new things. But it doesn't matter how much energy your whole band, you can have your whole band over there on the left side, but pushing, but it's not going to get through to the end game on the other side until you find the bottleneck. Now, here's the fun part. If you can't find the bottleneck, then guess what? You're probably the bottleneck. So we're stuck in our old ways of thinking. We don't want to change, or we don't want to take a risk, because for some of us, hiring new people when we think we can't afford it to take care of that 80% so we can scale on the 20 is scary. There again, and that old graph, the 80% is fear. It's scary. It's your comfort zone, but you can't afford not to. Figure out a way, where can you cut costs, or where can you get a loan or something to hire that extra person or two so that you can let go. And then as an individual, if you're the bottleneck, then that's you got a fixed mindset, or you don't have a growth mindset. So look in the mirror. Am I the bottleneck? Am I keeping my company from growing because I don't want to change, or I want to keep doing things the same way, or I don't want to invest in my people? Let them leave. I'll just hire somebody else. And then you just keep going on with the same problems over and over again.
You know, we deal with a lot of people that have been in the indoor air quality, mold assessment, mold remediation industry for 20, 30 plus years. And they'll come to our classes and, you know, you can see when they're sitting down, they almost kind of have the chip on the shoulder. I've been doing this forever. I've seen it all. I know everything. And we're doing it the way we did when we started. And, you know, you think about it and you go, so you're still using a telephone that plugs into the wall, right? Oh, no, we have cell phone. Well, you've changed. Things have changed over 20 years or 30 years. You know, you are doing things newer now. There's more concepts. And usually by the time we've gotten to the first day of one of our classes, their response is, I have actually learned how much I don't know. They haven't learned what they need to know, but they've learned what they don't know. And that's a good start.
No, I love that mindset because you don't, I think it's Brian Tracy said, you don't want to be the smartest person in the room. If you are, you want to find a new room, you know, and the fact that, you know, instead of trying to defend your decisions, why not ask an opinion? I was listening to something this morning and I thought, oh, I got to share this, you know, instead of trying to prove why you're right or why you're doing it the right way. And a lot of times, you know, at the trade shows, I've seen, you know, very smart people up on that stage, but they keep trying to defend their way. You know, they keep on trying to say, this is the way to do it. This is, you know, if you want to grow your business, if you want to get XYZ, this is what you got to do, rather than asking an opinion. Well, what do you think? You know, this is what I do. And what I'm sharing with you now is just what's worked for me for the last 2 years. I've done a V11 in the last year and a half. I mean, I started applying these principles, and coming out of the pandemic, my business has exploded. So I'm getting ready to take the year and a half, 20%, which is now my 80, and getting ready to strip away and find the new 20% to go to the next level. So that's a great point. I love that.
So we have, like I said, a lot of very small companies and a lot of large companies. The smaller companies, it's much, much easier to pivot, to change your direction, to come up with new concepts. But you get some of these larger companies and organizations, it's like trying to turn an aircraft carrier. You know, it's eventually going to get there, but you're, you know, 20, 30 miles down the road or, you know, across the ocean. How do you talk to them and say, find these bottlenecks, and how do you change direction?
Well, I think, you know, the one thing that larger companies do have, and sometimes it's good and sometimes it's bad, is, you know, their teams, their board of directors, or, you know, their masterminds, so to speak. And I think, you know, first, there again, it goes back to these 3 stages. That large company, just like the small company, they got to be crystal clear and 100%, not 98% committed of where they're going in the next 3 to 5 years. So you have to really, really spend some time on that first stage and defining your special purpose, defining who you are or where you want to take your business. So, you know, if you don't know where you're going, you better be careful, because you might end up somewhere else. So before they even need to think about turning the aircraft or turning the aircraft carrier, you know, on that big, wide, slow turn, you better make sure you know what direction you need to turn it into first. And then once you're clear on that, that's when you get together with your teams. And sometimes it's good to bring in outside sources, depending on how the company structure is and the level of secrecy or what they're willing to share and not share. But then you have a better opportunity of finding out what the bottleneck is. And then, you know, you see that 80%, take the 80% of what you can and just throw it all in, and, you know, start turning that wheel, and you'll eventually get there. And that's one advantage to the small business owners listening out there. Remember, that's one advantage that you have over the big players in your industry, is the power of the pivot. You can make decisions faster. It's kind of like the little, I don't know what the name is because I'm not a big Star Wars fans, but I remember, you know, not the stormtroopers, but the good guys. You know, they had their little bitty ships and they could weave in and out of there, and they went into the big mothership and was able to knock out their power and that sort of thing. That's how I see the small business owners. But there's something to say about size. You have more resources, you have more cash flow a lot of times. So you can make bigger jumps and you can take bigger risks. So there's pros and cons to being big and being small.
Okay, well, I mean, you got the constraints that you're talking about, whether it's something you can move out of the way or move out of your own way, you're basically going to have to go forward and push forward. Next step.
Well, that's really the final step. And to kind of bring it all full circle, after you figure out where you want to be, your future rock star self in 3 to 5 years, once you determine or strip away the 80% to find the 20% of what you need to focus your best people on and your best resources on, and doing that, it's probably going to make the bottleneck appear or help you find the bottleneck easier. And once you open up that bottleneck, I say, you just got to remind yourselves of the 4 C's, and these 4 C's come from Dan Sullivan. And the 4 C's of what I call V11 or volume 11 is, first, you have to make the commitment. Whether you're the big business out there listening or the small business owner out there listening, you have to make the commitment and take the time, as I said, to find and define your big unreasonable dream, your goal, or who you want to be in the next 3 to 5. So once you commit, the next C is courage, because it's going to take courage. It's going to take courage to leave the 80 and go for the 20, because the 20 is uncomfortable. The 20 is the unknown. The 20 is things that you don't know yet. You're probably not going to know how to get to your future self, but that's where you have to focus on. It's going to take courage. So when you have that courage and you take that leap of faith to do that, and maybe hire new people to take care of the 20, because that's or take care of the 80, that's courage as well, then that's going to lead to capability or capabilities thinking. Places like Normie, where they can get education, where they can get ideas, because again, what got you here won't get you there. So when you're going to scale 20, there's less options that are going to get you there. So you're going to have to find new capabilities, new pathways to get you there. And then the final thing is confidence. Once you start seeing the results, your confidence is going to build. And then it just goes back to the rock and roll world, step and repeat, step and repeat. Your 20 will soon be your 80. And then you strip that 80 away and find that 20, and you focus everybody on that 20. And then that 20 in a couple of years will become your 80. And then you strip it away, and who knows where you'll be in 3 to 5 years. It's really exciting once you wrap your head around it, and really watch it grow. And, full transparency for me, when I was, in trying to absorb or be a sponge for all of this, it took me a good 8 months to be fully committed. I was just trying a little bit at a time. Okay, getting some good feedback. Maybe I'll step out a little bit more in the deeper water. Okay, that's working. And so don't feel that you just have to go all in and spend all this money hiring new people and things like that. You can do it at a little at a time, but the faster you do it, the faster you're going to get there and grow.
So I have to ask you a question on a personal note.
Okay.
What's with the drumsticks?
The drumsticks, that is one of my disruptors or differentiators that I incorporated in my shows back in the late 90s. So as you can see, I use them in my presentation, and they can brand them. So I actually, when I'm speaking on stage, every person in the audience gets a pair of company branded drumsticks, or if it's an association, sometimes sponsors sponsor them. And instead of doing old school applauding like we've done for 2,000 years, we have new AI. We have these drumsticks to keep everybody engaged, keep something in their hands. I call back to them. I ask people, to play along with the music and things like that. Then at the end, I bring it full circle on how we can drum up business, how we can beat the competition, and how your company walks to the beat of a different drummer and set yourself apart. And then I'll divide the audience into a team building activity, and we'll actually build a band And then imagine, 100 to 1,000 people with drumsticks, with some great classic rock and roll. And then I kick the mic stand and body surf off the stage.
There you have it. Well, I kind of knew that, there was a specific reason for the drumsticks. And to go back to where we started, it helps you separate yourself from everyone else.
There you go.
It's as simple as that, drumsticks.
And at trade shows, I carry these everywhere. I carry these to restaurants. My wife gets mad at me sometimes, like, we're going out on a date. I don't care. And I take them everywhere, and people will come up and ask you, hey, what's with the drumsticks? Are you a drummer? And I'll tell them I'm a tabletop percussionist. And then it starts a conversation. Back in my crazy days in the 90s, I used to walk around with a rubber chicken, whether it was a black tie event or whether it was a trade show. And either people would ask me, what's with the chicken? Or people would ask someone else, hey, who's that guy with the chicken? And the same way now, who's that guy with the drumsticks? And everybody wants a pair. So find that disruption in your business that sets yourself apart, and try to run your business like KISS. Find your spandex and makeup.
We were just at the Experience trade show a month ago, and we were down in Fort Lauderdale. One of our members, he has a manpower company. He can supply 1,000, 2,000 people for like major disasters, stuff like that. But his name's David DeGroff, a really good guy. We've dealt with him and done a lot of things together. But he showed up in a fluorescent yellow 3-piece suit. The only thing brighter than the suit were the shoes he was wearing, which were an orangish color. And I actually asked him, does it take batteries? Just to produce that color. And I said, why are you doing this? He says, I could not purchase this kind of advertising, what it cost for this suit. The suit was very inexpensive. I got it off of Amazon, and everybody's coming up to me. What do you do? How do you do it? Why are you wearing that? Like you carrying drumsticks. He separated himself from the other 1,000 or so people that were there by wearing that.
Yeah. And my challenge for your listeners out there, if you're a supplier and you go to trade shows, what can you do to make your booth stand out and attract people to come to you? Everybody, does the stress balls, or they do candy in a dish, or maybe they'll have a little wheel of fortune and give away some cheesy prizes. I saw one. I was just at the National Apartment Association in Atlanta. It was 11,000 people, and they had a putt-putt green in their booth. Okay, we've seen that before, but instead of holes, they had like $20 bills. So when you putt the golf ball, if it landed on a $20 bill, you got to keep it. And I thought, there's an old school game that they just took to the next level. I love it. So that was just one thing I saw. So for the supplier members out there, what can you do to set your trade show apart from everybody else to draw people to your booth? And for the business owners, whether you're a large business or small, what is your KISS? What can you do? What can you have your employees do? Where, a lot of people say, well, we have the best customer service. Well, then if that's your disruptor, your differentiator, that's easily copied. Your competition can easily see what you're doing. And then next thing you know, you're not a disruption anymore. So, what can you challenge yourself or your people to do that's going to set your business apart and remember them? How are they going to think of you first?
Well, the next really important question, how does somebody get in touch with you? Or if they want your book, or to bring you into one of their trade shows?
Yeah, I'm a pretty easy find. You can just Google Marvelous Mark, and you can spell it the way I spell it, which is Marvelless, or you can spell it the correct way, Marvelous, on Google, or you can just go to marvelousmark.com, and that's the easy way. You can actually type in Rockstar keynote speaker, and I'll pop up. So.
Well, I've seen you at trade shows. I've seen the energy that you produce. You're much more low key today. I think it's good because we have a small screen that we're looking at. But I will tell you, from what I've seen of you and listening to you talk and the passion that you have, I have to correct you on a statement you made earlier today.
Uh-oh.
You said that you were going to die on stage. I disagree. I don't think you'll stop working until 6 months after you die on stage.
Well, I appreciate that. I don't know if my wife will, because that's just going to delay her benefits, but
It is what it is.
it is what it is.
Mark, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much for spending it here with us. I'm sure our listeners will get a lot out of this. And maybe we'll do a follow-up in the future and hope to see you at some trade shows.
Yeah, and I want to say to your people out there, because some of this stuff is really, really deep till you really think about it, because the psychology behind it is kind of against what we've been taught in schools or what our parents and mentors, many of our mentors, have taught us. If anyone out there in your audience wants to private message me and ask me to explain it a little bit more, or I can share with them a couple blogs that talk about it a little bit more, I'm really, really happy to do that, because I love what your industry does and what it's all about. And, you have some of the greatest American loving, people out there in the world, and my heart goes out to them and what they do.
Thank you. Take care, Mark.
See ya.
Imagine a river in the sky carrying vast amounts of water vapor equivalent to what some sources say could be 25 times the flow of the Mississippi River, surging through the atmosphere and unleashing torrents of rain when it makes landfall. Have you heard of these? If not, you're going to Google it. It's interesting. These are atmospheric rivers, powerful weather phenomena that can bring life-sustaining precipitation to drought-stricken areas or floods and landslides to others. It's not good news. And to talk about this issue today and what's going on in the world around us, I welcome Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner with ISSA and Doug Hoffman with Normie. Gentlemen, always a pleasure.
Hi, Jeff.
Hey, Jeff. Great to be here.
Good to have you both. Gavin, let's start with you. What are you seeing out there that's happening as far as interesting storms or deadly storms that we need to know about?
Yeah, this is really important for people to understand, Jeff, that California storms can be just as intense and destructive as hurricanes in the southeast and the south of the US. Wet buildings can lead to microbial contamination and growth. Now, we know in the past 25 years, all 58 counties in California have experienced at least one significant flood event. And we know that more than 7 million Californians, that's 1 in every 5 residents, lives in an area at risk of flooding. But what happened 2 weeks ago, Jeff, as you said, that this atmospheric river or this bomb cyclone that hit California broke records. The storm brought to Sonoma County 3 times its normal November rainfall. The storm dumped 12.47 inches of rain in 3 days in Santa Rosa. That qualifies it as a 1,000-year rain event. And so we have to remember, wet buildings lead to microbial contamination growth. But more importantly, preparedness, Jeff. Preparedness for disasters should include the anticipation of internal events as well as external events in order to ensure the best response when disasters occur. So through the Normie ISSA Alliance Agreement, we are focusing on helping people find the right resources, not just after hurricanes, but also after these huge, massive California storms.
Thank you, Gavin. Now, Doug, I know your team at Normie is always ready. You do training, support, you're there to help. What are your thoughts about what's happening right now?
Well, I want to really underscore what Dr. Gavin said about preparedness. I think oftentimes folks don't even think about this until after the fact, and then they say, now what do I do? We, of course, have made available through our task force, flood.normie.org, hurricane.normie.org, short videos that help folks think in terms of preparing for what's inevitable. And then I think giving them the tools that they need and the training that they need to not only deal with the problem, but maybe supervise the work to make sure that it's done correctly. One of the interesting things that happened to us, Jeff, after Hurricane Katrina, we were doing a training, actually doing it in my house because there were no hotels available. But half of the people that attended our training, and that was a licensing class, were homeowners. They weren't going to get licensed. They weren't going to get certified, but they wanted to know that the work was done correctly. And my I salute the states that have moved toward not only licensing, but also toward regulation to make it available, information available to the public dealing with mold, the effects, the bad effects of mold, and then recommending professional organizations, not companies in particular, but professional or trade associations that can do training for professionals as a resource for clients to find people who can deal with these mold problems after some type of water event.
So we don't hear about the issue like in California as much as we hear about hurricanes when they hit land. But it sounds like they can be just as devastating in many ways. So why is that?
Yeah, again, these are rare events, Jeff, but they're happening more often now. And as we said, 25 years, all 58 counties of California have experienced at least one. The event 2 weeks ago was a massive storm. You heard the terms used, atmospheric river. Doesn't really resonate like it does hurricane, tornado. But and then we heard bomb cyclone. Okay, now we're starting to get into the sort of disaster type lexicon of words that actually resonate with people that something is going to happen. But what Doug and I really wanted to emphasize, these destructive storms lead to water problems, not just the floods. So again, people focus, oh, you're in a flood zone. That's great. No, when you get such intense rain, you get water in buildings, and water in buildings leads to, again, dampness, wetness, that leads to microbial contamination. And as Doug said, the struggle we have is people go, oh, I've now got a problem. Where do we find it? California Department of Health has got a list of frequently answered questions, which includes the resources available through NORMI to address these problems. So we're trying to make it easier for people to find the necessary resources to prepare, but then also to recover from destructive rain events like this one.
I think that's a great point that Dr. Gavin's making about the wind-driven water. A lot of people don't realize that all those little cracks and crevices in your home is going to allow moisture intrusion. When you get moisture intrusion in any building, you've got the potential for mold growth because there's mold spores lurking around everywhere, waiting for a little bit of water. And so I use the illustration sometimes. If you think about walking around your house with a pump sprayer and spray a little bit of water around the house and then shut down the power for a few days, what do you think is going to happen? You're going to have a mold issue. So he's exactly right. It's not just the flooding, which obviously carries tremendous number of contaminants and microbial issues with Cat 3 water, but also then you've got the wind-driven water that you've got to deal with, which is elevating the moisture content inside the house.
I hear it all too often that when something like this happens in an area, talking about California today, what happened there, homeowners and professionals are wanting to help, but homeowners, they call their insurance company, and they're not always given the right direction, and they don't always get the right help. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about how homeowners can find someone to do the right inspection, to dig into the issues, locate the source of the mold or the moisture. And we talked about ISSA and NORMI, but specifically those watching this right now, where can they go to get this help?
Well, of course, they can go to the Public Health Department in Illinois, the Public Health Department in California. Those two states have specifically recommended trade associations like NORMI, like the ISCRC, where they can find the help that they need. We've provided a website, NORMI Pro Environmental Task Force, where there are 2 documents that they can download. If they're just simply helping in the process or they're a residents, what should they do? There's a lot of information out there, and I think directing them to these individual websites is a really, really smart move. And I appreciate the public health departments realizing that they can't ignore the issue.
Mm-hmm. And Gavin, what would you add to that?
Yeah, it's really important, Jeff, that everyone understands we have the tools and the technologies to be data driven. And what that means is that if you've seen water damage to your building, get an indoor air quality monitor. Monitor the air. Also, if you see water damage, if you see growth, if you see discoloration, if you see something that's not normal, then go back to what Doug was saying, find the professionals and take swabs. Get those swabs sent to the laboratory to really work out, am I dealing with a fungi, bacteria? Am I dealing with yeast? What else grows? lots of things grow when there's dampness and wetness in a building. So really important to not just treat it all with the same brush, but more importantly, you be data driven and go to the specifics. What am I dealing with? And then find the proper solution to deal with what you're actually dealing with.
Thank you, Gavin. And Doug, I'd like to close with this question to you. We can go to these departments, we can go to the trade associations. Where the rubber hits the road is when that company shows up in my driveway to do the work. How do I know it's the right company? Because we know that every company is different. How do you know it's the right fit?
I think that's a great question. Of course, there are several states, 5 in fact, that have licensing laws for guys that are dealing with mold assessment, mold remediation. That leaves a lot of states that don't have any licensing. But I would suppose that the best resource would be for a client to find out in one of those states that does have licensing, who are they approving for the training? Who are they approving for the exam? Who are they approving for the certification? And so I think that's a great place to start. If you're looking at Louisiana, Florida, District of Columbia, New York, Texas, those are all states that have licensing laws. Portland, Oregon has a licensing law. Those are places to look and see who are they approving, because that frankly is where Normie gets its credibility. There's not an agency out there saying, oh, this is a credible company, but the states certainly recognize the professional practices that are being taught. They certainly recognize the certification. And then, of course, the next step is not just finding that person, but making sure that they're insured properly, that they can be protected from any potential liability, and making sure that then that the work is done correctly, following the standard of care from the ISCRC, professional practices from Normie. So a lot of work to be done. Of course, that's part of the preparedness we were talking about. Get ready. If you're going to get a flood, you're going to have a problem, you're going to need a solution. You need to make sure that you're using the right person.
I like that angle to use those states that have those requirements as models. So companies in states that don't have it can say, we follow the strict guidelines that these others do. Great advice, Doug.
I was just going to say, Jeff, one of the interesting things to us is that when we do a class, whether it's in Anaheim, Phoenix, Covington, Florida, wherever it is, we'll have typically a third of our class attendees will be from states that don't require licensing. And the reason is because they know the power of the certification in a state that does require licensing. So I think that's a really, really important step for the professional to realize that having that added credibility is going to put them in a place easier for them to compete in the marketplace for the business.
Let's get out our crystal ball. Do you see all states, or maybe most of them, doing the same thing in years to come?
I think that the interesting thing, and Dr. Gavin and I have talked a lot about this in the last couple of years, states that are moving down the licensing path, that's certainly going to continue. The issue with that oftentimes is because that's an expensive proposition. They have to create a bureaucracy of some sort, a board or something to manage that. I love the fact that some of these states, like Illinois, like California, have put this in the hands of the public health department, because truthfully, that's where people are going to look for answers. And so seeing states that say, we're going to treat it as a regulation rather than a licensing law, I think is probably the path of least resistance for most of these states.
It makes sense to me that that's where it goes, to the public health department.
Yeah.
Yes. Any final words of advice, Gavin?
Many of our members from ISSA and also from Normie have already deployed this year to hurricanes. We know they're now deploying to California after this severe destructive storm. They need our help. And again, through the Normie ISSA Alliance, our focus is to help people. Can we do better? Yes, we can.
When you start on the pathway toward professional success, you have to know what the goal is and how to get there. Normie exists to help in that process. It's not just about taking a class to get a license, but also about starting on a pathway to professional success. Whether you want to work for yourself or be the best qualified employee on the team, this path will take you there and help you succeed. Pick a track, click on the class, and get your journey started. Normie is here to support you all the way to become the Normie Pro professional you want to be.
I want to have a quick conversation with one of the people that went through several of our classes and become a friend of mine, Skip Jankowski, if I pronounce that correctly. If not, please correct me, because
We're good, Lance. We're
talked
good.
about this in the past. So, Skip, if you would, just tell everybody quickly who you are and about your company.
Sure, Lance. Skip Jankowski, owner of Pure Maintenance, Santa Barbara, out here in California, and started this, we're probably coming up on 5 years, but I had 24 years of background in healthcare, predominantly. Therapeutics, medical diagnostics, medical implantables. And I wanted to get into this business because I looked at the industry and said, it needs to be enhanced. They're not looking at this from a organic microbial standpoint. And that's where I felt a lot of the capabilities could be enhanced. And we've been successfully performing these types of disinfecting protocols, decontamination, and also remediation for water damaged buildings. We actually do remove damaged components where appropriate.
Well, recently, and one of the places where I had been in a class with you was you had taken the NCRSI class, the Normie Certified class for remediators for sensitized individuals.
Yeah.
And I saw your reaction to taking that class, and I know your background. We've spoken about it during the class and everything. You've had an established business model. Have you seen changes to your business model because of this class?
Yes. First of all, let me say something about Normie. There are a lot of certifying entities, agencies, bodies out there, but I for my lifetime of work, I couldn't be any prouder of working under and being certified by Normie.
Well, we appreciate that.
Yeah, it is elevating, influencing, top-notch, comprehensive. The body of its membership is extraordinarily knowledgeable. There's a thirst for constant learning, and there's a dedication to the principles and standards of care to do things to the extent that you can, to the highest degree. And it's just a very proud aspect of my life. So, answering your question directly, it supported a lot of what I felt was important years ago when I started this business, and then has added to it. And what I took from that class is being implemented today, because look, you can't know everything, and every day knowledge comes our way, and we are incorporating some of the many aspects of what was presented in the Normie remediation class for the sensitized individual.
Well, let's talk about your business. As a whole, you've been doing this for many, many years. Have you dealt with sensitized individuals in the past?
Good question. Yes. In fact, that's where the rubber met the road for us, because of how we set this up, because of how we presented ourselves, our storefront, so to speak, on our website, the types of information we put on there, a lot of research data, right? Science was really stoked to be in Florida and listen to Michael Pinto, a gentleman who is a noted authority on this, and his life's passion and work, talking about constantly the science. The science has evolved so much that the data today is irrefutable. And that was really, really confirmatory. And then, of course, learning more in that class will add to our resource page. But yes, the sensitized individual, very early on, we started coming in contact with folks that had traditional remediation and they were still sick. And we were able to, we received unsolicited testimonials from them, emails, text messages. I can't believe this. My whole family feels so much better. And it wasn't just that we were doing something different. We were doing something that was that really Normie only talks about. And so, and that was long before I learned of Normie. And then once I found out about Normie, I went, yes, this is an entity that gets this. And I can't state enough that what we talk about, and I say we because I am Normie, right? And so what we talk about is something that no one else talks about. And through my research here, the other well-known name brand franchise types or independents, they don't talk about the biocontamination, the toxicity of the fungal amplification or mold spore and its byproducts, whether it be allergen or toxicants that get into the environment. And Normie talks about this. This is a advanced, leading edge, influencing body, because we now know that the data is irrefutable.
When we do our CMA CMR class, which is usually the beginner class for people getting into this industry, we hear from people that have even been in the business 10, 15 plus years that they've learned how much they need to learn.
Yeah.
You went through the NCRIS class. You've obviously been dealing with, sensitized individuals for years. Did you pick up anything that you really didn't know about, or something new or different view of it from the class?
Oh, absolutely. It was one of these, how could I have missed that, right? Smack on the head, wake up, Skip. Gosh, you got to look at this. The big picture, right? That stood out to me. And that was at the forefront. We're going to be talking about a lot of things for the sensitized individual, but let's not overlook the occupants or building owners or homeowners, social, emotional, financial, legal. I mean, you can go through all of the various dynamics. And I was stunned that this was an aspect that we were starting this class over, right? And basing it on everything that we were going to learn about had everything to do with the totality. Let's look at this from 30,000 feet. And these are families that have gone through a lot, right? The financial, insurance denying this, the healthcare not paying for it. And so for us to have clarity on that person's personal situation, which is different for every client, and look at all the totality of everything they've had to deal with. Look, when you're dealing with the sensitized individual, they are in many cases, as has been the case with the folks that we've worked with out here, they're kind of at the end of their rope. It's not just necessarily them. It affects multiple people. If it's a family, I can cite several examples where it was a mom and a child, or a dad and two kids. The degree to which they are depressed and their lives are so negatively impacted by this is extraordinary. It's not psychosomatic. It's very, very real. To be able to have empathy, in other words, the Normie member already has a very good bedside manner, right? It's not cut and dry, but to have empathy and sympathy for what they're going through acknowledges that we understand that journey that they are on. And the other thing is the team approach, right? We're dealing with the doctor, we're dealing with their insurance agent, we're dealing with them, we're dealing with the nurse practitioner, we're dealing with the labs. It's a team approach. It's not just one, I'm not going to solve that problem by myself. I'm in the rowboat pulling on my end of the oar, as is everybody else. And the objective is to get across that body of water in a straight line and conclusively and safely and deliver somebody to the other shore.
You know, because of your background, questions are going through my mind that I want to ask you. More specific to the class, as far as, well, let me ask this in a two-part question. One, I know we present a lot of resources during the class and things to help, the students go forward and develop, their business model with, what we're showing them. So one, were there resources that you saw that you weren't even aware of that, we put out there, made available through Normie? And two, who should really take this class? I mean, we have people that just want to be a remediator or an assessor or a water giant company, but who really should take this class?
All right, first aspect of that question, resources that were made available. The amount of data that was provided in the classroom was one thing, but then the ancillary supporting documentation in that large file that was provided to give us as much information as we could, whereby there's so much of it that you're not going to cover in a 3-day class. And our personal commitment to our profession is to go through all of that data. Again, Michael Pinto, a published author of hundreds of articles, and I've started the process of reading that. I'm constantly looking to gain as much knowledge as I can and, absorb it. Tremendous amounts of data, tremendous amount of studies, tremendous amount of case examples, right? And through that entire amount of data, you learn, you pick up things. There's things that that old colloquialism, you got to overturn every stone, right? And there's ample justification for, if we think we're doing it right, we're nowhere near where we need to be, right? And so lots of data. Now, who should take the class? My personal opinion is, because we're dealing with living organisms that are capable of respiration, and it's not just mold. It's the mold, it's the mycotoxins, it's the endotoxins, it's the interaction between the microbial environment in totality. That's bacteria, that's mold, right? It's water damage, it's moisture. Well, if you're in this business, I don't care who you are, if you're a water damage restoration company, if you're a traditional remediator, if you are an industrial hygienist, you need to take this class. If you're affiliated or associated in any way, shape, or form within this vertical marketplace, this is a class you should take. That's
Well,
my.
With that being said, is there any other place out there that you've really found this kind of support, that we're actually offering and presenting in the class? I mean, it sounds like you've been doing and looking for this for a long time.
Long time. No, Normie is, look, I in our own sidebar conversations, I have stated quite emphatically that I think Normie should own the penthouse suite within the IAQ category, because this is indoor air quality. There is no other certifying entity that talks about these. The sum of the parts is really what I'm getting at. There's a days to discuss mycotoxins. There's days to talk about endotoxins. There's days to talk about actinos. There's days to talk about all of this stuff. Normie's the only one who talks about it. Everything else, it's about how much water is it? Where's the fungal amplification on that wall? Let's get that barrier up, and the whole world within this indoor environment will be solved inside that plastic. And that's in my humble opinion, although very relevant, very important, at the same time, very antiquated, because the totality of the environment is adversely affected because we're dealing with things that are living organisms, right? And if you leave it, they're still viable. And in the, there's no perfect environment, but you have to look at everything. In other words, I'll go back. Let me conclude this aspect of it with the following. When you go to the doctor and you say, well, my knee hurts, right? Okay. There's water damage in a kitchen, right? There's the bad knee. It's sore. It needs to be healed. Why do they put a blood pressure monitor on you? Right? Why are they talking about other things when you go to that doctor? Because they're looking at the bigger picture. They don't want to miss something when they have an opportunity to see and be with you at that moment in time. And it's the same thing here. We have an opportunity when we go into an environment, we know where the bad knee is, but we also don't want to miss something. And Normie is, look, I've gone through IICRC. I'm not bashing them. I'm not adversely, trying to disparage any other certification entity, but the comprehensive nature upon which Normie approaches these challenges is unrivaled.
Well, let me throw one final question out there for you. I've done a lot of interviews with people. I've talked with a lot of students in these classes, and one term keeps popping up about Normie, and it's referred to as being on the leading edge for specifically sensitized individuals.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Normie is and that's about, let's talk, your dedication to this, right? This is your life's mission. This isn't a job. Doug Hoffman, this isn't a job for Doug. This is, we know stuff, and we got to get the world out there to understand this. It's an avocation. And so Normie, National Organization of Remediators or Microbial Inspectors, it says it all right there, just in its designations, right? And you talk about influencing and industry influencing. The biggest challenge we're going to have are the people who don't want to readily acknowledge what we know. When people learn things, I generally feel people want to do the right thing, right? And the people who don't acknowledge what we talk about, it's either they don't have the time or the interest to learn about it, or they want to avoid a risk. But we know what we're talking about. And from an industry innovator, an industry influencer, and I guess the word that pops into my head, subject matter authority of all of the certifying entities, agencies, bodies. Normie, in my humble opinion, for what it's worth, is the subject matter authority on this.
Well, we appreciate that, Skip. And I know we talked earlier, and you had a really busy day coming up. You're 3 hours behind me. So why don't we cut this short and try to schedule something for the future, and we can do a more in-depth discussion on this.
Yeah, love to. Anything I can do to offer, what little I know, and as I gain more knowledge, maybe I'll have something that will also contribute to a future conversation. But just I'm pulling on my end of the oar until I'm no longer capable of pulling on my end of the oar. That's what this is all about.
We appreciate you spending the time, Skip. Thank you.
You're very welcome, Lance. Thank you. I'm humbled to have been asked to have a little chat with you this morning.
Take care.
Okay.
want to welcome today's guest, Dan Reese, who is and I'll use the terminology that he prefers, a wildfire strategist and aviation advisor. So I'm going to say, Dan, say hello to everybody, and I'm going to follow that up with, could you explain what that is? Because it's a big set of terms, and I really want to understand it.
Sure, got it. Well, thank you for having me here today, Lance. So in my career, I finished out mostly in tactical air operations for wildfire events. And after I left, I started a consulting firm, International Wildfire Consulting Group. And that was shortly after I finished running Global Supertanker Services, which ran the 747 Global Supertanker, which was an air tanker, aerial firefighter with a 747. So I help people who call me engage with questions regarding wildfire. Oftentimes it's technology, or it's chemicals, or it's process. It might be, something along the lines of NASA presentations for people who want to engage with NASA, or new equipment like say a fire nozzle. People who want to understand what it takes to engage in the wildfire community is pretty much what I do.
Well, it's interesting. I actually, before we went live here, did a quick research on you with LinkedIn and a few other sources. And just what you're mentioning, it's kind of interesting, where I saw an article that you were involved with for water conservation and firefighting, just by changing the shape of the nozzle and the stream of the water flow. It cuts it like in a third. So,
Correct.
I mean, that's kind of interesting stuff. I'll tell you what, though, some really sharp images and photos of those big planes dropping the fire retardant, on the site. So it's pretty impressive. Anybody watching this, you may want to take a look and find him on LinkedIn. Pretty interesting stuff out there. But before we started today, we were talking a little bit about the difference between the central part of the U.S. and the East Coast and California, which is where you're from. Now, California's been dealing with wildfires forever.
Correct.
The new phenomenon that's affected us on the East Coast, and I'm in New Jersey, is smoke from Canada, hundreds and hundreds of miles away, causing this choking of the air quality, not just outside, but inside of our homes. So what do you see, what we're facing now compared to what you normally deal with in California?
Well, it's clear and beautiful, and a really moderate temperature here, this summer with the weather patterns, which is really nice. I think that El Nino probably has something to do with that. As I watch the news sources and the science research with the polar vortex, collapsing somewhat and changing the airflow and the cooler weather, it's really nice here in California. And we've not had the fires, this year that we've had in the last several years, and the air's been clear. So it's been really nice. A little agonizing to see what's happening on the East Coast and the Eastern Seaboard and in Canada, where we don't typically see that. And ironically, we see a lot of fire on the West Coast, and it's highly publicized, but in the southeast of the United States, there's a huge number of fires there that occur typically annually. Although I don't think in scope and size of what we see here with the integration of the population in what we call the wildland urban interface. But the smoke conditions definitely will get people's attention. And when we start seeing entire towns, being razed, like Paradise and Greenville and the towns up in Oregon and now Canada, it definitely starts to get people's attention.
Well, I've seen a big change in, I don't want to say weather patterns, but just because of the way we've been for the last, I'd say 3-4 weeks here in the Northeast, we haven't had rain. I mean, everything's extremely dry. Now, normally for us, June, we usually run that week or 2 or 3 we'll run those 85, 90 plus degree temperatures, and they start calling it the heat wave and everything else. We haven't had that, which I'm not complaining about. But the point I'm trying to get to is when these fires produced this smoke that came down on the New York, New Jersey area, we actually got a glimpse of almost the start of what a nuclear winter would look like. And yes, it sounds very dramatic to say that, but we were barely getting to 70 degrees when the normal temperatures are 80, 85 for us here in New Jersey this time of the year. And we were told by the Weather Channel and all the other officials that are talking about it, that there is so much smoke in the air, it's blocking the sun from its normal thermal heating during the day. I mean, I have solar panels on my house, and I see my production was down, at ground level. It was horrible. So this is what you deal with out in California. We're only getting a glimpse of it now. And truthfully, we've been spoiled, out of sight, out of mind. We hear about the fires in California and okay, on with our business. I mean, this brings it home to us. And I think it's an opportunity for you to explain to us what we should be expecting and, what happens, because this may not be just a short-term thing. It may continue.
No, unfortunately, I would say that for the people on the East Coast, you're in it for the long haul until such time that the weather patterns change and these fires are naturally mitigated. We can make a difference. When I say we, and the fire service can make a difference when these fires are smaller, when they are in their incipient stages, when we get on and we can handle aggressive initial attack, and we've got the weather, in our favor to be able to make that attack successful. Unfortunately, what most people don't realize is once these fires become of that magnitude and size to where they're calling them mega fires, we can black the sky out with aluminum, meaning air tankers and aircraft. And that's all limited. And the bigger they get in scope, the more resources they demand. And we have a finite number of resources internationally and nationally, whether it's in Canada or the United States. No one agency can be fully prepared for this type of event, right? We have agreements that are between local agencies. We have state agreements. We have federal agreements. We have international agreements where we have standardization that takes place for everybody to engage. But, when we lack the capacity to adequately attack these fires when we can, that will cost us, and trying to build capacity during the event is just impossible. And once these events get up and running, they become very, very expensive. So the catch really when they get this big is that we need the capacity to keep fires small when they first start. And when they get this big and they draw this many resources, we have in the fire service what we call drawdown, meaning we've drawn the resources so thin that now our ability to rapidly and successfully initial attack fires becomes compromised because we just don't have the resources there to do it. So for, my small part of life here on Earth and the fires that I've, had to deal with in these quote nuclear winters, and my first experience with that really was in 1987. And the scientists actually came out in the Happy Camp in the Klamath area of Northern California to study what a nuclear winter would be like, where we had these major fires going in August, and we have what are called inversions. So anybody that's been camping and seen a campfire burn, the smoke will rise and then it'll kind of flatten out and form a haze. And that's what you're seeing here, only on a massive scale. And it does get cold. Unfortunately, those fires burn. They continue to burn under those inversions. And then when the inversion gets hot enough, we have what we call an inversion break, where all of a sudden the air will escape up through the inversion and the fire takes off madly for several hours under the inversion. But once they get to that point, it makes it very difficult for aviation resources to be successful to even get in to help the people on the ground, because it's just so smoky. We can't safely operate those aircraft in those spaces. So unfortunately, I think right now it's going to be enduring, right? The population that's being impacted there on the East Coast and the central United States and Canada are at a point, unfortunately, where they're going to have to endure until Mother Nature changes her mind.
what you're talking about resource wise, is this what's caused some of the problems in Canada not being able to get a handle on these fires?
Well, I think it's important to put a couple of things in perspective. Fires traditionally need to burn. I mean, that's one way that Mother Nature, takes care of dead and dying material, beetle kill. There's a lot of reasons for fire to burn. That's good. Managing fire during peak burning conditions is almost virtually impossible. It only takes a few degrees of relative humidity, meaning the moisture in the air, or a change in wind to really affect what a fire does. So when we talk about resources and capacity, it becomes part of a matter of perspective. It's kind of like insurance, right? Do we want to spend money to build capacity so that when these events happen, we can really go after them? Or do we bet on the come that it's not going to happen? And unfortunately, when we listen to climatologists and scientists around the world and we experience what we're experiencing, where we see years and years and years of dry weather, where we see reservoirs drying up, where we see millions of trees dying, that just all adds to the fuel, no pun intended, for these fires to really take hold and go. And there's two ways fires are put out. A, Mother Nature lets them die out naturally, or B, there are firefighters on the ground that actually go dig those fires out and around to make them go away. So capacity, I think in Canada right now, you're seeing probably firefighters from around the world responding. I know that aviation resources and hundreds of firefighters from the United States are battling those blazes. And I'm sure that there are people from Australia and probably many other countries engaging to help, Canada. And it's not just a regional North American problem right now. We're having this problem. We don't see it, in Siberia, in Asia, in Europe, where you see fires, burning in Germany, where they don't typically burn. And when that doesn't happen, people don't think that they need to get prepared because they don't think it's going to impact them. And unfortunately, for those on the eastern seaboard here in the United States, that they don't really realize the impact that they are contributing to, say, tax-wise, right? We have realized and unrealized costs of fire suppression in this country in the tune of tens of billions of dollars a year, which really affects the GDP of the United States. So wildfire is a big problem, whether you're experiencing that smoke or not. We're all going to pay for it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And to bring it down to a level where people watching this will have something in common with, recently we had the heavy smoke conditions. And that's what I'm going to call the smoke conditions. And they were telling people, stay inside, avoid going outside. Now, we know from the indoor air quality side of our industry that the inside air is normally up to 10 times more polluted than the outside air. So we're already now telling people to stay in an environment that we know is more polluted than the normal outside air for them breathing. We have sensitized individuals. There's a whole class of people that suffer because of that. But also because of the building codes, commercial buildings, public apartment complexes need to bring in fresh air on their heating and air conditioning. So now the systems that are ventilating the inside of their buildings are bringing in this air from outside, which is all smoke, VOC laden with chemistries. And that's a whole nother side that nobody's prepared for, because you still have to breathe. You can't hold your breath for 5-6 days. That doesn't happen. And we use an example in some of our teachings about the importance of breathing. And we say some people are able to go 20, 30, 40 days without eating, 3, 5, 7 days without water, 4 to 6 minutes without air.
Correct.
So it's not like you can avoid breathing. So you have to do things that are going to help. And that comes back to your point before about preparing ahead of time. We don't spend the money on the resources. I've been involved with the government world for many, many years from my background, and money was not usually spent on preparedness. It was always throw money at it when there was a problem. And to your point, if you don't stop these things when they're very small, they become unmanageable.
Correct. Capacity it's a big deal, right? Being prepared both nationally and internationally is extremely important. My background really, I put myself through school fighting fire, and putting myself through school, I became a critical care nurse. And so I worked as a critical care nurse for several years prior to me becoming a firefighter. So it's concerning to me. I have two children, one 16 and one 19. And we were impacted, for instance, by the Camp Fire, which burned the town of Paradise down. And in that fire, I think there were upwards of 20,000 structures that were burned to the ground and 80 some odd lives lost. And that fire burned into my town. That's where it stopped. But my children were exposed to something that I chose to expose myself to as a professional firefighter. And that's unnerving, because it's not just the smoke that you burn, that one breathes in the minute. It's the side effects many years down the road that impact, firefighters. And firefighters are notoriously prone to all different kinds of cancers, and they're called assumptive conditions that the government pays for when we get it, and oftentimes our lives are cut short. So that's what goes through my mind. And personally, when we were inundated with that kind of smoke, I did limit my children going out, because the air, like it or not, was worse outside. I did ensure that they were wearing N95 masks, similar to what people did, and I'm sure have in their possession as a result of COVID. Anything to be able to catch that particulate, changing out the filters, regularly in my home. Those were all things that were, top on my mind, just from my medical background and being conscientious of my firefighters when I was in the station, as it related to, diesel exhaust fumes in the bays when we were pulling engines out or pulling engines in, right? That wasn't a place to idle, because we just didn't want to be breathing that. Same for the public.
There's an educational component that is missing in many industries. And in our industry, again, out of sight, out of mind, because you don't see the microscopic particulate and organisms and everything else that you inhale, people don't think about it. But when you're dealing with the fires, again, when it's in California, here on the East Coast, we don't think about it. We don't see it. It's not affecting us on a daily basis. But the submicron particles that are in these smoke plumes that are going out, they go straight into your lungs, and they pass right into your blood system and all the chemistries that are associated with them.
And there's thousands.
What's that?
There's thousands of these, even just from a burning pine tree.
Well, and I've heard people even talk about, well, it's a campfire or it's a fire pit. We do this all the time. Well, that's true. But the factory up the street that burned with ethyl methyl nasty stuff in it, that's now aerosolized in the flames, that's the stuff that's involved in what you're breathing, because of the homes that burn, the factories that burn, and all the things that are inside of it. Just the glues that are in the furniture, that you're sitting on, is all poisonous to inhale. And again, to me, it's an educational piece that people don't understand about emergency medical services, about law enforcement, about firefighting, that I look at this as an opportunity to provide awareness. Something as simple as a firefighter coming out of a burning building, the last thing you would want to do is cool him down by hosing off his turnout gear while he's wearing it.
Or give him a hug.
Or give him a hug. That jacket could be 300, 400, 500 degrees. As soon as you hose it down with water, you've created instant steam and you've scalded that individual.
Well, the technology has changed drastically, from the time when I was a young firefighter. Nomex was just coming out, and that's the protective clothing that wildland firefighters wear. And my first several years of fighting fire, I did not wear Nomex. And then when I was in the structure world, in the municipal world, I had one set of turnouts, and those turnouts were by my bed, by my bunk. When the bell rang, I would jump into them and go to a call and come back and peel them down, put them right next to my bunk and go to bed. That's just not the case anymore with what science has shown us and the medical world. Now, firefighters typically have 2 sets of turnouts, and they rotate them through structure fires, and they go right to the extraction machine, and they have to go out and be professionally extracted if you're following an FPA every now and then. I used to go do school programs with the kids, and I'd have my turnouts and let them get in it. Turnouts are the gear, that we wear, and let them touch and feel and see. And now that's even been outlawed, where, nothing that's been in a fire like that can go into a school. It's new turnouts that have never been exposed to smoke. A lot of changes environmentally in our profession, which, I think it's important for the public to understand the reasons for that. And it's important for the public to protect themselves as well, such as the things we just talked about: changing filters, not going outside, having your kids wear a mask. I mean, if I have 2 masks and I'm going out with, 2 kids, well, the kids are going to wear the mask, not me. I'm going to endure that change. But, it's a matter of perspective and doing what you can to research on your own. Read about the effects of smoke and what science is showing. Read about the cost of fires and what's causing it. And it's a very complex, wildfire is very complex, simply because there are those fires that need to burn, and there are those fires that probably should be put out.
From your experience in California, your years firefighting, and from dealing with the smoke out in the California area, what would you say to the people in the middle part of the country and the East Coast that have experienced this? And the wind could shift tomorrow, and the fires that are still burning could cause this to come down on us again. What would you recommend them doing as far as indoor and outdoor air quality, and what things to be aware of odor-wise and things like that?
Well, wildfire smoke has, in my experience, 2 different kind of smells. There's a smell when a fire is going through a residential community, for instance, when we have many homes burning and it smells like a structure fire, or if anyone's thrown, plastic garbage and things into a campfire, you kind of have that acrid smell. And that's the nasty stuff that you don't want to see burning, and you definitely don't want your children burning. As firefighters, sometimes we can't get out of those situations where my firefighters could put on a self-contained breathing apparatus. We call them SCBAs. Until that smoke was clear, that's what they did, and their turnouts were washed. So for those in the public, it really is limiting your exposure outside when you're listening to the environmental air pollution control advisories. Those people that are susceptible to lung issues and problems, I would speak to your doctor. I would see what kind of HEPA filtration systems that could be put into your homes, to help filter that smoke in your homes. And once again, my children, I put them into masks, no different than when they were in COVID, when they were walking around out there, when they had to be out. Otherwise, I kept them indoors.
Yeah, just to a point that you just made about wearing masks, the N95 masks, N100 masks, whatever you're able to get, they work great for particulates, but they don't do anything for the VOCs, the volatile organic compounds, which is the gases and the chemistry in the air. Right. That you need scuba gear, like you're talking about, self-contained breathing apparatus. Mm-hmm. And the public isn't going to wear that.
No.
So staying inside, it's really your best bet, at this point, and try to avoid these situations if possible.
Agreed.
All right. Well, I really appreciate your time. This is all about a public education and awareness that we're trying to push out there. There's many other segments that we will be playing following this. And I really wanted to set the stage, which is, I feel we've done that, as to the problem that's out there. It's not going away. It wasn't the 3 or 4 days that we had here, and the problem's never going to come back. It's things that we need to be aware of.
Correct.
And I really appreciate your time and help with that.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me today, Lance. Appreciate it.
Be safe, and good luck with your new adventures out there. And look forward to seeing some more of those interesting images and videos of all these firefighting planes and stuff you got out there on your site.
Yeah, there's some
Thank you very
amazing
much.
pilots and people. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, we are back with Jeff Jones. And Jeff, we were talking a few minutes ago and our system dropped out, so we had to come back in here. And that's the good thing about doing this stuff live. So I'm going to ask you one more time just to describe what you do so we can make sure everybody hears it, because I don't think they did before.
Okay, well, I'm Jeff Jones again, and I've been in the restoration industry for over 55 years. I literally grew up in it, and I've been doing forensic restoration for right at 53 years. Forensic restoration is defined as the comprehensive remediation of microenvironments. That's a term that was first coined by Dr. Michael Berry, a former director with the EPA, in his wonderful book, Protecting the Built Environment. But forensic restoration is the comprehensive remediation of microenvironments that have been contaminated or suspected to be contaminated from biological materials or hazardous materials. So that could come from homicide, suicide, accidental, or a natural death. Any one of those can become an unattended death, leading to advanced human decomposition. We know this now, that human decomposition begins approximately 4 minutes after death, but it could be a synthetic contaminant like tear gas, which is specifically made to be a human irritant.
That's CN, correct?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. There's more than one type of tear gas, but that's predominantly what is used today. And then we have other synthetics contaminants like fentanyl and carfentanil, definitely the most dangerous contaminants of our lives right now. And then we're also working on training protocols to respond to, because unfortunately it's not a if this is going to happen, it's a when is this going to happen, biological WMDs. But Microbial Warrior, that's our training program, and Normie actually mirror each other so much, because we're both dealing with biological contaminants. And I believe that both really, our tactical approach pretty much is the same. We want to contain, control, neutralize, and remove the contaminant safely based on science.
Well, like you said, we're very similar. You as an organization go into much more detail on the forensic side. And again, you're talking about crime scene cleanup, which is a whole different sector of the industry. Yes, it's remediation, but not due to a microbial problem. And then when you get into the chemistry side of it, like fentanyl, we're dealing more of a hazmat situation.
Correct.
More so than even lead and asbestos. I mean, this is something that just by touch can enter your system and seriously affect your health. So your training is very specialized with that. I know when I was talking with Lori earlier today, and we talked about some of the teaching that she does, she was talking about using real life situations where your classes, you're using blood to clean up. She had this kind of like smirk on her face when she said animal brains and things like that, because it makes
That's my wife.
It makes it realistic.
Well, it has to be. And to me, that's not really a big deal that we use real biological contaminants. And now I see that, there's some other trainers going out, and they're saying, we use real blood. I'm like, well, that's not very stimulating to me. That's like saying we've got a water class and we're using real water. You should train to what you're going to go and engage.
Absolutely.
In. This is, of course, microbial warfare. And so we want to go out and deal as close to combat situations as we can and make it realistic. Some people think they want to do this, and then they find out really fast they can't even perform under simulated microbial warrior conditions.
Well, I know things like the odor bothers people, and that's something that can make people sick and leave the environment. But I was over by your booth earlier, and you guys somehow talked me into putting a helmet on, which is a breathing apparatus that replaces masks. With the positive pressure in there, I think that's like eliminating the odor problem, isn't it?
Sure. If you put an OV filter on that, and a lot of people use those. I don't. Okay. I grew up, you never forget the smell of death.
No.
Okay. But let me be honest. My clients are not going to be wearing one when they walk in at the end of a job. I need to know what this smells like.
Oh,
you know?
understood.
And we do
Understood.
not use deodorizers in any fashion or form. We use no masking agents. If you have an odor, you have a source. What's the general rule? Remove the source, you'll remove the odor.
Correct. And if you're using a masking agent, never mind hiding the odor itself, you're creating more of a VOC or chemical problem in
Absolutely.
the environment.
Absolutely. So we need to think about, not only what are we cleaning and why? What's the source of contaminant? Is it mold? Is it biologicals? Is it blood? Is it human decomposition? What is the contaminant? But also, how are we leaving that? What type of chemicals are we using? And, we saw just insanity during COVID. People were going in and spraying everything under the sun with no forethought of how's that going to affect that surface in the long term.
Correct. Correct. And again, if any of you aren't sure about the timeline, that's when the world ran out of toilet paper, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, panicking, people not knowing what to do, and that's what happens.
Well, you know what? I did an interview on COVID on January 3rd, 2020. And at that time, when I did the interview, there were 2.5 cases in the United States. And I had the numbers, it was like, there's 17 in Italy. And
Right.
that's how low it was at that time. So there are 2.5 cases. 2 were in a nursing home in Washington State. And the 0.5 was in Chicago because they had not been declared positive yet.
Right.
So a couple weeks later, we got a call for a very large scale unattended death in a 2-story condo, and everything had to be emptied out. Everything had to be deconned. Everything had to be cleaned. Everything had to be disinfected. Everything had to be tested. And it took us 3.5 days to do that. There was a lot of contents, and it was really bad. At the end of it, because this was just inside of Texas, we drove back at the end of the day, and I walked into the kitchen. I said, "Oh, I need to go get some creamer because I want some coffee in the morning." And I hadn't been to a store during the duration. I walked into the store and I was like, "What happened?" Well, because I was focused on my job.
Yeah.
Like, all the toilet paper was gone, all the soup was gone. I was like,
Yeah.
What happened? People just lost their minds.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you ever saw it. It's a short video that they play online every once in a while about the got to get the bread and milk.
Yeah.
Guy running around panicking because it's going to snow.
Yeah,
It's the same thing. I gotta get the bread and milk, and just pure panic. And a lot of that was hyped with the media.
Of
We knew
course.
that was a problem. But COVID, like a lot of other things, was a serious situation. Have you ever dealt with things where you had to wear, I guess it's called a level 4 suit, where you're basically built into the suit?
We are at level 3 when we're working
Okay.
on that. Okay. If I were to put on that level of protection, SCBAs and stuff, that means I'm working on a full blown, something like a fentanyl distribution center.
Right.
And so, we have 3 levels of contaminants when we're dealing with 3 threat levels when we're dealing with the remediation of fentanyl. Definitely the most dangerous contaminant of our lives. Oh, but don't worry, they'll come up with something new.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just the thought process of creating more things like that.
Sure.
If they could turn that into positive, imagine how far advanced we would be.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Unfortunately, and this is the real world. There are bad people that don't want us on this planet simply because this is where we
I
grew
keep
up.
telling people that and they don't believe me. No, you're absolutely right. And the seriousness of it is we need to be trained to deal with this stuff. We need to be aware of it, because just throwing out garbage and touching stuff that had fentanyl on it is enough that could kill you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So it all comes down to, on a professional level, training, tactics, techniques, and tools. And notice I said it in that order: training,
Right.
tactics, techniques, and tools. Too many times, people in the restoration industry get wrapped up in the newest sprayer, the newest this gadget and everything. And that's not where it's at. You've got to have a protocol.
Yes.
You want to be able to contain, control, neutralize, and remove that contaminant, and ask yourself, what are we cleaning and why?
Why was the word I was going for? Because you can buy the tools.
Why'd you buy that? You know,
Yeah.
well, I'm going to go take care of this. Are you trained to? Well, we'll figure it out. You can't figure this out.
And
This
that's-
is too
yeah.
dangerous.
You know, this is the one part of the industry, whether it's mold or whether it's some of the dangerous contaminants I work with. Here's the word you do not want to hear. Oops.
Yeah. Yeah, we joked about that when I was on the police department with the guys from the bomb squad, and they used to have sayings in the back of their shirts. If you see me running, try to keep up. You don't want that.
We talk about, you know, training tactics, techniques, and tools, and we talk about our end. But, you know, I think one of the things that we always need to stay focused on, no one calls you, no one calls me because they're having a good day.
Yeah.
And so what we also need to keep in mind, but our prime directive of safety, but that client, you know, that has potentially dangerous mold and contaminants in their house, or in my end, that client that may have lost a loved one. Okay. If we handle these people with care, compassion, and concern, and base all of this on science and conduct ourselves with honor and integrity, there's no way you cannot succeed.
Agreed. Have you ever come across any radioactive situations?
No, I have not.
It's a very strange feeling because I've come across the scenes that would qualify as a crime scene cleanup and stuff like that from my previous life. And I came across one situation with radiation.
Really?
And there's a definite change in the way that you feel because it's such an unknown to the general public. And I'm considering myself general public in this because I am not trained in that level of a response. With the police department, we responded to a burglar alarm. As we went into the building, we hit a door that said, "Do not go beyond this point, radiation." The guys that I was with, they started backing out, had me there as a supervisor. Turned out it was a storage place for ground sensing equipment.
Okay.
And they use radiation to do that. Well, it was safe, very small chips, and they have to mark the building. But it was an extremely unsettling feeling being there and knowing what to do. We backed out.
Right.
Because we're not trained in that type of response.
Right. And you know what? That's one thing that, like, especially new remediators, whether it is mold or whether it is on the forensic end and stuff, need to realize their limitations and need to know when to pull back and call and ask for some expert consultation and help.
That's something that actually needs to be taught because people don't realize it. People are, in general, pleasers. They want to have the answer. If they don't have it, they try to make it up. And in our line of work, that can be very, very dangerous.
Absolutely. Remember the Clint Eastwood movie, Magnum Force?
Yes.
The line he used in that, man's got to know his limitations.
It's absolutely correct.
Absolutely correct.
I've seen it from the emergency services side. You've seen it. You were in the military. People do things that, beer muscles, if you want to call it, here, hold my beer. I'm going in, that's where you get hurt. And if you're doing a job and you need to climb up and reach something, you don't have a ladder, you don't stack 4 chairs on top of each other and try to climb it. But people do. And then you laugh about it afterwards. Could you believe what this guy did? Could have seriously gotten hurt. The same problem with these microbes and chemistries and all the biohazards we come in contact with, not wearing the right equipment is the same thing as standing on 4 chairs piled high.
Absolutely. Have people died cleaning up after fentanyl? Yes, they have.
Yes.
Okay. And so we need to be aware of that.
Yeah. And it's not just coming in contact with a lab. Our remediators, our assessors, you're going into homes, into businesses that it's an unknown. You don't know what's there. Should you be wearing gloves? Absolutely. PPE? Yes, you really need it, even in a normal looking environment, because what is normal? You never
If it was
know.
normal, you wouldn't be there.
Exactly. They've called for a reason.
We're biological SWAT teams. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I haven't looked at it like that, but yeah, I guess it would fit. But that's this industry. And as we look around, there's people all over here from all over the country. Actually, there's a lot of people here from Australia and the UK. They come to this show because they get to see people in the industry, their peers, how they work, how they do things, the training available. They meet people like you with the technology and the upper level training that you do, that even with our most advanced training, we don't cover crime scene and cleanup. So this is the place to be in a show like this. Just
Oh,
to meet
I love
people.
being around my peers and colleagues here because I pick up things left and right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's, a good experience. And I'm glad you were here and had time to
Thank
talk
you
with us.
so much.
It's always a pleasure.
Thanks,
I
Lance.
told Lori I'd really like to get into one of your classes one day.
Oh, we'd love to have you.
I think it would be of a big interest and value for me.
Anytime. The
All right.
door's open.
We'll hold you to that.
Okay.
All righty. Take care. Thank you.
So I'm talking with Mark Quigley, who had recently taken our NCRSI class, and I wanted to get his feedback because he's been in this industry for a very long time, actually on several different continents, and definitely has the experience of this industry. So first of all, Mark, welcome. Let's start with that.
Thank you,
And
Lon.
if you could just mention everybody kind of a little bit about your background, because it's pretty diverse.
Okay, so I actually come originally from the asbestos industry. So up until a year or so ago, I was a licensed asbestos assessor down in New Zealand and Australia. And I actually ran and owned the largest asbestos consultancy in New Zealand. But I also lived in Florida, South Florida. So it was a long commute. So I ended up closing the New Zealand business down and focusing on my business here in the US. And what I found is once you get over the equator, apparently your intelligence diminishes and you are not able to use the licenses that you hold in other countries. So I took a step sideways into biohazard and basically dealt in that industry. So my specialty, if it's anything, is dealing with non-viable pathogenic molecular structures like asbestos, like mycotoxins, those things that aren't alive that cause incredible illness. And so that's where I sort of focus my attention in my business in Florida. So my business in Florida is BioRisk. And while I am in the biohazard industry, I was doing a lot of sampling for mycotoxins. And so because mycotoxins are related to mold, I decided to become a mold assessor. I'm highly allergic to mold, and I don't really want to deal with mold if I can avoid it. And so I deal with a lot of mycotoxin type issues. But I never wanted to be in a position where people are questioning why I'm taking mold samples or mold related samples. So I got my assessing license through Normie and have just progressed and taken, gosh, I don't know how many certifications with them now, with the latest being for the sensitized individuals. And so while I said non-viable pathogenic molecular structures, that has now evolved into bacteria as well. So the likes of endotoxin and actinomyces. And so that's really mycotoxin, endotoxin, actinomyces is where my focus is. And so that's really a little bit of background about what I did. And so this course that I took, gosh, 4 weeks ago, it dovetailed quite seamlessly with that.
So, I mean, I think we could say that your business model has shifted a little since you got exposed to Normie.
Yes, a little bit. So, and while Normie isn't necessarily involved in the biohazard per se, there are crossovers. So I certainly learn an awful lot from being involved with Normie and those professionals that I come in contact with.
Have you dealt with sensitized individuals in the past?
That's really all I deal with.
So that's a very large piece of what you're doing then, I guess, is what you're saying.
Correct. Yep, definitely.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess then the NCRSI class would have been the next logical step which you took to enhance that. As far as that goes, did you get anything from the class that you really didn't know before, or a different way or a different view of the industry with the NCRSI background?
One of the things that with biohazard you've got to be very strong on is the paper trail, and you've got to follow up with procedures and documenting exactly what you're doing, because there is no assessor standing over you. Like with a mold remediation, you've got an independent mold assessor. So in biohazard, you are your own assessor, and the only thing that you can back that up with is your paperwork and the validations that are done. And so it's a little bit different how we approach it, but essentially it's the same. I know that's a bit of an oxymoron, but for example, we can do gross bio cleanup before we will do disinfectant and sanitization, because sometimes we're dealing with body fluids and those type of things. So it's a little different, but it's not that far removed, because you're still removing the likes of mold from an environment. And so one of the things that I learned from Normie is the paper trail, and making sure that the ID testing that is done is the same as the validation. And so you can compare apples with apples. So that was one of the key areas that I suppose Michael Pinto emphasized for me anyway, is the making sure you've got the same ID and validation. You can add other validations, which I do, but if we ever get into a situation where we're challenged in court, we can actually show this is what we had originally found, and this is through the same test why we know it was clean.
So
sanitized.
I mean, you have such a diverse background, and even though you're in the mold industry where we are under microbial industry, you kind of have a different take on this. So if you were stepping back and looking at the several industries, the verticals, who should take this NCRSI class? Who do you think it would benefit the most?
Anybody that's dealing with sensitive individuals that has a microbial contamination. So I don't expect a mold remediator to be able to step into my world and clean up some of that gross contamination that I come upon with body fluids, etc. But a biohazard or trauma contractor would benefit from this class tremendously, as does obviously other mold remediators, because we're now finding that there are more and more people that are sensitized, that need a different type of remediation. And so while I may not be involved in the mold remediation per se, I'm definitely involved in the biotoxin side of some of those residues that can be left.
I've done several interviews with other students that have taken the NCRSI class. And one of the common themes that comes up is the terminology of ahead of the curve, or on the leading edge of this whole new industry breaking out with sensitized individuals. Are you kind of comfortable with that terminology with Normie?
Pretty much, because most mold remediators that are licensed and not involved with Normie probably aren't aware of what needs to be done. Before I did this course, I was already doing HEPA vacuuming, wet foaming, wet wiping, microfibering, specialized microfiber wipe downs. So I was already going through those three, I think it was called the HEPA pizza steps. And then I will also follow up with a specific type of fogging. So, I mean, we all know about the HEPA sandwich, but when it comes to sensitized individuals, we need an extra layer, or maybe even a couple of extra layers, to make sure that that environment is clean. And as Michael Pinto says, clean is clean. And so you have to sometimes do something a little different to get to the cleanliness you need for those sensitized individuals. So yes, definitely. Head of the curve would adequately describe what Normie is trying to do. And basically anybody that's involved in microbial remediation would benefit from it.
You know, all the interviews that I've done with people about this class, everybody brings up the pizza. It all goes back to that. Everybody was like impressed by the term, you know, the HEPA sandwich, now the HEPA pizza.
Right.
It's interesting that everybody picked that out. Well, I know that we spoke earlier, and you guys were dealing with a lot of that flooding and stuff down there too. So you've been extremely busy in Southern Florida. So I really appreciate you taking the time being here with us. It's always a pleasure talking to you. And we still need to do another interview on the biohazard stuff. We just haven't gotten around to that yet.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Well, thank you very much for the time. I appreciate it. And we'll talk again soon.
No problem at all, Lance. I'm more than happy to always assist wherever I can.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Today, I'm with Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, Senior Director of GBAC, which is a division of ISSA, along with a special guest, Doug Hoffman, the Executive Director of Normie. Gavin and Doug, how are you both doing?
We're in Florida, Jeff.
What does that mean? Does that mean things are great?
Yeah, it's just amazing, Jeff. Just the power of ISSA, our trade association, the alliance that we've had with Normie now since 2018, and it just keeps getting stronger every day, especially here in the state of Florida.
Fantastic. And Doug, we do value your partnership. Thank you for all you do with ISSA, and of course, to support our members and those that are part of Normie. But I understand something happened recently, and that's why you two are in Florida. You're not on vacation, but you're working, right? You're working.
We're working. Sure. Yeah, we're working.
What's the news? What's the news?
There's two big news items here, Jeff. The big news item is that Doug and I have been talking about training facilities, globally throughout the world, schools, universities, community colleges. When you put people in a classroom, we know that they spread droplets through coughing, sneezing, talking, singing, if you go to those sort of classes, and that spreads germs. And then Doug and I were talking about, well, then how do you clean a classroom after a training to make it safe and healthy for the next class? And so the Normie Pro Academy, which is a wonderful training center in Sunrise, Florida, has gone through the GBAC Star accreditation program. And really, it's about telling their cleaning story. Is it based on best industry standards, science and evidence, which it is? I've now done the site visit, we've filled out the documentation. So the Normie Pro Academy in Sunrise, Florida is now a GBAC Star accredited facility, following our 20-element program, which really brings them into the family of being a certified ISSA training facility for all of the ISSA members.
And I can't tell you how excited we are about this. I think bringing this to the table for remediators, especially mold remediators that we do so much training for, indoor air quality specialists, this is really just a perfect marriage in a lot of ways, because all of them do cleaning. They need to know how to do it correctly. And so bringing this side of the industry together, this merger, as it were, is pretty cool.
Yes, I agree. Now, Doug, you've been doing training for a long time, and obviously working ISSA and Normie together is a smart move. Tell us about your training center that makes it special, and why will this be such a good thing for the industry?
Well, the unique thing about our training center is we've been doing Zoom, of course, for a really long time, Zoom training. And so we took this classroom and created essentially a television studio. So when we do training at the Normie Pro Academy, we can do it on site, obviously, where we can do hands-on training and so forth. But Jeff, we have 4 cameras, 16 microphones, and we have 3 televisions there. And so what we can do is we can actually broadcast live online training while we're doing on-site training. We call it simulcast training, and that's been incredibly effective. Think about the last couple of classes we've had. We had someone flying, we had several people from the UK. So being able to offer that kind of level of training and for them not to have to travel, that's pretty cool.
I'm still looking for the workshop that the location that has a good popcorn maker. Do you have that, Doug?
No, but I'll ask Gavin if he can provide one.
Yeah, sorry, Jeff, not a big fan of popcorn, but I wanted to emphasize that what this journey has been. The Cleaning for Health curriculum based on Dr. Michael Berry's Cleaning for Health book. Really, it's a textbook that was written 30 years ago, 1993. We used that book from Dr. Michael Berry in a workshop in November 2022 at the Normie Academy to train 20 master trainers, but also to develop and update the curriculum. So we spent 10 days developing new curriculum that we then presented to the US Department of Labor at the federal government level. They went through and reviewed it and told us it was approved. Since then, in this year alone, our partnership, the work we've done together, we've now just this morning completed our 40th workshop. That's over 720 people trained in just under 9 months.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And the feedback we're getting from the 720 people that we've trained in a face-to-face environment, like at the Normie Pro Academy in Sunrise, Florida, was that they haven't had any training in the last 5 years. 87% of everyone that's come to our workshop, that's a big number, have not had any training in the last 5 years. And as Doug said, what makes this training center special, it's all hands-on. But what that means for me, adults learn by doing. And if you learn, so this morning's workshop, we just finished a 3-hour Cleaning for Health workshop here in Lake Worth, Florida. And it wasn't about how to clean, it was about why to clean. The Cleaning for Health workshop, the introduction to our program, is why do we clean based on reservoirs of germs from people, as well as reservoirs of germs in the environment. And that was brand new information to everyone who attended today. We had such a fantastic morning.
And everyone stayed awake, alert.
So far. So the exciting thing about this to me is that we hear this so often, that someone's been in the industry for a really long time. They've not heard this information before. I think Gavin is bringing to the table the science behind why we do what we do. And that's just, for a lot of these guys, new information. So it's fun to see their excitement and to tell us after this kind of event, this is the best training I've ever had. So it's really cool. That was really fun this morning.
Thank you. Can you talk to maybe the requirements that people have for training, the need for that you're fulfilling? Licensing or governmental requirements, or maybe to get a contract for cleaning. Does that fit into this?
Well, I can tell you on our side, for the mold remediators and mold assessors, of course, we're an approved training provider for all of the states that require licensing. And, they've never thought about themselves as cleaners. But the truth is they are. That's exactly what they do. And you've got to remove the contaminants, microbial growth, before you really do anything else in a remediation project. So I think being able to bring this kind of training to them is really, really neat. And it allows them to I think, kind of ramp it up a little bit in terms of the way they see themselves. We've talked a lot about this idea of making sure that these guys feel like they're essential, because they are. And when you talk to remediators and sanitizing companies and restoration companies and are able to show them this is a side of the industry that you can specialize in, I think that's really exciting.
It is. And I found that interesting that restoration people don't realize that they're also cleaners, because isn't that what it is? It's you're cleaning. You may be doing some construction as well, but you're cleaning. So
yeah, that's exactly right. During the COVID outbreak, one of the things that we pivoted toward was a certified sanitizing professional. And the purpose for that was that we wanted our guys to understand what we've always said. Mold is just a surrogate for other types of microbes, and you are actually in the microbial business. When you use some kind of sanitization protocol to remove mold, you're also removing bacteria and other types of microbes. So it's just, I think, a great addition to what we're doing.
So Gavin, there's lots of training centers in the country, around the world. We need more. I think that's your angle. This is our second interview about a new training center. Why? Why do we need more? What's going on?
Great question, Jeff. Really important. And we've used this term, essential cleaning professional. What makes anyone, electrician, a plumber, a builder, anyone that does a trade, and cleaning is a trade, be recognized by federal and state government, insurance companies, for example, and just facility managers across the country, around the world? It's training, it's education, it's workforce development. And it's so important that we look at, if you're going to clean for health, not just for appearance or smell. That was a long time ago. It's now clean for health. You use best industry practices, science and evidence that comes through training and education. But more importantly, Jeff, it's recognition. So the ISSA Cleaning for Health curriculum, the courses, has been reviewed and approved by the US Department of Labor. In our alliance, again, ISSA has an alliance partnership with NORMI. What Doug has done down here is worked with the state government. The Florida state government has now received both our workshop, our face-to-face workshop, as well as our online material, and they've peer-reviewed it, and they've now said, we now approve the Cleaning for Health workshop curriculum for both face-to-face and online for workforce development in the state of Florida. Every state in the country has workforce development programs, but more importantly, they don't do it for the cleaning industry. And as we found this morning, everyone that attended the course today haven't had any training in the last 5 years. They would love to get training, but it's not here how to use a piece of microfiber or how to use a mop or how to use a vacuum cleaner. They want to know the why. Why is it so important to create indoor spaces, safe and healthy? Because you and I know, Jeff, everyone spends about 90% of their life in an indoor space. And if you live to the age of 80, Jeff, that's 72 years indoors. Wouldn't you like that to be health and safe?
I think so. I would agree with that. So Gavin, what's next on your agenda for more training centers? If someone says, hey, I've got a good classroom, I'd like to be part of this, what should they do?
Well, within the GBAC Staff Facility Accreditation Program, it's a continuous improvement program, Jeff. It's no pass or fail. First of all, you've got to tell us how you clean. Your cleaning story. What tools, what equipment, what products, with what chemistry do you use on different surfaces in different areas? How do you measure that? How do you implement that? How do you do that in a way that creates a safe indoor space? We start that as the baseline, and then we put them on a continuous improvement program. And so what we did with NORMI, and I said, Doug, you bring in all these people into the NORMI Pro Academy, they leave. We do it. We measured it, it works. We used our ATP meters, we used our UV black lights, we used our indoor air quality monitors to monitor the cleaning process, and we created a healthy indoor space for the next class. And it's a simple process. People know how to do it, they just don't know how to tell the story to us. And the GBAC Star accreditation process is about telling the story, science, evidence-based. You get the accreditation, and then you keep improving. And so it's so important. We want to see a network of training centers in the US, around the world, that teach standardized, approved curriculum. And now We've got our Cleaning for Health workshop approved by federal government as well as our state government.
So one of the things that I found, if I could say this, Jeff, one of the things that I found that's so neat about this accreditation is that you can know what to do, but you can't teach what to do unless you do it. And I think that's what we're trying to do is we're trying to say, look, you come to our facility, we know how to clean, so we can intelligently talk to you about how to do it in your environment. And it just makes sense.
All right, you both can chime in on this question. What's coming up in the future, in the short term and the long term?
Well, I'll just tell you that we have big plans. Normie has big plans this next year in 2024 to expand out to the West Coast. We've already talked with some folks and trained some folks in the UK. Interesting thing is we find out that the only people who need solutions are people who breathe. So we're really excited about being able to do our training out across the country and to expand that way. Part of that's going to be our effort at the ISSA conference to have a booth there and start talking to folks in other parts of the country.
Yeah, so Jeff, at the ISSA show in Las Vegas, November 14th, Tuesday, we have a free 3-hour Cleaning for Health workshop in English and also a free 3-hour Cleaning for Health workshop in Spanish. And Normie's providing the instructors for the Spanish course. And it's so important. We've had the Cleaning for Health workshops now translated into 8 languages. As Doug said, we're looking for Haitian Creole instructors. Are we going to find them? You bet you we are. We're just going to look hard, but we're going to find them. So what we're going to ensure that the training material that ISSA has, Normie has, is available for every essential cleaning professional. This is probably over 6 million people in the US alone. And then we put them on a pathway of continuing education, workforce development. But more importantly, we make them feel that they are essential. We make sure the government realizes they're essential. That's the next step. So 2024, Doug and I and many of the other people that we work with, there's about 20 of us in the team, have come up with curriculum, dates, times for workshops. We're going to publish that soon. But we're so rich in training material, we're just going to put it into a program that helps people.
There's one thing I know for sure from this conversation. There's no vacation for either one of you for a long time. So get back to work and thank you for this today.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff.
Okay, everybody, we are here with a special guest today at the Experience Trade Show, David DeGroff, and we've been dealing with, and I say dealing in a very calm way, with you for several years now. Actually, you've been a sponsor at some of our training classes, and we've dealt with you with other stuff down in Florida, so we really appreciate that. But you have a very special, I want to call it service, at Always On Call for this industry. Let's tell everybody about it.
Basically, I have a restoration specific labor source. And contrary to everybody else out there who is a labor provider that saw opportunity in our industry, and they do roll call. There's plenty of negative names out there that exist for those types of companies, rent-a-bums, rent-a-drunks. And I saw an opportunity and able to provide something a little bit different for the industry. I've been in the industry since 2004. I ran a build back company. I ran a DR company to expansion and then into sale. And I actually only ended up doing labor and saw that it was a good opportunity and we capitalized on that. My labor guys, it's not a roll call to see who's the most sober in the morning and they get to go to work. They're my employees year round and they do restoration every day of the week. They weren't cleaning a Walmart parking lot yesterday. They were doing containments, right? They're doing micro cleans.
And I speak David, so I can translate what he just said. Actually, you were a little bit low, so hopefully they heard you.
Sorry.
But I think it really comes down to you get somebody in the restoration industry that comes across a very large job, and they're not going to have 100, 200, people on their payroll. They need people that know what to do in the industry, and they call you.
That's right. We can help increase the size of your company, allow you to take on any project, no matter the size. But we also offer an alternate option where if you're a smaller company and you just get a stack of jobs going on, we're able to help provide, relief for that type of situation as well. I mean, realistically, you don't need anybody on your staff that isn't a future part of your company. We're able to come in and fill the gaps in your schedule. If you had several mold jobs, you could stack them all up together and bring us in, and we can help you knock them out. And then you don't have to worry about paying them guys 40 hours next week.
Do you have supervisors on your crews?
Yes, we do.
So you provide supervision also. Now, are they licensed to do the work? Like in Florida, I know you need licensing, or do they still work under the company's license?
Yeah, they some of the people are certified that we have. We're working on increasing that presence right now. It's kind of a new demand and a new supply for us. Typically, we've always just done general labor and worked very hard to be able to clear that bar. I'm a under promise, over deliver type of guy. So now we've been looking at adding the new dimensions and being able to offer supervision as well. I know that's a much needed resource in the industry as well.
Well, I know you're located in Florida, but you do cover other parts of the country, don't you?
Well, we started the company in 2016 in Orlando, and then we've expanded from there. We're able to respond nationwide with as little as 4 people. And we also have local response out of 8 cities. It's Miami, Orlando, Atlanta, Charlotte, and the 4 major cities in Texas.
So what do you do as far as, like, you need to mobilize 100 people to head to Texas? Do you guys handle logistics of transport and accommodations, or how's that work?
Yeah, I mean, typically we handle the transportation, but at the end of the day, I'm trying to be a good business partner, and we all want to just help each other reach success and profitability, right, and get on to the next job. So it really comes down to the relationship. When the specific situation, do you need me to handle lodging? Do you need me to handle transportation? How can I best assist your situation to make it as seamless and stressless for you as possible? And we work hard to fill in all those gaps to take whatever we need to off your plate.
Okay, well, it brings me to the most important question. And I know we've done interviews in the past, but anytime somebody sees an interview I've done with you or just sees us talking, they always ask me 9-volt or AA for the suit.
It's a lot larger battery than that, bud.
What powers this thing?
It's my energy, right?
It's your energy.
No caffeine.
What's the deal with the orange suit? And now the glasses, that's a new one.
Hey, you got to step it up. Everybody's expecting there's something more each time out. Very simply put, the company colors are orange and black, and I'm a little bit outside the box when it comes to marketing. And so I conceptualized this idea on the fly of maybe an orange suit would draw a few more eyes, and it certainly has done that.
I heard rumors about a Lamborghini someplace out there.
I don't know. They're unconfirmed at this point in time.
Oh, okay.
I don't know one. I can tell you that much.
Yeah. But orange?
An orange Lamborghini? Well, it'd have to be a marketing expense, and it'd have to tie into the suit. So a little bit of work to go before we're able to roll out that idea. But we're going to see what we can do.
Well, I'm waiting to see that one. Just to have you pull up at one of these shows, and something like that, I think that speaks volumes.
What kind of volumes would it speak?
Yeah, I don't know.
We're not fitting very much labor in the back of it.
That's true. Are you going to be at the experience in the fall?
Well, as everybody knows, that one is in the fall and at the beginning of September. So that's kind of the hot zone for us for hurricane wise. Assuming that there's not going to be any hurricane at that point in time, which is not a safe assumption, I will certainly be there to the best of my ability. So, but we'd all rather be working at that point in time too. But the experience is a great show, and I love to be in there in Vegas and, turn out for these guys. Great people, great event.
I also heard a rumor that you were thinking about our training coming up in Mexico in a week. Don't know if you were able to make that one work or not.
I'm a little bit sad at this point in time. I found out about it too late, and due to the restricted time frame and so much to move, that I don't think I'm going to be able to make it. But I'm sad. I'm still going to put the effort into it, and if not, then you can certainly keep me on the agenda for next year. I've been to a lot of special Normie events, and I appreciate and love them all. I've always appreciated the way Normie's had not only my back, but definitely supports the industry across. It's a huge asset and a huge addition to everything that we all believe in.
So it has nothing to do with the orange suit, or being on the no-fly list.
No, if I wouldn't be able to be here if it were that case.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how it works internationally.
Yeah.
I have to, pop the fuse or something.
Pinata if you're down in Mexico, Anyways, I appreciate you spending time. And there's a lot of things going on here. We're coming up on a little over an hour to go in the show yet today. So enjoy. I appreciate
Thank you very much for all your time, Lance.
You take care.
Thank you, Normie. Thank you, Experience. Have a good day, guys.
Experience Conference is super practical, meaning you're not going to be stuck in a chair all day long. You're going to get your hands dirty. You're going to spend time with experts who are going to show you the craft.
We have been attending the experience for probably the last 6 to 8 years. I will say though, over the last 2 years, we have seen such a beautiful increase in the ROI that we have received from this show here in Vegas specifically.
I'm able to meet with industry leaders and talk to them one-on-one, which totally amazes me.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome you here to our webinar we have going this afternoon. And I want to welcome our guest speakers, Doug Hoffman, the Executive Director of Normie, and Gavin McGregor Skinner, who is the Senior Director from ISSA, I believe. We got your titles correct. If I didn't, I apologize. But I think I got it correctly.
They're just titles, Lance. They're not that important.
I know. Well, I want to thank everybody for joining us today. In recent events of the hurricane or hurricanes that have gone by, we've started to notice a lot of things happening within our industry and a lot of the verticals around us. And a lot of it's concerning, and we wanted to bring it to everybody's attention and offer some options. That's the easiest way for me to explain this. We're going to try to talk about staying healthy as workers through these events that have just happened with the 2 hurricanes. A lot of the risks that are involved with exposure to mold, and there's a lot of myths out there that people hear and they try to run with without following the science. And I know these are terms that we use a lot in our industry, following the science especially, but people don't really do that. So I want to turn this over to Doug and let you just start off with an introduction as to what your feelings are with the response to Helene and Milton, the 2 hurricanes that just passed, and a lot of people are still reeling from both of them.
Yeah. Well, I think some things have changed a lot since we first experienced Hurricane Katrina in 2005. I think there's a lot that's been changed for the better. But unfortunately, some things seem to remain the same. And I remember when we did Katrina in 2005, one of the things that we were invited to do, which was really helpful to us, and I think to the public, was to be able to hold seminars in the libraries and actually talk with folks about the things that they should be doing to not only know for sure that the work was being done correctly, but maybe more importantly was to how to protect themselves and make sure that they were protected from the health effects. And one of the things that prompted us to do that, Lance, in 2005, and why that was so important to talk about was, as you recall, just a few years earlier in 2001, when the towers fell, people were really concerned, and they began to realize that those health effects from that kind of disaster could go on for years. And as far as I know, it's still going on. And so it was pretty easy for us to talk about that in 2005. The unfortunate thing is that it seems as though we were dealing with kind of the same situation here. I see pictures of people dealing with contaminated environments with no kind of personal protection equipment at all. Volunteers jumping in, which of course we're always grateful for, but volunteers jumping in and doing work and not protecting themselves, not considering the potential health effects that they're dealing with. And then on the other side of that, you've got the problem with guys that really aren't licensed or trained to do some of the work. And so that's, in some ways it's changed, in some ways it's not changed. I think the government has been a much better, much better in their response. I don't think it's ever what we would want it to be, but I can tell you that they're better than they did in 2005. So that's how I see it. I see some things have gotten better. Other things seem to remain the same.
Dr. Gavin, before we get into specifics, your take on what's been going on, just like Doug was saying.
Yeah, this is really important just to put everyone into the big picture of what's happening right now. So Normie, ISSA have an alliance. We're working together as Normie has promoted this initiative to create an environmental task force to actually respond to disasters and emergencies based on science and based on evidence. Now, for me this week, Tuesday night was not a good night. I had a whiskey tango foxtrot moment, and you should know what that means. And I went, I've got to ring Doug. And what happened through our Normie Environmental Task Force, Lance, people on the ground in North Carolina, Tennessee, and Georgia, working really hard during the day, get a bit of downtime when it's dark at night to make phone calls, contact me and said, they're handing out bleach, sodium hypochlorite. And I said, to whom? Everyone. To do what? To prevent or clean the mold that's already there. We're actually seeing buildings right now in North Carolina, Tennessee, and Georgia with mold growth, visible mold growth. And I said, oh, okay, that's okay. Probably a few hundred, containers of, we're not going to fight that battle. No, it's thousands of containers they're seeing in those different states. And that's a big problem. And straight away, I called Doug, and I said, look, we've got to be responsible here. This is where we're going now. We've just had Hurricane Helene. We've had Hurricane Milton. Let's make sure that this time we do what's based on science, based on evidence, and we do it with the right advice. And I think it's really important in this session we had today to talk with Doug, yourself, but also look at what's out there right now, what is wrong, and I'm going to use that word pretty strongly. It is wrong, and what is correct based on science and evidence.
There's two different components to what you're talking about here. One is the effectiveness of bleach in this case on a mold environment. And the other one is the precautions and health risks to the people using it. So Doug, I don't know if you'd like to start with, I know you have a lot of research and data behind the effectiveness side, if you want to start there.
Yes, I'd be happy to. It's interesting because we were talking yesterday about this. The article that I wrote actually in 1998 was about how bleach should not be used to deal with mold. And so again, as I said, some things have changed, some things are better. I know Clorox, for instance, has a good portfolio of products that do include sodium hypochlorite and have been approved by the EPA to do work. So we're not talking about a specific company. What we're talking about is jug bleach that you would buy over the counter that has nothing in it except sodium hypochlorite. And I'm reckoning back again, Lance, to 2005 for Katrina. And I can remember one of the frustrating things was I'm at the library talking about don't use bleach, and it's being handed out by the gallon, and because it's inexpensive. But the problem that I knew then, and that we've continued to teach on, and I think the science is coming around, obviously, for people to realize that this is the case, is that unfortunately jug bleach will get rid of the staining, but it does not get down into the bioslime, as we call it, and actually destroy the mold that's there. And so oftentimes it'll come back. And of course, then you also have the health effects. We talked about a minute ago, PPE. What are they using? Are they using the right kind of mask, the right kind of gloves? If they're using bleach, are they mixing it with anything that's going to create a toxic environment? So that's our big concern, is how do they protect themselves? And then how do they utilize the right kind of chemistries that are not going to present problems for them, not only now, but later?
Gavin, following up on what Doug said, looking at it from more on the medical side of protecting yourself, I want you to address that. But there's one other thing that you had mentioned in a previous interview where you were working overseas dealing with Ebola. And I remember you mentioning pits being dug around the tents and filled with bleach. The bleach had a specific purpose there for the bacteria, but where do you stand on it with the mold issue?
Yeah, good question, Lance. I'm going to just emphasize bleach, sodium hypochlorite, made from reacting chlorine with sodium hydroxide, is an excellent disinfectant and an antimicrobial agent. I'm going to make it really clear. In 1998, Doug Hoffman wrote, bleach doesn't kill mold. In 2024, I'm going to say again, bleach doesn't kill mold, but we're seeing it handed out. Now, in 2014, I had 3 trips to West Africa. We had the Ebola outbreaks. I was setting up Ebola hospitals and managing teams to run those hospitals. And our metric there was, Gavin, you're not safe. You don't smell strong enough. And what they were spraying me with was bleach. And you know, probably some people have heard the story. I lost my sense of taste and smell for months after my 3rd trip. You know, each deployment's about 21 days. After my 3rd deployment, I came back and went, I'm done. I can't do anymore. I've lost my taste. I've lost my sense of smell. My wife was great. It was very happy to see me to come back and said, I'm going to take you for the biggest steak you've ever seen in your life, because I hadn't eaten very much and lost a lot of weight on deployment like we always do. But the bleach had destroyed my sense of taste and smell. Now, so it's a good disinfectant. It's a good antimicrobial agent, but it doesn't kill mold. And I just wanted to highlight here, Lance, that this has been going on for a long time. Right now, let's get it really clear. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, we call that the EPA, has a website. Should I use bleach to clean up mold? And what do they say on that website? Bleach is not recommended. So I'm going to put that in the chat so people can actually see that website. U.S. Department of Labor, Occupational Safety and Health Administration, we call that OSHA, on their website, they have a brief guide to mold in the workplace. Doug published his article in 1998. They published this website in 2013. They haven't changed it because it's correct. It says, the use of a biocide, such as chlorine bleach, is not recommended. And I'm going to put that website in the chat. This is from the EPA and from OSHA.
While you're typing that, I'm just going to give everybody a hint on finding these sites if they can't use the link. The first one would be just do a search on EPA and mold to clean, or I'm sorry, and bleach to clean mold, and it'll come up with these sites, and you'll see exactly what it's talking about. And the same thing with OSHA. It would be OSHA and bleach as a biocide or bleach killing mold. And you will see this information that Gavin is talking about.
And this is where it gets really, really critical and really important here, Lance. I used to work for the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. I was an Epidemic Intelligence Service Officer, an EISO. Loved that job, had a fantastic job, did fantastic things with Ebola and many other highly infectious diseases like avian influenza or bird flu. Tuberculosis, malaria, really had a great career. I really enjoyed working at CDC. But, and I'm going to be very critical, the CDC has a website. It's called Guidelines for Cleaning Safely After Disaster. So Guidelines for Cleaning Safely After Disaster is the CDC website. Now, American Red Cross, many other volunteer organizations, many other non-government organizations, even local government officials, state government officials, all reference that website, the CDC website. And on that CDC website, it says, clean up mold with a mix of bleach and water. And that website was just updated February 9th, 2024, and it still has it there. Clean up mold with a mix of bleach and water as a guideline for cleaning safely after a disaster. I'm going to put that in the chat as well, Lance, and that's our problem. Doug wrote the article in 1998. OSHA, Department of Labor, Occupational Safety and Health Administration published a website that's still up today in 2013. Bleach is not recommended. EPA says bleach is not recommended. The U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, says use bleach. Who's right, who's wrong? CDC is wrong.
One of the things that comes out of this is basic communications. When you say bleach, that means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. Bleach can be very watered down. It can be extremely, extremely strong. And I think the problem that we run into is people don't know the difference. Well, they said to use bleach. That's what I'm using. And it may not be effective. It's like when COVID came out and people were looking for alcohol that had to be over, I believe it was 90% isopropyl alcohol to have any real effect. People were just grabbing whatever they could find. So understanding the full meaning of what you're saying of using bleach, like the CDC was saying, is where you could create a toxic environment, dangerous to your health. I mean, you have to survive the cure, basically, in those situations with proper training, PPE and everything else.
And unfortunately, Lance, I was a victim of overuse of bleach because our metric was when I came out of the Ebola hospital, which Ebola scares me. There's no doubt about it. It's a virus that I really get worried about when I'm treating patients or working in a hospital. But when I came out of the hospital, they went, Gavin, you don't smell strong enough. So they re-sprayed me with more bleach. We're in 2024 now, and we've got to go back to the science, go back to the evidence.
So the picture,
there's another side of this, Lance, that we haven't really talked a lot about, but I think it's interesting to note. We've been talking about folks' health and sodium hypochlorite, but there's another issue with jug bleach if you're talking about a long-time solution, because apparently from what we've seen and learned, that once you've cleaned a surface with bleach, it may set up a surface environment, a pH, that will not allow the protectants to bond to that surface. So if you're using a protectant that will keep the mold from coming back later, it may not even bond to the surface because of the pH the acidic environment, I think, that's left after the bleach has been put on that surface. So it's just another factor that I think we're learning more and more about.
well, isn't it also an issue where bleach is really made up a large component of water, which as they start to separate over time and leach in different directions, one could be feeding the mold growth while the other one is inactive because it doesn't have the water to drive it? It's a chemistry.
I was just going to say, I don't know if I can speak to that specifically, but I do know that, yes, you're talking about a very small percentage of sodium hypochlorite compared to a huge percentage of water. And I don't think adding water to a potential mold issue is probably a good idea.
And you're right, Lance. A lot of the guidelines out there are misleading. They're not, the lack of specificity. I often hear that, oh yeah, we took bleach and we put 1 cup of bleach into a gallon of water. That 1 cup, 1 gallon, idea that you can clean everything, disinfect everything with 1 cup, 1 gallon. No, that's not how it is. And there actually requires, when you're doing dilution, more precision in the measurements. And so if I'm hearing from colleagues on the ground through the NORMI Environmental Task Force in North Carolina, Tennessee, and Georgia, that they're handing out sodium hypochlorite bleach, we don't have a lot of details on the products or how that's being handed out, but we know a lot that's been handed out. There are no use guidelines. So where are the use guidelines? And then, as you correctly said, Lance, before, where are the safety guidelines? And that's really critical. And then when you go to safety, they start talking about, and even on the CDC guidelines for cleaning safely after disaster, right at that very top of that page is get the right safety gear. They talk about eye protection. They just mention goggles, but they don't give any details on what goggles are. They talk about N95 masks, or as we call them, N95 respirators. Where are you going to get those from? Have you been fit tested from them? Do you know how to use an N95 respirator the way it was designed to be used? Heavy work gloves. What does that mean? Is it Lowe's? Is it Home Depot? Is it Amazon? Where am I getting heavy work? Be more specific. Waterproof boots with steel toes and insoles, not just steel shank. Okay, fair enough. Earplugs or protective headphones and at least 2 fire extinguishers. And then it says, is sewage involved? Now, we just saw the storm surge for Hurricane Milton. We know how toxic and dangerous that water is. We saw on TV, and you and I discussed this just yesterday, people in T-shirt and shorts walking through waist-deep water, celebrating that the storm surge wasn't so high they survived in toxic water. But here on the CDC website, it says, is sewage involved? Yes, it is. All that water has to be considered toxic because we're not testing it for water quality. Make sure to wear rubber boots, rubber gloves, and goggles if sewage is involved, which I agree to, but be more specific, add some more details, help all these wonderful people, again, that we know of that have deployed, or even the building owners and the homeowners, be more specific in how they protect themselves safely. And that detail is lacking.
We talked the other day about something similar to this, where, the rescuers, the people going in right away in the water, like you're talking about. Well, I had my tetanus shot. I'm good to go. That only does one piece of things that you could be exposed to. So proper PPE, understanding it, knowing how to use it. You mentioned the N95 mask. That doesn't do anything for the fumes given off by these chemistries. The fumes from chlorine and stuff like that. So, I mean, just because you have a mask on doesn't mean you're protected. So there's a whole series of issues that come up with this with lack of information. And Doug, I know that's a lot of the training that we through Normie and the Environmental Task Force try to push. And I mean, it's got to start there.
Yeah, well, I wish we had more and more opportunities. Maybe this will give us the chance to speak to the public, to be able to have those forums and the libraries or with the businesses, to be able to talk with them ahead of a storm. Hey, you've prepared for a nuclear war. How would you like to prepare for a nuclear microbial war? Let us tell you how that works. And I wish we had more and more opportunities to speak to the public and let the public know ahead of time before they get into this situation what it is that they need to do. And of course, that's one of the purposes of our videos that we have, flood.normie.org and hurricane.normie.org. That's one of the reasons why we have those, is for hopefully the public will see that before they get themselves into a jam. And that's the real challenge. And I thank Dr. Gavin for working so hard to help us get this out in front of the public with his influence and his resources. I'm hoping that we're going to be able to talk directly eye to eye with these folks who need protection, whether they're a volunteer or whether they're actual resident. Both sides of the coin. Somebody coming from Tennessee to work on some building in Naples, Florida, he needs to know how to protect himself.
It's a really good point. It's a really good point, Doug. In a post-disaster situation, we do very well with chainsaw safety.
Yeah.
Because we know a chainsaw is going to hurt you if you're not trained properly on how to safely use a chainsaw. What protective equipment should you wear when you use a chainsaw? How do you operate the chainsaw? How do you maintain the chainsaw? Why do we not take that same chainsaw philosophy, approach, practices to cleaning up and looking for mold or preventing mold or taking out mold? Why do we not use the same principles of chainsaw safety when it comes to pressure washer safety? And that always seems to be a step down for me.
Well, and you want to have that balance, which I think is one of the reasons why it's difficult to do. And frankly, I think together we can reach that balance. I've always said in our classes, people talk about mold. Well, it's been around since Leviticus. What's the big deal? That's one extreme. Then you've got the other extreme. Oh, you've got mold in your house, tear it down and build a new house. Well, the truth, like so many things, is in the middle between those two extremes. And I think us being able to talk about, here's how you protect yourself. Nobody's trying to scare you to death. We're just trying to tell you that it's a concern and you do have the ability to make sure that you do it correctly. Don't look at it as if it's no big deal.
So let's move over to some of the myths that are going on, because I think that's the next piece of this that we really need to talk about. We've talked about what doesn't work or what doesn't work well. What does work for taking care of the mold problems? If you want to address that. Either one of you, whoever wants to jump in here.
Well, I can tell you.
I'll start, then I'll hand it over to you, Doug. Those websites that we've shown have to be corrected, and hopefully we'll have this discussion to do that. More importantly, we've said, straight out, bleach does not kill mold, but we're seeing it being used. The challenges that we have also then, Lance, is that the Federal Emergency Management Agency website talks about hurricane cleanup hurricane cleanup for your property and how to do it safely. And it says on that website, clean and disinfect everything that got wet. We know we can't disinfect everything that got wet, so that's wrong. US Department of Housing and Urban Development, we call that the HUD. Their website says, dealing with the aftermath, steps to take for a storm-damaged home, clean with hot water with laundry or dish detergent. How do you get hot water in an emergency in a disaster that has no electricity? So, and why are they even saying hot water? for when it comes to restoring, remediating, and getting these buildings back into a safe indoor condition. And so there are alternatives, and I'll hand that over to Doug. But because the problem is that many of these websites say, yeah, I totally agree. EPA, OSHA, I agree with you. Don't use bleach, but then you don't give the solution.
Yeah, Gavin, real quick, you used the term to use hot water. Words mean things. What is hot water? Does it have to be boiling? Does it have to be where you can't touch it? Is it warm? You know, there's no explanation there to your point as to what it actually means.
Well, let me just put that FEMA website in there right now that says clean and disinfect everything that got wet. And you know, in our industry, we have definitions for clean, we have definitions for disinfect. That's not possible. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, which we call the HUD, talks about clean with hot water and laundry or dish detergent. Yep, fine. But again, as you correctly said, Lance, how hot is hot? What is hot? And how do you do it in a post-disaster situation?
Yeah, let me speak for a moment, if I could, to chemistries, because I think that that's a really important part of this process. Sometimes you absolutely need to use some sort of chemical to get things actually clean and to kill the microbes that are there. One of the things that we did last week was we sent a case of enzyme cleaner to Florida, to a church down there that needed some help, and they were looking for what kind of chemistries to use. And it was a natural, 100% biodegradable, water-based type of enzyme cleaner. Hydrogen peroxide, vinegar. There are a lot of things that really work. And to Dr. Gavin's point, he's exactly right. It's frustrating when somebody says, don't use this. And we learned that unless you have an alternative. And that's what we learned. You know, remember when we started Normie in 2004 and we were doing training, and we would say, now you don't want to use bleach. And what was the first question? Well, then what should I use? You know? And so I think the point is that you want to be careful, obviously, with the client that you're working with, or maybe the individual resident needs to be careful that they're using something that they can tolerate. Make sure you've got an SDS sheet, understand what the ingredients are, protect yourself just like it tells you to. And I'll just tell you, if most people actually read an SDS sheet for Windex, they'd be dealing with it completely differently. But read those SDS sheets, enzyme cleaners, botanicals, natural products, hydrogen peroxide. There are a lot of alternatives, and that's why we just want to get the word out.
You know, it's important to understand what the product will take care of as well as what it won't take care of. And you can't do the substitution in your mind saying, well, if it kills this, it's going to kill that. Because we're dealing with completely different entities between molds, bacteria, viruses. They all have different strengths and weaknesses, and they're susceptible to different things.
No, and you're right, Lance. And I just want to reiterate what we've been talking about this time that we've been on. Bleach, sodium hypochlorite, is an excellent disinfectant. It's an antimicrobial agent. It doesn't kill mold, as Doug has correctly said. White distilled vinegar, hydrogen peroxide. I'm going to throw a question out to you, Doug. I get a lot of calls in the last probably 48 hours. Sodium borate, borax. pH of 9 creates an alkaline environment. We know it kills mold. I see some use, but not a lot of use in a post-disaster situation. What do you think about sodium borate, borax?
I love it. I just think it's hard to pronounce. No, it is. I think it's hard to find. But no, I agree 100%. And I think it's been proven over and over again that fungus will not grow in alkaline environments. And so having something like that, I think it's a great idea.
And so he's a real...
You probably know that one of the real effective cleaning processes to mechanically remove mold from rafters and from flooring and so forth is soda blasting. And that's baking soda, you know. So it's a great option, I think.
So here's our problem, and it is a problem. We've had people on the ground through the Normie Environmental Task Force, and we've done a number of videos with Mason Tamano. We did some videos with Jeff Cross. We got those out. We've had phone calls from the front line saying, they're handing out, and I thought it was a few 10 or maybe 100 units of, it's thousands. What I'm hearing is thousands of units of bleached sodium hypochlorite. How do we transfer that? How do we change that to say, why aren't we seeing thousands of units of white distilled vinegar, hydrogen peroxide, borax, baking soda? Why? Just why is that not happening? And why do we still have sites like the CDC, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, with their guidelines for cleaning safely after disaster, saying clean up with mold with a mix of bleach and water? Why is that happening in 2024?
Yeah, I think a lot of that has to do with just resources, frankly. Sodium hypochlorite is pretty inexpensive and it's pretty easy to give away. I'll just plug, if I could, the Normie Pro ETF.org. It's a 501(c)(3). It's anything you donate that's just like donating to the Red Cross, fully tax deductible. Dr. Gavin, if we had thousands and thousands of dollars, how easy it would be to provide that kind of product and those kinds of services to those disaster areas. It's just, limited resources. And I would love more than anything else to overwhelm those trucks that are bringing sodium hypochlorite in with trucks that are bringing in something that really actually works.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you, Doug. I'm so grateful to the members of ISSA, the members of Normie that have reached out to us, but more all those that have left their families and gone and deployed themselves and responded to Hurricane Helene. And now we're seeing, big deployments from our members for Hurricane Milton. And again, we're going to have boots on the ground. The key is the message has to be clear. It has to be loud. It has to be specific on how to do things safely, but more importantly, based on science.
Well, the Environmental Task Force, Doug, you just mentioned, we do a lot of training, and it's all about educating not only the public, but the contractors, the people that are doing the work. And if you're a contractor in any of these industries, water drawing, remediation, assessment, you've come across people that are getting educated themselves. So you need to be educated to be able to talk to your customer. The last thing you want to do is have your customer more knowledgeable than you are.
Lance, this is the kind of thing that's interesting. We talked about this morning in our admin meeting. We've got a class coming up here in Louisiana in the first week in November. We've got a class scheduled in Tampa the first week in December. Those are scheduled classes on our website. And you know what's happening already. There's people coming out of the woodwork. Hey, I need to get trained. I need to get trained. Where a year ago it was, maybe I'll do it, maybe I won't. And so I know it's like everything else. When there's a fire, you want to put on your fire suit and put it out. And so hopefully people will find out about this, the classes that we've got available that will help them with licensing and certification in the states that require it and in the states that don't require it.
And that's really important, Doug. People have to be making decisions for what we're seeing on the ground. And it's so important that through our Normie members, our ISSA members, we get to those decision makers and go, I know you're trying to do your best. I know you're trying to make decisions that will help create safe indoor spaces, will recover from this disaster. But more importantly, how to do it based on science, based on evidence, based on a better process, a better methodology. So again, let's work as a team to do this. But it's so important that, again, if you're an ISSA member and or Normie member and you're on the ground and you see things, let us know, because Doug, Lance, myself will more than happy intervene and contact the mayor's office or contact the local emergency management agency. I'm based here in Washington, D.C. If I have to go down and talk to a federal government agency, that's not a problem. And I'll stand up and say, that's wrong, this is better, this is right. And really get that change. It has to happen now.
Yeah, Dr. Gavin, it's interesting. We've been talking the last several years about essential employees and what that meant during COVID. And we've said for years, and I think it's absolutely true, that our water mitigators, our restoration contractors, our remediators, our assessors, they really are the first responders to these kinds of events. They're not identified as first responders, but they absolutely are. They're some of the first ones in there to get things going. And so, if you anticipate a fire in your house, you have a fire extinguisher for a reason. And I think that's the whole idea of getting trained ahead of these kinds of events, because now you're ready. We've talked about FEMA training and all of those sorts of things. Now you're ready to actually be able to be value to those people who need you.
Hey, Doug, that example you just gave about the fire extinguisher is so appropriate here, because having the fire extinguisher in your house is very important. But when the fire breaks out, you don't want to take out the instruction manual on how to use the fire extinguisher. You need to know ahead of time. You need to be familiar with the equipment, train, understand what it can do and what it can't do. You know, I mean, you can use a fire extinguisher and create more of a problem. So there's a lot of things that go into training. And Gavin, we talk about tabletops all the time. You know, that's the kind of concept that needs to be out here, and to have all of these valid and scientific facts brought into our training.
Yeah, and what we're seeing, Lance, and it's, you know, we've seen both with Katrina, Hurricane Katrina 2005, Hurricane Harvey, Hurricane Ian. You know, I can name all these hurricanes off. You know, Helene, recently with Hurricane Milton. These are water events. These are water damaging events. You know, I had a phone call from some colleagues that are both doctors and nurses down in Florida who were in the hospital saying, look, the storm surge didn't reach what people predicted, but we got 2 foot of water through our house, and the house is now unlivable, and I'm going to have to stay in the hospital now before I can go home. What do I do, Gavin? What do we do with a house that had 2 feet of surge and is now unlivable? Okay, it didn't reach the 5, 10, or 15 that we all predicted or that we thought could have been the potential. 2 feet's enough to make a house unlivable. And everyone should be seeing those videos on TV right now from Hurricane Helene, as well as the flooding, as well as the surge from Hurricane Milton, going 1, 2 feet. That's enough to make a building unlivable, unusable. And that's the message that's not getting out there right now at the moment, Lance. So that's where this, again, the training that Normie does, but more importantly, the awareness of key decision makers is so critical. And as you're right, as we do these tabletop exercises, which I'm involved a lot through my affiliation with different organizations as we prepare for hurricane season, it's predictable. What I'm not seeing is that recovery is always a key part of the disaster cycle. And those that are involved in recovery are our members. They don't make the exercises. They don't come to the tabletops, and that has to change, because we've gone very quickly from response, search and rescue, water rescue, now to recovery. And though our members are going down there right now, if not deployed for Helene, they're deploying for Milton, and they haven't been considered by both federal, state, local government, as well as non-government, as well as, you know, volunteer organizations, as a key part of the recovery effort. And they are. Drying a building is based on science. Responding to and preventing mold growth is based on science. And the point is that we have to do better at that. And that's something that Doug and you and I are all working towards. And our goal right now is, did we do well in 2024? Not well enough. Are we going to do better in 2020? Are we going to do better in 2025? Yes, we have to.
I want to move back to the 3 points or topics that we originally started here. But just before I do that, I just want to put out there, if anybody's interested in getting more information on the Environmental Task Force from Normie, you can go to Normie Pro ETF, EchoTangoFrank.org. And that's got a lot of information on that page, including how to join the Environmental Task Force, and Project Safe, which we've utilized to have our members all over the country check in with us, let us know that they're okay. We actually use the term I am okay, which is I'm okay. So, you know, it's more information that you can get. With that being said, what our original topics were, you must stay safe and healthy, health risks from mold exposure, and the myths of this industry. I'm going to put it back out there if you guys want to sum up these points and
I do have one thing that I do have one thing I'd like to do, which I haven't really said yet, but I think we should ask this question. One of the things that we've learned is that Normie has grown because we have really good people, well-trained in the field, and because they look good, we look good. Can I just say that we see ourselves as being able to have an army of well-trained folks out there who can touch the lives of people we have not even met. And I say that to say this, I'm sure there's someone on this call who's listening who could get us in front of the people who make these kinds of decisions. And if you can do that, please reach out to us and let us know. If somebody's willing to talk or listen, we're willing to talk and to show them how important it is that they do things the right way. We love those kind of opportunities. So I just wanted to put that out there. Help us get this information out to people who need it.
Help us help you is really the expression that I like to use. But Gavin?
Yeah, and the other thing, Lance, get the right safety gear. Practice wearing and using that safety gear before you deploy. I work with highly infectious diseases or there's those diseases of high consequence. I practice in the dark because most of the time when I'm working, the lights go out. And if I can't put on my personal protective equipment and take it off in the dark, then I'm going to fail in the real world situation. So get the right personal protective gear. If you're deployed, pace yourself. I see so many people run in and it's hot, it's humid, it's an austere environment. There are dangers there. There are hazards there. Pace yourself, ensure you've got, a lot of these places now still don't have electricity, access to clean water, access to clean and safe drinking water. Stay hydrated. If you're going to take so much precautions and training when using a chainsaw, then apply those same principles to pressure washing, and apply those same principles to cleaning up after the hurricane or the disaster, the flood event, to prevent mold. And the other thing is that I see often, and we saw this on TV. You and I talked about this yesterday, Lance. Don't underestimate the danger of floodwater. It's toxic. And it's toxic because it has sewage in it, it has agricultural products in it, it has contaminants in it, it has all sorts of things in floodwater. And I think people underestimate what floodwater, the health risk that floodwater can pose to you, and understand that if you get open cuts or sores, which you will, that are exposed to floodwater, you've got to clean them, you've got to wash them with soap, you've got to ensure that they don't get infected. I deploy a lot in disasters, and I see a lot of skin infections. And so it's really important that don't underestimate the hazards that are in that environment you're going to help after a flood event, which we're seeing from these hurricanes right now. And I think that's the problem. I see people working right now in short sleeve t-shirts and shorts. Not on my team. Doesn't happen.
Common sense is the term that comes to mind here. The unfortunate part about common sense is people think they all use it. And common sense isn't something you're born with. It's something you learn. You've learned how to do things, and then you make your decisions based on that. How many times have you been to a disaster site where you see firemen running around full breathable pack scuba systems because they've been in fires, forest fires or house fires? They come out, they take off their breathing equipment. What's the first thing they do? Light up a cigarette. It's just not something that makes sense, though it's what people do in the heat of the moment.
No, you're so correct, Lance. The people that respond to disasters within our network are the most wonderful people you could work with in the world. And they become, very good friends because we all have the same commitment to service. The challenge I've had with so many deployments in disasters and emergencies is that those responders had to be rescued.
Yep.
They didn't drink enough. They didn't stay hydrated. They didn't know how to treat cuts and wounds or abrasions, and that got infected. And suddenly we had to get them out of the deployment area. They had to get them out of the disaster area because they just didn't understand what it took to keep themselves healthy and safe in working in such an environment.
Which then becomes more of a draw on the workers that are still there trying to work, taking care of the rescuers. So yes, it's a downward spiral when that starts to happen. Gentlemen, we've been coming up on close to 45 minutes here. Anything else you'd like to cover that we didn't? I mean, we're pretty much open at this point. Anything that we have missed?
There was a couple of topics in the chat there, Lance.
Oh, let's see what we have here. I appreciate the feedback, very helpful. As someone who is just returning home from a fire department after Milton's landfall with extensive water damage throughout the structure. I'm just shortening up fairly long here what was written. What are the solutions you all offer for public servants to boost the message out to the community? suggestions on what they can do. Offer free training to your emergency services. We have a program called FRAP, First Responders Awareness Program, where we help you provide instructions to your emergency service organizations how to protect themselves. It's pretty standard stuff, but you have to hear it over and over and over. Anything else, guys?
Well, I was just thinking about being bold enough to actually even address the issue. Sometimes people are kind of wary about promoting something that may look like they're trying to help themselves, but the truth of the matter is that when you are bold enough to be able to talk to folks who need to hear this, the decision makers, when you're bold enough to do that, think about how many hundreds and thousands of people that you are helping who are out there in the marketplace just trying to survive. I think, as Dr. Gavin said, we forget sometimes about those folks that had just a little bit of a problem, but it's, you know what, it's their house. It's a big problem. And it's something that they need to be able to take care of in the right sort of way.
You know, the first responders also need to be able to take care of their families and themselves to be able to have the time to go and be first responders. So that's another part of the equation that we didn't address tonight, but it's one of the important pieces. With Katrina, they learned where they had hundreds and hundreds of buses, school buses, staged to evacuate people, but all the people that were driving the buses were evacuated. This is the kind of thing that common sense doesn't take care of, but you need to be trained and have a plan for it.
Yeah, be respectful, Lance. If you're deploying down to a disaster, people are traumatized, they're upset, they've lost personal belongings, their businesses, the buildings, both home and commercial, have been damaged. Be respectful. Be a good listener. But more importantly, when you go back to the emergency operations center and they're telling you to go faster, that's not always possible. And there's times where I've been leading teams, I'm going, stop. That's going to make this whole situation, which is already unsafe, and it's going to increase the risk for injury and damage. We have to slow down. That's not safe to go in there. That building has been closed. The windows have been closed. The door has been closed. There's sandbags at the front. It got flooded. It's been a week to 10 days before anyone's opened that. And you want me to go in there and do what? And if they don't have the proper personal protective equipment, the gear, the safety gear, you can't rush into those buildings. And that's so important. You know, again, have good decision makers, good management, good leadership, and then you've used that word common sense. I try not to use that in a disaster situation. I try to focus on the hazards. I try to risk, and I say, well, you know, what's the worst that can happen? And I start that with all my conversations, because people are they rush. When they go fast, they get hurt.
There's a very good comment here that I want to put out to both of you and whoever wants to jump in on. There's a few things here. As a follow-up, community members are asking us directly, what do we do? What cleaner should we use? If not bleach, what? We're already getting those questions from our community members.
So I think there's a couple of links, and he identifies this, that's Ryan. A couple of links I put into the chat area, one for volunteers and one for residents, and that's in our Normie Pro ETF. But we also have a great section of our normie.org webpage on the very bottom, resources for the do-it-yourselfer. And I think that's a really, really powerful little paragraph. It's got several links in there. I was just looking at it again. I know we have a resource library that will help them with getting information that they need, accurate information. There's information there about enzyme cleaners. I also have my book there, Mold Free Construction. So I think there are a lot of resources at the bottom of normie.org that would really help give you the tools that you need. And I'll tell you, Ryan, if I were there, I'm in Louisiana right now, but if I were there, I would take those flyers and I would be printing a bunch of them out and probably handing them out to everybody I know walking up and down the street. That you talk about how you could help. I think that would be phenomenal, is just getting that information out.
Just try to pay attention to the addresses that we're giving you. The chat may not be available if you go back to watch this as a replay. It's normie.org is one of them. And the other one that we gave out a few times was NormieProETF.org. And from there, you can access a lot of information. Gavin, I'm not sure if you had another site you wanted to give out.
No, I totally agree with Doug. Let's again the challenge we have, and I think we've correctly and we've been good citizens on this webinar by showing the U.S. government, at the federal government level, which also then translates to what's at state government, local government, as well as those other wonderful organizations that respond. The information at the moment is misleading. In some situations, it's completely wrong. In some situations, there's not enough detail to be able to do a job that keep you safe. So really important. If we get too many mixed messages, as we're seeing right now, and we've talked about in this webinar, it leads to unsafe, or it leads to actions that aren't based on science and evidence, and that leads to mistakes. So it's really important that these events aren't going to go away, Lance. This is just, we've had 2 hurricanes, both made landfall, caused significant hardship, significant damage, significant problems, and we're seeing from our wonderful ISSA members and Normie members on the ground right now, real reports that things are not being done the best that they can do, and there are ways to do this better.
Doug, any last comments here?
I don't think so, except that I just want to really thank again Dr. Gavin for being here. A great asset. He's been a big help to us, and just thank you so much to him and ISSA. This has been a great collaboration and a good partnership. I'm looking forward to the great things that we're going to be able to accomplish together.
Yeah, it is important, Doug. I'm glad we met all those years ago. I'm glad that but more importantly, we're doing this as it's a team. It's a true collaboration through our Normie ISSA Alliance, and there's room for many, many more partners.
Thank you both for taking the time to be here. We appreciate it. And everybody else that's watching, thank you. And I'm sure there'll be more information coming out in the near future. And please be safe, whatever your involvement is with this disaster. Thank you.
Okay, and we are back at the Experience Show here in Chattanooga, and we now have somebody special here. And yes, I'm giving you a bigger buildup because, when you start going up the pyramid and you have different players that you're talking to, eventually you get to the top. And I think that's where we're at. This is Scott Walters from BNP Media, and I guess you're like the top of the pyramid for what's going on here and all the trade shows you do.
Well, thank you for that elaborate introduction, Lance. I don't know how true it is, but I'm happy to support Normie, and we're glad Normie's part of the experience, and we love everything you guys are doing, and I'm happy to sit here and have a conversation with you. Absolutely.
Well, that's appreciated. And truthfully, the experience is just one of the shows that you do, and you're involved with media production and everything else. What actually do you guys do at BNP?
So BNP Media is a 4th generation family owned business. B2B media. We cover many different sectors. We're in obviously restoration, remediation, cleaning, but we're also in security, packaging.
You might want to just keep the mic a little closer. There's a lot of background noise.
Okay.
There you go.
We're also in security, manufacturing, architecture, construction, food, beverage, packaging. We cover a lot of different business sectors. I'm the chief events officer, so I oversee all of BNP's in-person and online events. And then I also have P&L responsibilities for all of our webinars, our video, and our podcast business. So we're a full service B2B media company, and the in-person event business is what I primarily oversee.
Well, I mean, you touched on a lot of stuff that we do. Obviously, we do live streaming TV. We do live radio broadcasting. We're on 6 different radio platforms, streaming radio, and 13 podcast platforms. So I can't imagine what you're going through dealing with all the live shows all over the country, too. And the logistics of that.
Yeah, we do. At BNP, we do over 50 in-person events a year. It's a huge, obviously, revenue generator for the company. We have a full service events division, marketing, operations, logistics, everything's in-house. So yeah, the events business is very important to BNP Media.
And the Experience Show is new to you guys.
That's right. Yep.
You're new owners of it.
Yeah, we purchased the Experience Events, the spring conference and trade show in the spring, and then the fall trade show in Las Vegas from Larry Cooper in 2022. We took ownership of the two events in 23. Larry and his team helped with us on that transition, so they were still very much a part of, the transition period there. But this year in 2024 is the first year that we're Cooperless, for lack of a better term, and the way the community has rallied and all the participation and support we've been given has, quite frankly, been overwhelming. So yeah, we're excited to be the new owners. It fits nicely under our R&R brand magazine as a subproduct of that magazine, and we're happy to be here.
So the training wheels are off. I don't see any skin knees or elbows. So this is all good. And we've been to both shows that you guys have been in control of, and we've been to a lot of the shows that Larry had over the years, and it's exciting. We're looking forward to the next show, which is in Vegas. That's your big show of the year.
Yep.
And I understand you're already selling booths and selling out all kinds of services for that already, and we're just now into this one.
Yeah, the spring show is by design a smaller event. It's East Coast based. It rotates. Last year it was in Fort Lauderdale. The year before that it was in Cincinnati. It goes to these kind of tier 2 cities to be more relevant to a greater portion of the population in the community, in the restoration and remediation space. The Las Vegas show stays in Las Vegas. It's at Caesars Forum. It's the first week of September. I think this year the dates are the 5th through the 8th or something like that. It's that Tuesday through Friday after Labor Day each year. And that is the bigger of the two events. Yes, we've been selling booth space. We've got, I think, about 35% of the floor already pre-sold. We're selling booth space here at this event before the fall. And then obviously, we're moving forward with selling space and sponsorships for Las Vegas. That's the big one.
I'll make a suggestion for the Vegas show. You need a Segway rental division, because the walking, it is so massive there, all the buildings. I mean, it's exciting to be able to go through that kind of an event. It's big.
Yeah. The Forum is, as you know, across the street over a walkway in the Close Hotel in Vegas. Everything looks good on a map. Oh, it's right across the street. I'll get right to it. But nothing in Vegas is close. So, yeah, there is definitely, maybe that's a side business that we could work up.
There you go.
Kind of Segway rental.
Segways are us.
Sponsorships on top of that. Normie produced or provided. You guys might get some action on that.
Well, we'll talk. We got some time.
I like an idea guy. That's good.
You know what? It's out of the box that the box comes in. That's the way to do it. Well, I know you're busy. You got a lot of stuff going on here, but I do appreciate you stopping by and saying hello to everybody. And again, the top of the pyramid. This is what I was looking for.
Well, I like reaching the top of the pyramid too. I know you and Doug are co-partners in crime here. No pun intended, but it's a pleasure working with you guys. You're true professionals, and
thank you.
Thank you very much for your support. We really appreciate it.
All righty. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to welcome everybody today to another episode of Fire More Than Flames and Smoke. And we have a special guest today, Alan Johnston. He's the founder of Green Tech Environmental, and he is a wealth of information on the science and technology side of controlling odors, controlling airborne and surface contaminants. And I just find it a privilege to have him here with us today. So Alan, if you'd like to say a quick hello, we'll get started.
Hi, Lance. Privileged to be with you as well today.
Thank you very much. Can you give us a real brief background, a little bit as your background of where you've come from and how we got to this point today?
Sure. My background is engineering. I'm a graduate of Purdue University in Indiana in electrical engineering, and I worked in the aerospace industry for 15 years on some exciting programs involving NASA, the space shuttle, and a lot of different missile systems that protect our country. I had the opportunity to enter the air purification industry in 1997, now over 25 years ago. And it was really a combination of factors, but one that really drove my interest was the loss of my mother, who ultimately passed away from mold exposure in a school that she taught in. And as an aerospace engineer, I had a hard time understanding how something like that could happen in the world that we live in with such great technologies available to us. And so I've dedicated the rest of my professional career to finding technologies that solve the problem of indoor air quality and do it in a way that really mimics the way that the nature cleans the air outside.
Well, I don't know if you really know how many lives you've actually reached, but just from the technologies that you've worked on and put out into the market, it's countless. So I want to thank you for that. I know how it's affected my family, my friends that use these similar types of technologies. So again, thank you for all of that. But speaking of the technologies, why don't we get into some of them? I mean, the central and eastern part of the United States over the last week or so has really been impacted by fires coming out of Canada. And, out of sight, out of mind, we think of Canada hundreds, thousands of miles away, depending on where you're located, but it's having a direct influence on us. And the technologies that you've worked on and are familiar with are really the lifeline for many people that have breathing issues or just regular people that are reacting to the smoke. So I don't know if you want to just start talking about some of them, or if you want me to request. Why don't we go with what you're comfortable with?
Well, the technologies are obviously something that I am passionate about. I'm the founder of Green Tech Environmental and started that company almost 15 years ago now. And the object of the mission, I'd say, of our company is to find technologies that truly solve the problem, or not just a Band-Aid on them. And there are technologies that, as I said earlier, mimic what nature does outdoors, and I'll share some of those with you. This issue that we're having recently with wildfire smoke is certainly significant, and it's a problem that pops up periodically, certainly every month of every year, somewhere around the world, and the United States had a chance to experience it, affecting as many as 100 million people here just in the last few weeks. It is toxic.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second? Because what you just mentioned, affecting 100 million people in the United States, this is a part of the country that's not normally affected. But one of the things that came out of this, because of the thickness of the smoke, we actually got a glimpse into what the starting of a nuclear winter would look like. And, it affected the overall climate. In New Jersey, which is where I'm from, the average temperature this time of the year is normally 80, 85 degrees. When the smoke was as thick as it was for those 4 days, we barely got to 70 degrees. It lowered the temperature almost 20 degrees a day. So it made a big difference, and that affects things going forward.
Makes a huge difference. And we see the same from volcano eruptions, although not something that we often see here in this country, but in other parts of the world, not uncommon. And it's a scary situation. But from what affects you and I, and what we're really concerned about, our health, the effect of what the constituents that make up that wildfire smoke, more than just what we can see, it's the chemical compounds that are inside of that smoke that are of real concern. I have the privilege to be on multiple boards of committees with ASHRAE, and ASHRAE is the standard that is set for heating and air conditioning and indoor air quality. And one of those standards is 52.2, which is the standard for filtration. And what you hear most about when someone talks about the concerns over health and wildfire smoke is PM 2.5 or particulate matter at 2.5 microns. And that is just one size particle. Obviously, wildfire smoke contains particles of virtually every size, up to particles that we can see very clearly. But scientists have really focused in on that one size because it's one that they measure and have identified as one that can get into our lungs and get absorbed into our bloodstream and have a dramatic health effect. And so filtration becomes an important part of a solution to dealing with wildfire smoke indoors. I know that people are talking about setting up safe rooms within their homes, a place that they can go that will allow them to breathe and have a minimal effect from the wildfire smoke. And for those that have technologies that they put into these rooms, congratulations. It's something that we should all have to be able to have a safe haven. We never know when wildfires can hit. I'm sitting in Northeast Tennessee, not far from Gatlinburg, a beautiful, one of the most visited national parks, but was struck by a wildfire just a few years ago that took out thousands of acres and burned thousands of homes, something that was unheard of because we just don't have many wildfires in this area. And we got a glimpse of what that can mean. It can strike anywhere, and preparedness is important. So as we've worked as a community within ASHRAE, developing standards for filtration, high quality HEPA type pleated filters that are able to filter out these ultrafine particles is very important. Most people don't have filtration in their home other than maybe on their HVAC system. And a lot of people are going out and buying 50 cents filters from Walmart. And one of the things that I would like to say right up front is don't do that. Invest in a quality filter that is pleated. And there are a number of them out there that are MERV 7 rated filters, and that's generally what a typical HVAC system can handle. MERV ratings have to do with the effectiveness of the particle capturing ability. The higher the MERV rating, the tighter the weave, the less air flows through the filter. And one of the things that we can't do is typically on most systems put a HEPA type filter, which is MERV 13 and above. A true HEPA filter is MERV 16. HEPA type filters start around MERV 13. But those are very restrictive to airflow, or can be, and most of your systems can't handle it. But if you can go from just a dust bunny catcher, which is a typical cheap 50-cent filter that is made of fiberglass that you can see through, to a quality pleated filter that would be a MERV 7, you're going to be light years ahead for that. But a filter doesn't take out another problem with wildfire smoke, and that's chemical constituents.
That's one of the things that we talked about, especially when COVID hit, that people were wearing masks, and the masks were fine for particulate, but it wasn't stopping something at the size of a virus. And the same thing with smoke. It'll stop the particulate, but nothing to do with the gases.
That's correct, Lance. The gases are of significant concern to health. Inside that wildfire smoke, there are toxic gases, chemical compounds that are harmful to our health. And for the most part, we're able to deal with lots of issues, lots of chemicals that we get faced with. Our bodies are wonderful at being able to deal with those, but as we get exposed to more and more chemicals, which we are, chemicals that come through our skin from laundry detergent. Chemicals come from the cleaners that we use in the indoor environment to clean, to sanitize, which is great, but those chemicals get in the air and we breathe them in. And it's not a surprise that today the CDC and EPA are saying that over 15% of our population have chemical sensitivities. In other words, they've been exposed to so many chemicals that their body is no longer able to deal with it. And now they become what is often referred to as hypersensitive to chemicals and have an adverse reaction to them. And now they have to be extremely cautious because their body can no longer take that exposure. And so it puts them into a downward spiral. So those people are using hypoallergenic laundry detergent, for instance. They're using things that are for people who have chemical sensitivities. If you want to avoid becoming chemically sensitive, you want to remove as many chemicals as you can from your environment so that your body doesn't become overwhelmed. And certainly wildfire smoke with all the chemical constituents in it create a problem that do put people at risk in that way.
One of the episodes that we're doing, we're talking with a professional forest fire fighter, and he talks about the different types of forest fire smoke. A lot of people say, well, it's like a campfire. We do that all the time and we have a fire pit. Well, that's when just the trees basically and the brush are burning. When it burns through an area with warehouses and homes, everything that is going airborne is toxic, beyond just the regular smoke from the firewood. So, it's a completely unknown situation as to what you're breathing. You can't just say, oh, it's a typical campfire, which I'm used to all the time. And just like with contaminated water from a flood, everything is in that water. It's no longer drinkable. Well, this isn't really good to breathe, though you can't stop doing that.
That's true. But there are technologies that exist which are able to deal with those chemical constituents. And whether it's from wildfire smoke or just cleaning compounds that we use, there are technologies there and ones that I have been focused on in my career in indoor air quality for over 25 years. There are.
Could you tell us about a few of them?
I'd love to. One that I have focused on primarily is something called photocatalytic oxidation, or another term is photocatalysis. Photo refers to ultraviolet light. Catalytic refers to the catalyst, which the ultraviolet light activates, that creates a reaction. But by definition, the catalyst itself never changes, it never gets used up. What's happening is the photocatalyst typically made of a compound that has a very high band gap energy, which titanium dioxide is the primary one that is used. It allows for the UV light to create enough energy to break the bonds of the electrons that rotate the nucleus of this titanium dioxide, leaving behind electron holes. Now I'm getting a little deep in the technology side of it, but it's fascinating to think about because these electron holes that are left behind, I mean, the titanium dioxide, which has a lot of, it's a very strong material. It has a lot of energy that holds the electrons to itself. So when it loses it, it has a strong pull to get them back. Well, as molecules come into contact with the surface of this photocatalyst, those electrons do get pulled away, and now it breaks down something called molecular dissociation, breaks down these chemicals, and the chemical that existed prior to reaching the surface of the photocatalyst is no longer. It's broken down into its subcomponents, and it literally no longer exists. And that's the beauty of a photocatalytic system, is we can take things which are harmful in the atmosphere, put them through this system and actually eliminate them. People do things like spray chemicals in the air to make the air smell better because they don't like the smell of the wildfire smoke or other odors that may occur in the home. But that's just adding more chemicals on top of the chemicals that are already there. Photocatalysis is able to break those down. In addition to that, it also creates oxygen and hydrogen-based compounds like hydroxyls, HO, hydrogen peroxide, in a vapor form of H2O2, other types of compounds, hydroperoxides, HO2. They're all made of hydrogen and oxygen, but those compounds, also referred to as oxidizers, as they travel out, they oxidize molecules as well. So it's not just working inside this photocatalytic system that is used and put into HVAC systems as well as standalone products, but it also creates things that travel out and clean the air actively throughout the ventilated space. Everywhere the air is, it's cleaning the air. So we can create that safer environment by using that kind of technology. There are some other technologies in addition to photocatalytic oxidation, or also referred to as PCO, such as bipolar ionization. Now that can be used with needlepoint ionization, where you have both a positive and negative electrical charge, and it puts these electrical charges in the air that can come into contact with water vapor and break those down and create oxidizers in the same way that photocatalysis does. There are also DBI, dielectric barrier ionizers, which do not use needlepoint. They use a different kind of technology, but it creates this plasma of positive and negative electrical charges, which tend to last longer than just a bipolar ionization technology does. But these too travel out and are able to break down contaminants. So if we look at what all of these technologies I've just described do, it mimics what happens outdoors every day with the sun creating the energy that interacts with compounds that create this photocatalytic reaction, the sun creating these electrical charges that are in the air and cleaning the air actively. I often say there's no giant vacuum cleaner in the sky with a filter on it that purifies our air outside. And in spite of everything that we do outside, whether nature does with wildfires or we do with automobiles and cars and airplanes producing pollutants in the air, all the outdoor air is constantly being polluted, yet the outdoor air generally is 5 to 10 times cleaner than indoor air. And that's according to the US EPA. And the reason for that is nature has these systems in place that clean the air and create a healthier environment outdoors than we have indoors, in spite of what you might do to keep things clean. So our goal is to bring those technologies indoors.
Alan, I got to interrupt you for a second. I mean,
Sure.
You had said about getting too technical. I don't think you did, but I want to point out that all of these technologies are available. This is what is commonplace today. And, you know, we've talked about in other trainings, I use the term science fiction becomes science fact. It may sound like science fiction, but this is all what's working nowadays, and it's affordable. It's something that everybody can get their hands on. You don't have to go to NASA to request something like this. You know, it's there. You just have to know what you're looking for and asking for. We get a lot of people that say, oh, yeah, I have an air purifier. Well, what do you have? And they tell you, and it's an inexpensive filter.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, we know with filters, filters only filter what makes it to the filter.
Correct.
The proactive technologies you're talking about go out and find the problems and take care of it wherever it's at. So that's a big difference. And I applaud people for wanting to do something, but they really need to get the information to know what they're getting. Just like the people that wore masks when COVID hit. I mean, how many people did you see wearing masks made out of paper towels? I'm wearing a mask. Well, yes, you are. However, you know, whether it works or not. So where do you see this industry going with like the technologies that are there right now? They're not brand new. They've been enhanced. They've been combined together. But moving forward, especially with the changes in our environment, smoke conditions, temperature, relative humidity problems, where do you see we going, or us going with that?
Well, the technologies are slowly being accepted. One of the reasons that I became heavily involved with ASHRAE and on a number of committees was there has been an overall resistance to electronic air purification, the technologies that I just described. And some of the testing that has been done on them, the way the tests have been set up, the results have not been positive. The problem with the test and their protocol was that they have done what is referred to as single pass testing. In other words, they'll put some kind of a challenge gas and put it through the photocatalytic reactor and measure what comes out the backside. And in this breaking down of the molecule, in some cases, the molecule that comes out the backside is worse than the molecule that came in. It's what is referred to as a cascading process. So you start with one molecule, it breaks to another, breaks to another. But if all you do is measure it after one pass, well, that's not really a good indication, because we don't put systems in our homes or businesses or factories that just go through once. We are constantly circulating the air through the room, through our devices. It's working continuously. And unfortunately, the people who can create these protocols for testing try and control it to a level that we end up with these protocols that make just a single pass. I'm very thankful at our international meeting in Atlanta in February. There was a great session with a number of PhDs that worked tirelessly on this subject, showing the results of what we refer to in the industry as electronic air purification can do, and the benefits of it, and really putting holes in what has been the standards, the protocols that have been used up until now. One of the other subjects I'll just throw in was that ASHRAE has a mandate to decarbonize, which means to save energy. And up until now, and still today, really, people have thrown their arms up as to how to deal with this indoor air quality problem, other than just to ventilate, which means bringing fresh air from outside inside, because we know that the outside air is cleaner than the inside air. So the solution to indoor air pollution becomes dilution, which it is true. It does make the air quality better indoors to bring a lot of fresh air in, but you have to heat and cool that. So we're spending more money, we're using more energy in order to heat and cool, when we can get the same results through using this electronic air purification that really mimics what happens outdoors. So we're making headway, and I'm thankful for that. But the technology exists today. NASA has used photocatalytic oxidation technology in the space station since it was put up in the air. It's been critical for them in the growing of plants, but it also helps to purify the air throughout the space station and break down chemical compounds that are being used there. And so when people say, is it safe? Well, it's mimicking what happens outdoors, one. Secondly, NASA has been using it for decades successfully, and it has been key to the International Space Station, will be key to a Mars mission in the future.
Some of the issues that you were talking about, you know, how some of the technology is not accepted, the testing data, things like that. Unfortunately, politics gets involved in this. During one of the episodes with the firefighter from California that we were talking with, he had been involved with a lot of litigation over using fire retardants on forest fires, where they're dropping these retardants from planes.
Yes.
And pushing out or putting out the fires almost immediately. The problem is a movement out there saying that it's polluting the watersheds doing that. Well, here's the problem, the way he described it, that if you can attack the fires quickly with this retardant, yes, it can affect the watershed. If you don't attack it quickly and let it burn, there is no longer a watershed. And, you know, it's, I don't want to say the lesser of two evils, but the politics gets in the way of putting out the fire, basically. And that's unfortunate. The stuff that you're talking about, people not understanding the technologies and not being mainstream, is because of, like you said, the testing, the way it's done, the cascading effect. You know, everything goes through that process. Another component of indoor air quality is radon. Now, it's a radioactive gas. The difference is that it's not actually radon that causes the problem. Radon breaks down into three other components that are the radioactive material that actually cause damage to the human lungs. Nobody talks about that. They just say radon, and radon is not really what's even being detected. So the politics, the buzzwords, I guess that gets in the way.
It does. People grab hold of a small point and run with it and discount technologies, processes without really understanding them. We have here at Green Tech spent almost $2 million on testing over the last 3 years. Some of that was on COVID, the SARS-CoV-2 virus, which was important, obviously, during the pandemic, but testing on mold, bacteria, on VOCs, looking at monitoring formaldehyde and toluene and some of these other chemicals that are harmful to human health, yet are found frequently in the indoor environment, you know, and been able to show through the use of our photocatalytic technology, the use of dielectric barrier ionizers, bipolar ionization, unipolar ionization, that we're able to reduce the chemical load in the environment over a matter of hours and days, that even when we inoculate the space with compounds that, when they get broken down, create things like formaldehyde, that we actually don't even see an increase in formaldehyde as we monitor that. We see it go down continuously from one day to the next, and it stays down as long as the technology is running in the space. So it's, you know, we don't have the luxury of that in a laboratory environment. And that's the reason that the data is not able to show the true results, because typically tests are run for 30 minutes or an hour or 2 hours, but not longer than that. And that's not the way that our products operate. We're running continuously, and they're constantly breaking down and getting down to a level where the contaminants in the space, whether they're chemical, whether they're particles, whether they're biological, that we have reduced them down to a level that allows our bodies to deal with the remnants that always exist. You never get 100% of anything out of the air, but if we can get them down to where our natural immune system can deal with them, that's the key. And that's why people that have COPD, that have asthma, respiratory issues, get such relief from the use of this electronic air purification technology that I've described today.
How about odor control? Because that's another big component of the wildfires that are affecting people now. Again, they see it, so they're reacting to it, but they also usually smell it before they see it.
That is so true.
I did here in New Jersey. It was like all of us, the morning was fine. The afternoon was like, I smell a fire. And by that evening, it looked like sunset at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was just so dark. So what's available out there for odor?
Well, and some of the odor gets dealt with through the use of the technologies I've described, photocatalysis, dielectric barrier ionization, bipolar, unipolar ionization, but not 100%, especially because wildfire smoke, the smell from it is so overwhelming. I am really excited about a technology that I learned about that was developed by a tiny company up in Kentucky. And my company was able to get the exclusive worldwide rights for applying this technology to a filter. It's the trade name is called OdorGuard, and by the name, it is something that deals with odors, but it goes way beyond that. But it's used in different areas where odors are a big problem, like inside of trash bags today. Glad has an odor reducing trash bag that uses the same technology applied inside the bag. Adult diapers that obviously we understand the issues with odor there. It is so fast working and so complete at being able to break down lots of different odors. And what's even, to me, even more exciting, because the odors are something that are offensive, but it's what's causing the odors, the chemicals behind it that concern me. Its ability to break down VOCs as well is important. It's a totally non-toxic chemical. It is very safe. It has no odor in itself. It's applied to a filter surface. And we have put it into a number of different products, including just regular HVAC filters. So I started talking today about the importance of having a quality filter for your return air of your HVAC. We do apply these to pleated filters, MERV 7 pleated filters, and so that not only can the filter trap those particles that are so important to be trapped, but they can also, the coating on the filter can break down the VOCs that are important to be broken down, as well as breaking down the odor. And so we've used OdorGuard in assisted living facilities where we all know what the smells can be in those kind of facilities. We've used them in dormitories where the smell, body odors can be a little bit strong. It is effective in so many different applications where odor is a problem. And what's exciting is it's not dealing just with the odors, but also chemicals.
Can I just change the path here a little bit? I mean, all of that sounds like there is hope. And for the next forest fire or next airborne contaminant, I mean, there are technologies that will absolutely protect us and help us breathe easier, if you want to call it that. But we also have fire situations out in California. And I mentioned before about the politics of, like you said, the testing and things like that. Can you touch on quickly why California, that has such a large air pollution problem between smog and fires and everything else, is so aggressively against air purification? I don't understand that. And I think our listeners would want to understand that a little bit too.
Well, I have a lot of experience with California and air purification. In 2007, I was the representative of all manufacturing of electronic air purifiers in front of the California Air Resource Board, also referred to as CARB. And they had a law that they were wanting to put into effect, and they had the Air Resource Board spent 2 days reviewing whether or not they needed to pass a law which basically outlawed the use of electronic air purifiers that produce ozone. And I think there was a misunderstanding because California has had a big issue with air pollution. I spent the first year of my college education at a school in California before moving to Purdue to finish my college career. And I remember so well just being 4 miles from the mountains north of Los Angeles and not even seeing them for the first 2 months that I was at the school. And all of a sudden, one day they appeared on the skyline. Pollution used to be and this was in the 70s, much worse than it is today. So I give a lot of credit to California for taking steps, whether it's car emissions, whether it's factory emissions. They have done everything that they possibly can. But there was the misconception was that pollution oftentimes is measured by measuring ozone because it's an easy gas to measure. The nitrogen oxides that are created through automobile smoke, much harder to measure. And what's interesting is that other pollutants, as they rise, ozone rises with them. It's I call it the fireman that fights the fire. Ozone is created naturally in nature as pollution rises because the ozone helps to break down the pollution. So it's by wanting to get rid of ozone, it's kind of like saying we want to get rid of firefighters because every time we see a fire, there's a fireman there. So obviously, if we got rid of the fireman, we wouldn't see any more fires. But the comment that was made to me by a number of the Air Resource board members, these are also government officials in the different areas of California from San Diego to north of Sacramento. And I sat down with every single one of them in their offices to talk about this. One of them mentioned to me, I said, I don't understand why we would want to generate ozone when we've been working so hard to get ozone out of our state. And I had to correct him to say, you've been working to get pollution out of your state. Ozone is not the pollution. Elevated levels of ozone aren't good, but the elevated levels of ozone are there because of the pollution that you have. They ultimately decided to pass the law against air purifiers that generate ozone. And therefore, that is one low-level ozone. We're talking about levels that the EPA said are safe and natural, that are found outdoors in very pristine parts of the world. Every day. There's no place around the world that doesn't have a low level of ozone except indoors, that they would not allow ozone to be generated in air purifiers. And you know, as much as I disagreed with that, you know, we just looked for ways that we can still help people through other technologies to be able to purify their air. And our photocatalytic technology, bipolar ionization, dielectric barrier ionization, they're all able to do that without generating ozone. But the one thing that was a challenge was odors, because one thing that is really great about low-level ozone, I'm not talking about high level, I'm talking about ozone that's so low you can't smell it, which and the levels that are safe and acceptable by the EPA and OSHA and WHO and any other health organization you can name. It's great at breaking down odors. And that's one of the things I loved about it. And not having access to it for people who live in California was disappointing. But that's one of the great things that we found with OdorGuard and the ability to break down odors. So we're able to create products that people in California can use with high quality filtration, with odor reduction through the use of our OdorGuard technology, and then incorporating these other technologies like photocatalysis and bipolar ionization.
Well, I appreciate that, and thank you for answering that question. We're almost out of time here. Is there anything that you'd like to sum up with? I know we covered quite a bit and extremely informative. The technology side, I think, is something that people need to hear and understand so they don't just wear the paper towel mask and think they're protected.
So true. I mean, one of the things that I say about technology is nature uses a lot of different mechanisms to keep things clean. Don't get locked into just one technology. Filtration's important, but it's not the be all to end all. They use a multi-technology strategy, and there's a lot of wonderful technologies out there. I'm proud of what we've been able to put into products, but there's some excellent products out there. But look at what they do, look at their test data, make sure it's real, filter inside of a box. Is it doing something? Yes, but is it enough? Absolutely not. You need to do more than that. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today, Lance, and be on this this webinar, and hopefully this benefits some people that listen to it.
Absolutely, Alan. And I want to thank you for the time you spent with us, the great information. And I look forward to doing more interviews with you in the future.
Thanks so much.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mike Balzano, group publisher at BMP Media with R&R and the Experience Events. And welcome to episode 2 of Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience, our weekly venture into the great event that we're running right now. And we're so proud to be here. Joining me is my partner in crime, the editor-in-chief of R&R, the lovely Mildred Ingram, as always. And I'm so proud. Our guest today, he's an educator, a business owner, a speaker, a leader, a husband, a father. He's a microbial warrior. He is a gymnast, I just found out.
What? And a
Let's
writer.
get started. Hold on. He's a 50-year industry veteran. He's been to more experiences than I ever will. And he's just a good guy. Please welcome Barry Costa.
All right.
Hey!
I know.
Well, gymnast, that's in my a long time ago. Now rounds in official shape, not found on a Wheaties box, and that's me now.
Hey, once you have it in you, you can still do it.
Oh yeah.
That's the joke, right? What do you mean? I am in shape. I'm round, right?
Yeah, there you go. There we go. And Mildred, you will visit me in the hospital if I try to do it again.
Oh no.
Barry, thanks for being here. We appreciate it. You know what? I want to, we're get to talk about the experience in depth, I promise. But I was looking back at your career for the three people who don't know. It's amazing. You've really done so much. When did you get started with the Costa Group?
With a Cost Group. Well, actually, I had a Cost Group in Peterborough, New Hampshire, when Carol and I lived out on the East Coast. And then about 11 years ago, we moved to Arizona. And so it's been in existence for quite a few years. Prior to that, I had the Carpet and Cleaning Craftsman, carpet cleaning, restoration, carpet installation company that I was doing right along as well. And prior to that, it was my dad's company, Cost Group. Let's see, no, Costa Carpet Company Incorporated. You got to have your C's in order, right? And learn how to walk, keep back on my knees again. And that's how it all started when I was 12 years old.
That's amazing. Then you were a public school teacher as well for 10 years.
Yeah. 10 years. I taught at the elementary school in Peterborough, New Hampshire, and very proud to say I was Teacher of the Year with the New Hampshire Physical Education Association. So it's kind of nice. I really enjoyed it. The kids were great, and the parents were awesome.
That's wonderful. And then eventually you joined like you said, your dad's company.
Yeah.
And here we are. It's 2023, just like that, right? It seems
it was amazing. We smashed the atoms together. I was a school teacher, but I had been doing this my whole life. And in fact, I talked to my sister this past week. She came to Thanksgiving with us here in Arizona. And she said, Mom was so upset. We spent all that money to put you through Springfield College to be a school teacher. Then you started a carpet cleaning company again. I said, but look what I did to it. I smashed the atoms together. Now I'm teaching in the industry that I love. And absolutely, it's not even work, it's play, as Nick Palella used to say. So
we've talked to a couple people on this interview. Yeah, indeed. We've talked to a few people on this interview and off the interview for sure. And they always seem to have the same. I said, well, gosh, you had a different background. What led you to restoration and all this? And they said, it's just the industry. We're helping people and we love doing it. And you can just see from your facial expression how passionate.
Well, yeah, helping people, that's what it's all about. I look at society today and I'm going, this is not the society I want for my son. Why aren't people really coming together and helping. Even Lincoln said a house divided will fall. And look at how much further we could be if everybody just helped a little bit and supported each other rather than step on each other. But so I'm not going to be a victim. I want to try to lead and hopefully get a lot of people along with me and others that are already doing it and make a difference.
That's what, I'm not surprised to hear that. It's wonderful. And that's the kind of guy. I've known you for a year. And honestly, you're one of the best people I know already.
Then you don't know very many people, do you, Michael? I mean,
I
I feel
people. You're in the top 5 for sure.
No, very
but, now how many experience events have you been to?
All of them except the very first,
Gotcha.
which was the Luxor, way back in 1999. And that was actually when it was Connections. And 4 associations came together to create that first meeting of connecting people together. And but every experience I've been to.
That's amazing. And your role it's probably changed quite a bit throughout the years, I would think.
Oh gosh, it really has. And working with Larry Cooper all those years, Larry and I have been best friends for so long, and I'm really happy to see him move now in another direction. He's going to build some new things. He wants the baby that they grew, obviously, to grow, and it's in great hands with you guys. That's why I said when you asked, "Hey Barry, would you mind helping us?" Absolutely. I mean, it's all about the event, and part of that event was being with your friends and doing things with your friends. But yeah, I've been involved in every one of them, the experiences, and each one is its own unique energy. It's hard to describe. And it's so funny how themes begin to grow out of them with each one.
Almost naturally. And I've only been to 2, like absolutely. They do naturally grow. Yeah. It's the people. It's the people.
It really is. And it's the energy that develops within the event all in itself. And seeing people you haven't seen for at least 6 months or a year. And some of the best education happens literally when people get together and they start sharing, hey, this is happening. Have you ever had that happen? And, what do you do? And it isn't just the events that are organized by the organizers of the event. It's the side events that go on that really make it worthwhile as well.
Yep.
This year, as everybody knows, there are 2 experience events each year. The next one coming up April 3rd through the 5th at the Chattanooga Convention Center in lovely Chattanooga, Tennessee. Registration is open now. Sign up to be an attendee and be at this event. Early bird rates go until the 31st of January. rnrmagonline.com, our website. That's where you can find all the event information and sign up yourself. So let's talk about some memories, Barry. I know we talked a little bit off camera. Any things you want to discuss or point out that we should know to the people?
Oh gosh. Well, let's see. I'm going to look at it. I put some trivia questions here and stuff. In fact, like I said, in 1999, the first show that happened was, well, let's step back even further than that. Prior to the Connections and or the experience being developed, associations used to have their own mini conventions. I remember John Masuri, who was Ohio Steamway, Dick Hook out of Michigan. These gentlemen were the pioneers of doing schools in our industry, and the various associations would put on their own convention. Well, think as a vendor now. You've spent an awful lot of money to support the association, their convention, but you only have an audience of about 50 people for traffic. Well, when you look at the ROI on that, it's not very nice, but yet the vendors were always there to support the associations, and I was so impressed. So 4 associations, some history here, 4 associations came together, they met, and that birthed the first Connections in 1999 at the Luxor Hotel in Las Vegas. From that, it grew into a bigger amoeba with lots more pseudopodia sticking out there. And then there was a change in guard. Larry Cooper came in. He was managing the Connections events, but then they switched and it became the experience with meetings and events running it. And from there, history's in its wake here. But I think some of the greatest memories, well, there were times when sadly people passed away. And during that event, people celebrated the life of those people. Some real icons of our industry, Cy Gant, for instance, from the carpet industry itself. He was on the board of the IICRC as well. And Tom Hill once told me, when Cy speaks, be quiet and listen. This is a man of great knowledge. We also had celebrations of Bill Yaden and Colleen's anniversary at one of them. But then we also had retirements when Jeff Bishop retired, Tom Hill, his wife Carol Lee, Lindsay Barlow, they all retired. We also had a celebration during the event for these people. So if you didn't know the people in the background that actually ran our industry, you had a chance to meet them up front, personal. And some of the events, oh my God, the first Flood House, and we always made it a show. We had this one time. A set of stairs. We had a toilet up at the top and 2 55-gallon buckets of water waiting that nobody could see behind the curtain. You know, it's like the Wizard of Oz here. And we hired a person who went up the stairs in a bathrobe and he's singing. He was all mic'd up. He's singing. This is how we allowed people into the trade show. They walk over, they're watching this guy just hamming it up like crazy. He sat down on the toilet broke. He fell down the stairs because he was a professional. All the water's coming with him, and that's how we introduced the Flood House. So we've always tried to have a great time with people and set the tone of it isn't just education, guys. You know, we work our tails off. Let's get together. Let's have a great time. Let's have a party. And yeah, let's learn too while we're at it.
When was that? When was the first Flood House?
Where was the first Flood House? You would ask me that. I think it was. I think it was at the Hilton. Okay, because we in the order we went from the Luxor to the Riviera. The Riviera was always known as being smoky. We didn't really like that place.
A lot.
We were there once. Then the Hilton, Las Vegas Hilton. Then we went to the Mirage, Paris, and now we're at Caesars Forum, as we will be in September. I think it's what are the dates, Mike, for September?
September 4th through the 6th, the day after
4 to
Labor
6,
Day.
And it's going to be at the same location as we were last year. But